Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. This comment right here, man. His chat is a bunch of lobotomized seals clapping. Dude, it's so true. He could say anything. And there's this Hell Satan, Hell the Muse, Hell Satan. I went to quite a few churches when I was a Christian. Liberal churches, conservative churches, Zionist churches, anti-Zionist churches. I've seen it all. And it's funny, they all have, what are you doing? My dog's like jumping through under there. She's like, what are you doing under there? Come here. You want to come up? Come here. She wants attention or something. She wants to go live. And they all have their own way of being brainwashed, or like what their dogmas are, what their certain. It's something that I'm like an expert in. I'm an expert in how cults work because I've been in so many. And I noticed they all have their like the way that the one thing I found in common. This is the Ammonites are. Oh my God, they do this the most. They have like certain slogans. Ears to hear and eyes to see. Like they have like certain very like I can't explain it. You have to just experience it, I guess. When you've seen it, all these different places, they all have different worldviews, but they all have the same mechanics behind it. And there's always a charismatic leader, some sort of pastor, whatever it is, that like everyone is all circled around, and then you have like the inner circle, and then like the second inner circle, and then the third inner circle, and the outsiders, and then the people who are just kind of casually coming and going. That's how they all operate. And if you watch an Amen video, a live stream, and just watch the chat, it's one of the most fascinating psychological things that I think needs to be studied. He's literally talking about his case, saying that I made this all up because I think for the 10th time on this channel, I've talked about this. He got fired for sexually assault or sexually harassing and stalking students at St. Mary's. And he thought it was a good idea to get a lawyer and fight it. And for defamation, for whatever reason, he thought that was a good idea, and it backfired. He lost. Tonight he's saying that this is all made up and that he won this case or something, and it's just a lot. And then he literally says, we lost the second case though. It's hard to win defamation. Dude, we all know that. We can read it. It's public information, dude. And so I just thought it was I just think it's funny how, and the reason why I brought that up is because as he's saying that, I'm watching this, I'm just sitting back watching, and I'm reading the chat, and I'm just seeing all the regulars, especially the Ryan Sledge guy who's using my chat last night defending it. Saying it didn't go to trial, so who cares? Really? That's all that matters? As long as it didn't go to trial, that's all that matters? That's crazy. That's a crazy cope right there. That's an insane cope right there. And that guy was in the chat going, I read the whole transcript. He's fine. Leave him alone. By the way, so today, and I just wanted to go live, and you guys can ask me any questions. You got super chats. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. But I'm just going to have this as like a back. I want to go through a couple things he said and review it. And I guess today, I got a screenshot sent to me from somebody, one of the people that's in the Discord, saying that they're all mass flagging your videos now because of what you said about Snappy being a PEDO. And that was it. You can't do that. You're not allowed to talk about Rhea, which is his ex-girlfriend and I guess that was like, there was a screenshot that I saw that someone sent me that said, if he talked about Rhea, everyone flag the video. It needs to be taken down. But nowhere in that comment from Snappy did he say this is lying. They're lying about that. That didn't happen. Like none of that. There's no defense. It's just they're exposing me. Flag the video. Get it taken down. So it's like these people. This is what's so crazy about the whole situation. They all have to know. They have to be aware that they're all part of like a bullshit movement right now. That they all know that this David Hooper guy has been following Amen for the last 2 years. One of his biggest fans, all up in the Discord. And that's another thing. It's like father, like daughter, because as soon as Chewie got the mic, she just started lying straight through her teeth. So we didn't know this guy. Yes, you did. It's in the Discord. You're talking to him, thanking him. He's recording your concerts. He's recording your concert and sending you footage for your movie that you're making. This is your guy. So what I found so funny, and the reason why I had to jump on here so quickly, is this was such a typical Amen rebuttal to whenever this happens once in a while. Well, I'll expose something about Amen, and he'll do a live the next day or 2 days later, and he'll find one little thing that out of a 3-hour video, he'll find one little thing that I might have made a mistake on, or I was incorrect about, or maybe just unaware of. I didn't know that Giorgiani's book Thanosis was dedicated to David Hooper. I didn't even know they were friends. I had no idea. Got me on that one. I guess I even asked Giorgiani. I said, "Oh, do you know this guy?" He said, "Yeah, he funded my research for the book Thanosis. Other than that, I've never talked to him before, never hung out with him, nothing." I was like, "Okay, take your word for that." So yeah, he wrote a book, he dedicated that book to him. I did not know that. However, does that negate your association with this guy? And does that make me guilty? This is what's so crazy about this. These people got to be like flat earthers, like the thought process. Like you got people saying like the beast in Revelation is Theriac. The Theriac will come out of the water. I mean, this is like flat Earth thinking shit right here. Insane thinking. To think that because Giorgiani knows this guy, that somehow I set it all up. But my Israel connections that apparently I have. That's the level of thinking that's going on here. Ignore all these photos that I showed you guys. Ready for this? We're going to play it again. Ignore all these photos. Where'd it go? Why is it doing that? Here it is. Ignore this, right? Ignore that here's Amen literally getting purple from the guy that he was meeting up with in multiple cities, by the way. He's met up with this guy multiple times in multiple cities, shaking his hand. But he has nothing to do with this. I don't know him at all. This is Neil's guy. This is a brothel guy. He's an infiltrator. All up in the Discord. All up hanging out with Snappy at this thing. And you think that because he knew Giorgiani, that this negates all of your ties to him, that somehow this is all a setup. This all you get to just wipe this all under the rug, that you guys set up a meet and greet, whatever this was, concert meetup that was so, I don't even know the word for it, dangerous, that you just let people come here from different cities, bringing their own shit, leaving girls with dudes they never met before, right? And then you want to act like you don't know this guy, that this is not your fault, that you're the victims, and that I did this to you. That is delusional. That is flat Earth delusional fucking thinking that you guys are, and it makes perfect sense that this would be you guys, because it makes perfect sense to me that you guys would believe this, because you're still the last 300 people left that follow Amen Hillman. And that's another interesting thing that I've noticed, is that he used to get 1,000 views, live viewers, 1,500 on weekends. He'd always be between 1,000 and 1,500, 1,200 viewers every night coming to watch Lady Babylon, Bring the Greek. And they just started slowly dropping off. 900, 800, 700, 600, 500, 400, 300. And we'll see how that continues. But no, they're taking over the world, right? We're taking over the world. We got people everywhere making music. We're taking over the world. Yeah, that's delusional.
At Austrian Stories dropped $2 super chat. These people are ill. Typhonic consciousness.
Yeah, they are. These people are ill. You literally have them being called out for grooming. Literally have them getting called out for grooming by their exes and stuff, and no one cares. No one's going, wait a minute, maybe I'm in the wrong place. These are the bad guys.
$10 super chat.
Thank you, Lord Knighton, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. So let's hit these supers that just popped up. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 2 again. And then you have Corollo Vindex in the house. What's going on? I love your work, Neil. Alman Hillman is running away from these damning court docs. Yes, he is. And Hannah Holman from LB was charged of giving her. Yes, I just showed that. I literally just showed that. This one right here. This is the one they are all standing behind. Like they are. There's nothing that can. This is no, they don't care. Medea, look, it's Medea abusing children. That's what Medea did in the myth. That means I can do it. I mean, I don't know how more disgusting of a group you could find on the internet. Yes, they're running away from these documents. And tonight, I don't know if you saw this. Maybe I should just play it. Maybe I should just go to it right now. The Muse's detective. He said it towards the end. Right here.
Nemesis is there for a reason. And if I didn't bring you what was most beautiful from antiquity, which is that drive for justice, I wouldn't be a good person. I wouldn't be. Let me tell you something, Satanic Congregation, for those of you who got targeted in that, I know all of that stuff is bunk. I know it is, and I know that it's being used, right? And I know if you've come to me and you said, hey, this is there, and be aware. I know that, because honest people are good people, but people who lie are not. And Neil wants to say that this guy who committed this assault has nothing to do with Giorgiani, but
maybe he does. Okay, fair. What is he? But does that negate what he has to do with you? Sorry, but it doesn't.
We find out. Show me the slides one more time.
Oh,
we find out.
You got him.
No.
Oh,
slides. Is he done? Look one more time.
Here it is, right here. Thanosis. Oh wow, people. You got him. You got me right. You got me on that one. Totally negates everything that you set up here. Totally negates everything, right? Where is that?
Got targeted in that. I know all of that stuff is bunk.
The red.
Voila.
You're in the red.
Wait, I'm trying to find this
didn't bring you the thing. Neil, you're not number one, baby. Girlfriend kind
right
of thing. Neil, you're not number one, baby.
No, it's before this. When you sexually, right here. Okay, I don't give a. Rapist must pay. Oh, you.
People, we have to proceed.
Wait, where is?
Because he's just dumb, right? But
here we go.
In the beginning of his video, he's talking about, I say something hypothetically, and he.
Wait, where is it?
Settle down, people, so I don't get whooped. Right? Which one?
I couldn't have this right.
Oh God, yeah. Chewy said, like in the beginning of his video, excuse me, bad they're making fun of it in the comments. Right? Everybody can be bamboozled, right? No age. You're the liar. Now watch me lie. That's the way of the insurrectionists. By the way, for those of you in Lady Babylon who were rubbed up against this
Wait, I think it's before. My bad.
onto others, right? This is what people do. It's hard to win, right? But we won that victory. No.
Oh, it's right. Okay, here it is. Now, I finally found it. Sorry about that.
Sorry, any investigation.
Here we go. This is it. Listen to this right here. Listen to how, and I just want you to notice, if you watch how bad he lies here, and just imagine how bad he lies about Greek shit or history shit.
What's going on? And St. Mary's had to admit,
Let me back up again.
said before we play it,
And watch the chat.
that you'll hear at the end of this,
Here it
is that there was some kind of assault that I was involved in.
There was some kind of assault that I was involved in. Oh, what's that about?
Completely made up. It's
Completely made up. He's saying here, completely made up. Seriously, that's what you're gonna go with. That's what you're gonna go with. That it's completely made up. Like, that is just insane. That somebody can actually, anyone would believe this. We've all seen it. We've all seen the court docs. We've all seen statements under oath by the students. I guess the days of believing victims is over now because Amon's involved. So screw those 7 victims that were named. There's literally 7 people, not just one person. There's 7. I think either 6 or 7 is the total count that I can't exactly. It's somewhere. It's multiple. There's at least 6 names that are given, and they're listed in initials. CD, SL was one of them. There's a whole bunch of them in there, and he's literally trying to say now that this is all made up. Let's just hear it one more time.
is that there was some kind of assault that I was involved in. Completely made up. It's saying
Completely made up? Oh, really? What does this say? What does this say right here? Statement 2-6 are true. Statement 2-6 are true. It says Hillman admitted in writing that he stalked a St. Mary student, scaring her. Where is it? Hillman admitted in writing. Oh, here it is right here. Here it is right here. That's what I meant to find. Despite his protestations, we heard him say this. This is why I fought back and sued. It says right here, despite his protestations, to the contrary, Hillman did harass students and commit misconduct. Hillman admitted in writing. Sending emails to students about lingerie. There is simply no credible basis for Hillman to now claim that he did not commit misconduct and did not, what does that say? Sexually harass students. This is you're just lying now. All of you, and all of you defending this garbage, shame on you. Shame on you for that. Let's see. Are any of them in the chat right now? Shame. I'm going to pull them up. Where are you guys? Where are you, defenders of this filth? This is why people like this, they make me hope. And I do think this is the case. But I really, really hope I'm right, that there's going to be some sort of justice reckoning at the end of all time. At whatever that is, however that plays out. I don't know. Whether there's a Tartarus, whether there really is a Tartarus in the land of the blessed, like the Greeks would say, or the fields of Eleusis, or the Isles of the Blessed, for good people, and maybe some people have to go through some trials and some metempsychosis or whatever. But then there's another realm that they talk about called Tartarus, for people who deserve justice. And then this is what I think about. I think about people like this being put in a position where reality smacks you in the face. Oh, you abused children? Smack in the face. What did you do the rest of your life after that? Smack in the face. You didn't do shit, but be a shitty person. And I believe, I don't know. I think these are things I think about. We all think about things like this, right? So, so let's just keep playing that clip and just hear how he lies people.
At Germs 1234 dropped $5 super chat. Erica Kirk forgives him, so I do as well.
That's Christianity for you. Christianity is all about that forgiveness. If you want to forgive Amen, go ahead. Okay. Cool. If you are cool with that, then he's your guy. He's your guy. I don't know what Eric Kirk has to do with it, but whatever. You're reaching for something, it seems like. But appreciate the super chat. And that's the thing in paganism. This idea of that was a radical shift from the norm. What Jesus says in that passage, to forgive your enemies. That's a radical change in the normal Greco-Roman mentality about justice. It's called Rex Talionis. Let me show you what I mean. Rex Talionis. It means like eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, basically. You find that in Hammurabi's code. It was just universal law. Latin, lex talionis, reciprocal justice, bears the principle that a person who has injured another person is to be penalized to a similar degree. That's the way of that's the balance of the cosmos, the karma. And so some people have to get it during their life. Some people maybe hopefully later. You hope for things like that in this world. People getting to just get off on all this stuff and go and live off the government and have taxpayers fund your whole life, and and then start grifting and lying to people to gain following, and then use that to set up your own like empire, basically, where it becomes a dangerous place for people to meet up, and then these things happen. This is horrible. This is like the worst shit ever. I don't know. I can't think of something worse that's going on right now in my sphere of what I'm doing. This is the worst shit ever.
That I was involved. There was some kind of assault that I was involved in. Completely made up at St. Mary's. That's why we sued them, to uncover what was going on. And St. Mary's had to admit to a judge that they had no records of any complaints or any investigation against me.
You're going to have to show some receipts for that one. So he just made a wild claim there. Now, I don't know what he means by that. No, normally when Amen says something like that, there's always like some little kernel of truth there.
At Cross Bible Official dropped $2 super chat. Amen upgraded his equipment right after his tour.
I know, yeah. The whole tour, there was a merch market at this place selling Ammonite merch, and they're all talking about money. I mean, dude, this is what's so crazy is that David Hopper guy was promoting tickets to see Amen for $20, to listen to him talk about Medea for $20. I mean, like, seriously, let me show you that. Let me show you that one more time. Oh, this guy went dark. Look at this. This guy went dark. He's done. He went dark. I can't even look him up anymore. Should have screenshotted it. Oh well. It's in my videos from yesterday. Yeah, this guy's making money. He's making money off you sitting in a class of people where he doesn't have to have a one-on-one tutoring anymore. That's what he would normally get paid $50 an hour for, or $40 an hour for. But he's charging the same amount of money to cram 10 people in a room where you're not getting one-on-one tutorship anymore. You're not learning anything, basically. it's a waste of money, and he's just taking your money for free and doing and probably just joking around about sex and drugs the whole time anyway. So it's just a grift. He's grifting, dude. It's just straight up grifting. Let's see. We got a couple more of these, but let me just finish this part right here. And I want to show you something. And I want to show you guys the case so you can look this up yourself, by the way. Just give me a second. I'm going to pull up the exact case.
Been fabricated. And that's what's going on. And St. Mary's had to admit to a judge that
Really?
they had no records of any complaints or any investigation against.
Look at him just lie right to the camera. Is there any receipt? Why would, okay. If this was true, do you really think he would have no receipts ready to show on his channel where he can, Chewy, show him where St. Mary's had to admit that they fabricated all this evidence? Isn't that crazy how when I make a claim, I'm always showing you on the screen, here's the court case, here's what the victim said, here's what the second victim said, here's what a third victim said, here's what a fourth victim said, here's what a fifth victim said, here's what a sixth victim said, here's what they all said, and it's right here in a secular court. And nothing falls on deaf ears. All Amin has to do is lie and they believe it. That's it. Nice. Cool.
At Germs 1234 dropped $2 super chat. I want Kerp.
Me too. Kerp the derp. I'm trying to find the exact case right now because I just had these screenshots here from it. But I want to give it to you guys because I want anyone, because he just made a wild claim just now that this is all fabricated and that St. Mary's had to admit that it was all fabricated. That's a big claim, Amin. Put your money where your mouth is and show us the evidence of this. Because all I'm seeing when I look this case up is really, really bad shit that you did. In fact, you even tell people on podcast that you went into her room and she was paralyzed. But it's all fabricated? No. Are you the last 300 people that watch this guy? I'm talking to you for a second. He must think you are so stupid. Like, he must think you are the dumbest person in the world so that you think that this is legit. Like, you have to be, he probably thinks of you so little. Like, that is such a attack on your intelligence. Seriously. That someone would say this to you and you would go, okay. Hell Satan. Okay. Hell the Muse. Hell Satan.
And St. Mary's had to admit to a judge that they had no records of any complaints or any investigation against me. That it had been fabricated. And that was the victory. Do we win in court later? No. Defamation's hard to win.
Found it. Okay, cool.
Right. But we won that victory.
Hold on. Did you hear what he said there?
We got that.
Did you hear what he said? You hear the lie? You hear the lie? By the way, I realized something today too. He knows he can just lie and fabricate, and I totally have defamation on him all day, blaming me for something that happened at his meetup, for someone that follows him, saying I'm some sort of mastermind behind it all. That's defamation. But he knows that I can't do anything to him because he lives on Section 8 housing, and he doesn't have any money in the bank anywhere. He knows that, so I can't do anything. Which I don't even want to. I'm not even going to waste my time. I don't even care to even go through that fucking bullshit. But he knows that there's nothing I can do to him, so he can just lie and fabricate shit all day.
And fabricated, and that was the victory. Do we win in court later? No, definitely.
Look at someone wrote, "We got receipts." I don't know if they're talking. I don't know if this person's on my side. I don't know who that is. But if that would make sense if you're saying we got receipts. But if you're saying we got receipts as in Amin's right, we have receipts, you're delusional. And I hope you're on the other side. I don't know. I have no idea.
Defamation's hard to win. Right. But we won.
Listen to what he says here.
That it had been fabricated.
It's all
And
fabricated.
that was the victory.
That was the victory. Now listen to me say one more time. Ready?
That it had been fabricated. And that was the victory. Did we win in court later? No.
Did we win in court later? No. But so what's the victory then? You lost court. What's the victory then?
Defamation's hard to win. Right? But we won that victory.
What victory?
We got them to admit that they had fabricated. They had fabricated. Right?
Fabricated what? Fabricated what? What the fuck was just said right there? Seriously, what was just said right there? That was insane.
Court later? No.
Did we go to
Fabricated. And that was the victory. Did we win in court later? No. Defamation's hard to win. Right? But we won that victory.
What victory?
We got them to admit that they had fabricated.
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 Fabricated what?
Right?
What the fuck did you?
This is what people do. They project their
Project
own
what?
guilt.
What guilt? What have I ever done? Find my case where I ever harassed. Nothing violent on my case, on my record, ever. Nothing sexual, nothing, zero, because I don't do shit like that. So how is this projection? This is pathetic, dude. This is pathetic. Now watch this. I actually have the case right here. You guys can look this up yourself. Here it is right here. State of Minnesota. State of Minnesota. County of Winona. District Court. 3rd Judicial District Court. File number 85 CV 1727. You can type that in and find it right now. Do it yourself. Don't take my screenshots for. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I edited the screenshots. Plaintiff Hillman brought an action for defamation at St. Mary's, ended his employment at school because Hillman bases his actions on statements that are true, not defamatory, privilege, or time barred. St. Mary's and cannot move for summary judgment. So it has all the case. It has all the stuff right here. Hillman alleges that defendants at St. Mary's University of Minnesota and one of his employees, Michael Caron, collectively defamed him through a variety of statements because of his complaints did not consistently identify when the statements were made, the speaker who made them, and the receipts of the recipients of the statements. You know, fuck those people, right? Fuck those 6 boy and girls who came out and spoke out against Amin. They're all a bunch of liars, right? They're just students. Amin is literally hoping that you think that these students came out and lied against him, even though he told you that he went into her room and performed miracles and was levitating and paralyzed her so she couldn't resist. That's what he said. That was his own words. Like, what is wrong with you people for following this shit? Look at this. Look at this. Amin, remember when Amin told everyone he got fired for a phallus? Remember when he told everyone, I got fired for bringing a phallus? And that's what I thought. I actually believe this. Look at this. University spokeswoman Stacia Vogel insists that the phalluses had nothing to do with Hillman's departure. This is a statement under oath in the court of Minnesota. School officials also released a written statement saying Dr. Hillman was not rehired as an adjunct faculty member, and the reasons were not over issues of phalluses in the play. His employment as a custodian was terminated at the conclusion of work rules violation investigation. Hillman claims that the statements that are false because the phalli were central to Hillman's termination. And Hillman's investigation of work rule violations was not unrelated to the content and props of the play. So he's telling you it's all because of a prop. You've heard him say this. Millions of times I've heard him say this myself. He always talks about this. And so this is all these statements going back and forth. You can read it yourself. Eventually, what you're going to get into when you go through this case, let me just see. One second. Right here. Eventually, if you keep going down, you start getting into the victims of Ahman Hillman, like NA here, being asked if they're virgins, Ahman admitting to stalking. This is the whole, I'm not even giving you screenshots of it. This is the whole case right in front of you. Right here. St. Dean's Mary students received an email from a university professor informing her of an actual harassment incident between student SS and an undisclosed member. November 23rd, Dean Weaver asked the email sender for additional information, had approached other professors, but was very shaken about an incident with Hillman. They investigated the issue. Let's keep, and this is what they were saying. You've heard me bring this up millions of times. He's the rat. She's the rabbit, right? We are the wolves. And that Hillman was going to come after her. SL felt very unsafe, especially because she had been singled out. She did not walk alone anymore, especially in her dorm. In a separate meeting with Waverly, DM denied that Hillman made her uncomfortable, though she described the rehearsal involving whipping Hillman. On December 4th, Waverly met with NA. Consistent with SA's report, NA said that Hillman showed up to her dorm room multiple times in one day during autumn break. When she was alone, he told NA that he was not going to touch her inappropriately, which she found strange. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Who said, I'm not going to touch you inappropriately, I promise. And then Hillman asked, are you a virgin? Oh, that's not creepy. That's not creepy at all. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just Ahmed. This is just what he does. It's just
And
a
Jones
mystery.
1234 dropped $5 super chat. He reminds me of some of my philosophy professors from 30 years ago in Iowa.
That's bad. That's fucked up. If that's how your professors are, that's fucked up. I've never heard of any philosophy professors acting like this, going into girls' rooms and saying, "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to touch you. Are you a virgin though? Are you a virgin though?" Like, seriously, what are you talking? No offense, but like, who are your what are you talking about? What kind of professor does that? Weird. So, guys, I gave you the case number. This is all on record. He just said this was all fabricated and made up. That I made this up. That I just made it up just because I don't like Ahmed. That's the whole thing. Look at this. Hillman was asked for his response to multiple incidents of harassment, including SS and SL. Hillman denied the allegations, although he admitted to going to NASA's dorm room only twice. I only went there twice. Hillman emails Myers that he ran into the rabbit and was transfixed by her. You've heard this. You've heard this before. Male student CD. Would you like to feel the lady's sexy negligee? Would you prefer a Carter or a choker? Hillman's termination. Director of Human Resources David Melodis informed Hillman that his employment as a customer was terminated effective immediately for violating St. Mary's work rules and conduct standards. So, I think this is like pretty obvious.
At Charles Tolmanflo dropped $2 super chat. Got to respect the proper pluralization of phalli.
Yes. I like that too, actually. I did notice that.
Let's see. Hillman's response to termination. After he found out he was fired as a custodian and would not be given future contracts as an adjunct professor, Hillman contacted and gave interviews and information to multiple members of the media. In fact, that it was Hillman who told media that he was under investigation by St. Mary's for sexual harassment. Wait. It was who told the media that he was under investigation. The author of the fire article relied on by Hillman as support for his defamation claims notes that he obtained 2 termination letters that he used in the story. Those termination letters were given to the fire author by Hillman. Similarly, Hillman provided his termination letters and other information to the author of the Star Tribune and Huffington Post articles, upon which he also bases his defamation claims. From the beginning, Hillman has tried to blame his termination on freedom of speech relating to the props. So I've seen, by the way, this is how Amin lied to me. And I defended him when he told me about this stuff back in the day. And he showed me this article that was written by a lawyer too, by a lawyer that wrote the article for fire right here. So this was all like coordinated by Amin to try to fix his name, right? To save his career. And he didn't give them all the information. He didn't tell them about the victim saying that he stalked them or that he was saying all this weird shit to these students. All he told them was that he got fired for bringing a phallus. And the article was like on his side, it seemed like. And I read that article and I was pretty damn convinced by it. So you could see how manipulative he is. And it's in the case right here. And this is not St. Mary's writing this. This is a secular court. This is the state of Minnesota. Summary judgment must be rendered if the record shows there is no genuine issue as to any material fact, and that moving party is entitled to a judgment as a matter of law. A genuine issue of fact is one which, depending upon its resolution, will affect the result or outcome of the case. Bunch of jargon. Hillman alleges statements 812 are made in October. Let's see. Hillman alleges that unknown statements of unknown parents of St. Mary's defamed him in 2 meetings. The only person allegedly speaking of St. Mary's, Bishop Quinn, and called the parents' allegations of Hillman's paganism and demon possession unfounded. So look at this. I was investigated by the Catholic Church. By the way, David Hooper had this in his, when he was like promoting the $20 to go see Amin event. He had Amin Hillman is under investigation by the Catholic Church. Look at this. You literally have a bishop saying the allegations of Hillman's paganism and demon worship is unfounded because the only negative statements were not made by St. Mary's. Hillman cannot hold St. Mary's responsible for them. He's just manipulating everybody. He's just a fucking compulsive liar. And you can see Chewy starting to act like this now too. Just saying that I made stuff up. Where is it? Wait, where is it? That's weird. Why is it doing that? Anyways, here, this one right here. Chewy saying, I didn't know this guy. What's this? What's this, Chewy? Why is my recorder doing, or why is my screen record not showing up right? Weird. Here it is.
And Jevin Wildwind dropped $5 super chat.
There's
Can
Jevin.
we talk about Hillman's debt to the drama professor of the college in the amount of $300,000?
And this is what's so crazy about this, Jevin, is, and by the way, look at this is awesome. Thank you, David. Thank you, David. I just recorded Serpent uploading it to the Google Drive. They're literally sharing a Google Drive together. David and Chewy. Oh, and real quick on this topic, before I forget, I forgot to bring this up last time. And I'm kind of mad at myself for this. What's it called? Let me see. I forgot to show you over a year ago. You literally have hold on, I'll find it. We literally have, where is it? Is this it right here? Oh, here it is. Okay. The best friends with the abuser thing. Watch this. This is the idea that they didn't know this guy. Listen to this. I got to unmute. That mentions burning.
Recently acquired some of this purple or powder, but it had a caustic, corrosive sensation on the skin. So I asked one of my friends,
not some random outsider, my friends,
who recently acquired some of this purple.
Oh, who could that be?
Of my friends.
I asked one of my friends
who recently acquired some of this purple. He said that it does have this tingling sensation.
Oh, I wonder who that could be about. Let's see. I wonder who that could have been about, right? I'll come back to you in a second. This is annoying. Look at this. There he is. Someone's got to supply the purple. You're the GOAT. Beautiful. I want to joke and say, am I a drug dealer? No, but those things get taken out of context. LOL. Thankfully, purple murex is not illegal. Oh, who's your friend? Who's your friend that attained it? I'm bringing it to the Junior show. Happy to share. Look it really does stain your fingers and make it purple. It's so cool. So cool. I've ingested small amounts of it. Soma Library, that's the inner cult. That's the inner cult of the cult. Has a write-up of my experience. Oh, they don't know who he is, though. They just have a write-up of his experience in the Soma Library. You can find it in the library in the purple sections. I brought some to Amin in New York City. That's me, Carlos. Huh. That's interesting. What did you just say?
My friends who recently
Stories dropped $2 super chat. Hail Apollo, hand emoji. Ammon is on the run. Thanks, Neil.
Hail Apollo. That'll get clipped. I don't know. I'm just fucking with you guys. All right. Best friends with an abuser?
acquired some of this purple. He said that it does have this tingling sensation.
Oh. Look at that. What is that? Who did we just see? What did we just see? Look what's on the screen. Look at Maddie's show. Oh, wait a minute. What's the date of this video? Oh, wait. I don't have. This is not the original. This is from her video. From Maddie. I don't even know the name of her channel. Somebody re-uploaded this yesterday to show best friends with an abuser. But I'm telling you right now, and you guys can all go fact check me. I don't know where the fuck the original video is. I don't know the name of Maddie's channel. I don't care. I'm not going to it. But I'm not going to show 600 people this channel. It is
over a year old. Over a year old. She says, my friend has obtained the purple. He's obtained the purple. And he wrote it. He told us all about it. It gives you a tingly sensation. Oh, wow.
Again. So I asked one of my friends who recently acquired some of this purple. He said that it does have this tingling sensation.
There it is. There's the video. Satanic congregation responds. This is from 6 months ago. Okay. 6 months ago. Maybe this. Okay. I thought it was a year ago. My bad. It's 6 months ago. But still, 6 months ago. This is not yesterday. This is not. I just met him last week. That's what Chewy said. I just met him yesterday. Fucking liar. Do you guys have any fucking honesty at all? Any honor at all? Straight up just liars, dude. This is a 6-month-old video.
It does have this tingling sensation.
That's the same fucking video.
As you can see here, he got it all over his hands. And he said, imagine how much more amplified that tingling and burning sensation would be if mixed with venom. It would be a waste of my time to go through 4 more hours.
Great idea. Let's mix it with venom and give it out to people at concerts. Look at this. There's the exact same picture that we just saw. The exact same blue bag. And look who it is. Look who her friend is. There it is, guys. Oh, I just met him last week, Chewy says. I just met him last week. Well, I guess Chewy's like literally stupid and not paying attention to her own fucking Discord then, which is obviously bullshit. She knows who this is. They're sharing a fucking Google Drive together where he's uploading the videos for her to make a documentary or whatever the fuck she's doing. Look, he's literally calling it the congregation. Do you think the majority of the congregation understands what's going on? So stop this fucking lying bullshit, man. And look, last thing on this, and I want to switch over to a different topic. Open up the floor. Maybe have some people on. And I want to show one of the other things he lied about tonight too, the Paretes thing. The fact that he knows Giorgiani and they had an association means absolutely jack shit in regards to what just happened last weekend or whatever it was last week. Jack shit. Whatever him and Giorgiani's relationship was is beside the fucking point to the fact that he was following Amon Hillman, getting purple, meeting up with him, talking about himself being in the congregation, following Amon, claiming that this is the mystery, that I'm doing this in Amon's name. You're at fault. You are the ones who set up a dangerous Discord, and this is on your fucking, this is on you. Not me. Don't put this on me. Look at that. Actually, before I have to show you this one screenshot from this video where he literally puts up on Chewy puts this on the screen. This is how you know Chewy's a fucking liar, dude. A fucking liar, just like her dad. Straight up compulsive liars, dude. Look at this. I think it's like 20 minutes in, maybe, where they put up me holding a sign that says, I set them up. Here, look right here. I set it all up. Look at all the money, by the way. And you know what's crazy is I didn't even make any money off that stream last night. I gave it all to charity. All of it. And they're saying I set it all up. Straight up defamation on Chewy's part for that. That I set up this whole thing to get at Amon. That I sent in David Hooper, who I've never met in my entire life. And somehow Tobias Singers just randomly just throw him in there. I don't know how he got involved. That's hilarious. This is delusion, dude. This is delusion. Look at someone telling me to hang it up. Neil, just hang it up. Yeah, you guys are great people. You guys are great people. The last 300 people left who are still following are fucked. They're fucked. They are fucked. I set it all up. This is your doing, bro. This is your fault. In fact, if you go to my channel, you can see right here. Just jump on. Right here. $250 was raised. See that? To victims of S violence. $250. Think I did this for money? I don't. That's why I wanted to talk about this. I care about people seeing the truth more than the money. This charity can have my money for that stream. You guys, charity can take that shit. I don't care. So they made it. They have me sitting in the money, going, "I've set it all up. Ha 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 ha! I'm profiting off this." Stop your fucking lies, dude. Fucking liars, dude. All right. One more thing that I want to show, and then I'm going to the super chats. From this video, he makes this bullshit ass fucking. Oh, this is not the right one.
Life and killed.
At Caladen 6,868 dropped $10 super chat. I'm glad someone on our side is calling him out for this shit. Hail Apollo.
Hail Apollo. Appreciate the $10, by the way. And that's a sick ass fucking art piece you got going on with Thor. It's one of my favorite paintings of all time. But yeah, this is just crazy shit, right? So that okay, this is what I wanted. He pulls out some bullshit at the end where he does this thing. Oh, the Paretes thing, right? I think it's over here somewhere. Where was it? Look at him. He's obsessed with pederasty too. And Chewy, for some reason, is making all this shit. There's me and Derek hanging out. For some reason, we're Christians now because I don't know. I guess we're Christians. I guess. Where is it? It was towards the end where he talks about the Paretes, and he just straight up lies about what that word means. That Hebrew means trafficker. The word Hebrew means trafficker. Apparently, people were upset about him saying that. No one gives a shit, dude. Here, right here.
Great. We stand with the victim. People, wouldn't it be terrible if they took us down again?
Yeah, maybe you stand with the victim now, but you're the one making victims.
That look, this is what caused all the problem. This is the Bible, the group that was anti-missionary.
I forgot real quick. Yeah. This is what's so crazy to me. He goes in debt $300,000. He doesn't want to pay it back because he's not responsible. He's greedy. That's what greedy people do. They don't want to pay their debts. And then what happens is he wants to project that everyone in the world is greedy except for him because he doesn't have to pay his debts because he can just go on welfare and get fucking food stamps and then just make a little bit of money on the side, enough that it won't trigger any, he won't get garnished. So he can just do Greek lessons or something like that. And then he gets to live it lavishly. Seriously. So someone that does that, who games welfare and then makes money off on top of the welfare, those are the most people well off. They live fucking like kings, dude. They have extra money to spend and all their bills are paid. And then when you want to do something that you love, when you make money doing something that you love, you're greedy. You're greedy. It's because he's just projecting. And it's funny because Danny Jones wasn't greedy for 2 years when Danny Jones used to promote him. And Danny Jones would have fucking 10 ads rolled in his videos on top of being on Patreon and monetized. Junius is on tour, selling tickets to their concerts. Why isn't that greedy? They're making money doing what they love. But when someone else has a YouTube channel and they monetize it, and that means they're greedy. And it's nothing to do with greed. It's just that they just hate me. And another thing is that people think I'm starting all this. This is me going after Amin. No, I actually promoted Amin and stayed out of whenever Kip and Stephen were all attacking him. I stayed away from it and defended him. And then out of nowhere, he called me the brothel. And even after that, I backed off him a little bit. Said, oh, whatever. It's just Amin fucking doing shit. And he kept doing it. And then all of a sudden I started noticing his fans were following along, especially that Cruz guy would be tagging me on Facebook and shit, calling me a greedy brothel. I don't even know who the fuck you are. I did nothing to you. And you just are sitting here obsessively talking about me, making songs about me. And you all have videos, whether it's LH, whether it's Maddie, whether it's Amin, who you name it. The Cruz guy, the fucking stupid song that he made. They all are making videos about me, shorts, videos, posts about me all day for years. And then when I talk back about them, I'm a bully. He's a bully. He's a bully. He's talking about us. Go flag his video. He's a bully. The fucking hypocrisy for you fucking scumbags is disgusting. Anyways, let's go back to this video. Thank you for the 600 joules, whatever that is.
The Myth Vision group, right? That we were really just slaughtering their people publicly.
You're running from us, dude. What do you mean publicly? You're running from me, dude.
Really just slaughtering their people publicly. They reacted very negatively to this. Abram Toiperate, right? That's Abraham.
I wonder why people react to things you say. Is it because you might maybe be lying to people and we care about the truth? I wonder why, Amin.
Am the pirate. That word pirate there is the word that they translate as Hebrew. Ibraios, the word Ibraios is from the word pirate.
No, it's not.
If you look up Hesychius, you find Perates is Pirates, right? And no, give me, people, if you don't believe me, I know you'd never.
Discovering ancient history,
God.
5,146 drop.
People, I just said something. What did I just say?
About Hillman years ago.
Yep. I know. Yeah. Yes, Pat in the chat. I appreciate you bringing this to the forefront so it can be on the record. I was arguing against people defending Amin. Here's Pat called me 2 years ago saying, dude, that guy is full of shit. What the fuck? Why do you blah, 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 blah. And I was like, come on, dude. He's not that bad. And we had an argument about it. So I don't want to hear shit about me being the one that started all this when all I did was defend him. And I regret it now. I so badly regret it now. I regret ever answering his email. And that's another thing. I never even reached out to Amin to come on my channel. He emailed me and said, I watch your channel. I love it. You have all these scholars on. They're wrong. You should have me on. I know that you're really, I can tell you know what you're saying though. I can tell you're on the right track. I just got to teach you Greek. That's what he said. I have the emails. I'm not going to show, I could show them. Maybe I will one day. Maybe I should just fucking show it, dude. People are not gonna trust me that I just show emails, but it's it's Amin, dude. I think people can understand why I would show something like this. Where is it? I don't know what I did with it. There's a lot of emails in here. Where is it? Here we go. So these emails go back to 2023, it seems like. And let me see. Is that really the oldest one? I think there's got to be one before that. That's not it. I don't know. I got to find this one, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I have to go through these emails and try to find which one it was. But the point I'm trying to make is he reached out to me in the beginning. I didn't reach out to him. It's weird that I can't find it though. Oh wait, there's more. That's why I have to keep clicking go to next one. Okay, there's way more. Damn, we had a lot of emails and go back and forth. Jesus. So here's 2022. All right, 2022. Let's keep going. Thank you for allowing me. He said he thanked me for letting me on. Thank you for allowing me to lunch at your salon. It felt like France. This is unread. This is an unread email that I got from Amin that I never even read. Literally, it's unread. I just read it, just opened it just now from 2022. Thank you for allowing me to lunch at your salon. It felt like France and the flowers of evil. Sometime we should do vampire girls like the Sybil. I've got Dracula's Latin source, amazing Orphic hymns, same right, mystery of iniquity. You'd love it. What is this? Can you remind me of the name of the Apostates podcast? What? What is he talking about? Is he talking about that girl Apostate Anne? That'd be creepy. Look at this right here, though. Look at this. A few years ago, I was investigated by the Catholic Church while teaching at St. Mary's University on the grounds of demon possession and portal opening. He's just lying to me right here. The bishop of the inquiry found me innocent on both charges. It never happened, dude. The student who reported me for flying through the walls and doing incubus went nuts. I lost my job, brought a slander suit. In disposition, the church's lawyers grilled me for 7 hours about Satanism, magic. This never happened. I was asked if I was the god Pan. This guy's delusional, dude. This guy's delusional. Holy shit, this is bad. Oh, this is it. This is the first one. Is this the first one? Wait, that's the second one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the first email I got from Amin Hillman. For the world to see. Here we go. Watch this. Eternal Life and Medea's Drugs on April 420. He emailed me on 420, 2022 at 10:41 a.m. So you're getting an exclusive Amin Hillman lore right here. He said, Neil, I am Dr. D.C. Amin Hillman, author of The Chemical Muse, St. Martin's 2008. I had the honor of working in the field with ancient pharmacy of John Scarborough, one of the translators of the Greek magical papyrus. That's actually true. I also worked with Emmett Bennett, the cryptographer and classicist who cracked Linear B, our oldest Greek. Dr. Ruck shared the link to your interview. Would you? Oh, so that's how he found me, because I've had Ruck on multiple times. Would you be abruptly surprised to find out that there is no ancient concept of eternal life expressed in Greek? That's not true. It's not true at all. The word ion can mean cyclical time, and then it also can mean eternal if it's phrased in the right way. So he just lies right there. Not in pagan. This is so crazy looking back at this. Not in pagan mystery and not in Christian mystery. Not even in the Gnostic Ophites with their semen rites go there. There's no Greek word for eternal. The expression used by Jesus and the Mithraists and the Medes under the Queen Medea or the Etruscan Metaia is ionic life. Ion is outside of temporal or chronic dimension. Thanks to Pythagoras in his cave of nymphs, John Liddis preserves the Etruscan side of the mystery. So he's just fucking. This is called gish galloping. He's just fucking all over the place. Christ is a form of a Greek verb that means to be struck by the gadfly. It's used in that one. It's used by one author as Aeschylus one time. He just says this. The Christos is Orphic, and that's why Jesus was arrested in a public park with a naked boy. And it's late Bronze Age, a satanic mystery. You can trace it through pharmacology. Dr. Rock didn't mention it, but you'd probably be incredibly interested in oystros and oystromania. Thank you for the email. That's very interesting information. Would you be interested? So I legitimately was like, I'll tell you exactly what I thought when I read this. What the fuck is this guy talking about? I looked up his name and I found out he actually did have a PhD. And I was like, all right, that's interesting information. I'll have you on. And that's it. That's how we met. That's how he came on my channel. I didn't know who he was. I didn't seek him out. He actually seeked me out. And that's how this all started. So just want people to know that for the record. And all right, so back to the pirate shit. Let's go back to the pirate shit.
Word Hebrew means trafficker, human trafficker.
The word Hebrew human
trafficker, part of an
it's right there. These people are nuts, dude. It means trafficker. This is the same guy who thinks that the beast in Revelation is the Theriac because it's the same, because Theriac has the same root word. They don't care about context. They don't care about the truth. They just want things to be the way they want things.
Organized trafficking culture. Hebrew means an organized trafficker of humans. That is what. Now you're going to say, no, it doesn't mean that. He's twisting. Okay.
Yeah, you are.
If you don't believe me, the
Okay.
Satanic Congregation, I always bring something good. Notice we're all Amish tonight, right? Look.
Why is he obsessed with little kids getting diddled by older men? Why are they obsessed with that?
People, show them.
I mean, doesn't that disturb you after a while? You see this all the time on the screen.
Show 'em. Who is this?
I mean, what when they're planning their videos, it's a trafficking culture. When they're planning their videos, I have to wonder, like, are you like going on chat? Are you going up to AI and typing in like, give me a little boy with a man? Like, how is that a creative process? Where's the muse involved in this? This is fucking dark and nasty.
Who is this? Well, first of all, let me translate it for you. We're going to end it between the dashes. Perates garho epibraios hermeneutai.
All right. So you can see right there. So gar ho hebraios hermeneutai. And what he's saying is gar means for the Hebrew is in hermeneutic. It's where you get the word hermeneutics from. Hermeneutai is translated as, and then he says,
the pirates, that trafficker, right?
So he's talking about this word right here, pirates. So all right. Well, I'll stick with him. We'll stick between the two lines. This line here, this line here. Pirates for Hebrew is translated as. What does he mean by that? Why? This is another thing Alman does. You notice how he's got it all blocked off, where you can't see the author. And he also does this thing where you think what a good teacher would do is, if he's going to translate it, fine, make your own translation, cool, do it. You're a classicist, you can do that. But you should at least give your students what is the standard translation, the scholarly consensus, the Loeb translation or something, so they can see, here's what the scholarly consensus on this translation is, A. And then he can say, here's my translation, B. And that way the students can see where you made a big change and where you're differing from them. Where is the disagreement? He never does that. You want to know why? Because if he did that every single time, you would notice how fucking much he's lying to you. You would notice, wait a minute, what he just said is way different than what this person said. And then you would get the next logical question would be, which one is lying? Is Amen lying, or is all of academia lying for the last 300 years? And then you would start asking more questions, and eventually you'd find out Amen's lying. But he doesn't do that because he's very dishonest and manipulative. So he blanks off. He just gives you a little bit of Greek on the screen, and then he translates it for you.
Is what Hebrew means. Now, I didn't say it. That text said it. That's where I got it from.
It's not what it says. All right, let's go to the text. Let's go to the text. So you can see right here. What just happened? Why did it skip like that? All right. All right, so you can see right here. Here's it's from Philo of Alexandria. I don't know why he blocked that off for you not to see it. Maybe because he doesn't want you to look it up. And if you notice what it says here, Perates gar ho Hebraios ermaneuetai. And he's saying when you translate this word Hebrew, it translates into, it doesn't say trafficker or pirate. He just made that part up. It's peretes means wanderer, literally, or literally emigrant, or someone, a nomad. And this is well known. If you read the fucking Bible, they're fucking nomads in the desert. They're the Hebrews. That's what they're known as. Now, where does he get the idea that it's pirate? Because there is something there, like most Ammonite theories. There is something. Actually, I don't know why I stopped sharing my screen. There is usually something to be said. He's usually getting it from somewhere. And that's because if you actually look at the Proto-Indo-Europe, if you look at the root of this word and you go back far enough, you get to the word pair. This is the reconstructed Proto-Indo-European root word based off of, Sanskrit, Germanic, Italian, Greek, all the, whatever, all the languages, Scythian, all the Indo-European languages that have a cognate, and the based on the rules of Indo-European reconstruction, you end up with pair. And what happened is, if you take all the inscriptions and sources and all the evidence that we have of the cognates of this word being used over time, you get like Peru and over here, and then you get two different branches from this word. And on one branch of this word, you could find this word pera or perdia being used for trial or attempt or experience. And then you have paira in Greek, trial, experience, or test, which also is the root of pairao, try, test, attempt, right? Which is the root for perates. And notice where the accent is, perates, which means pirate. So you do have pirate. And notice how it's got the epsilon iota. Now, on the other side, you have a different word that's being used from the same root. And this word that's from going through, crossing, or beyond is also used for crossing, which is later the root word for peros, end or boundary, which is also on this other word here, boundary, rope, end, and ionic. And we can find evidence of this usage. And it always has the epsilon with the iota with the subscript, right? Now this word becomes the root for passing through perao. And notice how there's no, and this root right here, there's no iota. See the purple epsilon? It's just an epsilon by itself. And when they have that epsilon by itself, you know it's used for just wanderer. So what Alman's doing is he's taking a legitimate connection between the word pirate and wanderer. A legitimate connection there is. They both go back to a common root, but they're not even spelled the same in Greek, in classical Greek or Hellenistic Greek. Wanderer is spelled with one epsilon. Pirate is spelled with an epsilon iota, perates, instead of perates, instead of perates, sorry, perates. Now, if we keep going, you can see, and if people want to know where I got this from, I got these from right here. From these, we got these wiki links right here where it breaks it all down. So you have perates right here, and you have perates right here, which is wanderer. Perates is wanderer. So look at this. And now check this out. Check this out, right? Perates, derived from perao, is wanderer. Perates, derived from perao. Notice how it's got the diphthong, pe. And this one doesn't have the diphthong. It's just pe. They're different words, dude. It's not the same word. Now let's go back to Philo. What do we see here? Only an epsilon. No iota. He's literally saying Hebrews are wanderers. Do you really think Philo, who's a Jew, would just start talking about, yeah, we're just a bunch of traffickers, dude? Philo's literally Jewish, dude. And that's probably why he didn't show his name on the screen when he was lying to people. Now, another claim he makes is about Hesychius. I guess we can play that now.
Right? Blame them if you want to swat somebody, and if you want to try to hurt somebody, and if you want to make up stuff that is so easily disprovable instantly.
Look, I just
any real investigators are going to look at it.
Like I just did to you right now. It's so easily fucking provable, disprovable. What you just said is such bullshit. All you do is just lie to people
and say, uh-oh. Right? That's a lot. It's a lot of time and energy to stop something that's unstoppable. Because look at the text. Throw up the text one more time. People who wrote this, that Hebrew is that trafficker of human souls.
That's not what it says.
Who is that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Philo Judaeus talking about his own history.
Philo's going to just randomly just start talking about his own people as human traffickers. And what gets me the most about this, here's what gets me the most about this. LSJ, they love LSJ, right? Look what LSJ says. We look up perates, right? Wanderer, immigrant. That's it. There's no trafficker in here. There's no pirate in here. So now when they don't like LSJ, they don't use it. When LSJ has words in here that they like, they flash it on the screen and they say, look, it agrees with me. Look at right here. Paratikos, coming from abroad. Foreign. That's all it means. It's a nomad. You know what? Since we're on here, let me see if I can get the other word here. The pirate word. Watch this.
brigand. So pe with an epsilon iota, and you just got to be like drooling in the corner to not see what's going on here. When you add an epsilon to the word, it's a different word now. It's not the same word anymore. Now when an author of ancient antiquity puts an iota in there, he's telling you it's a brigand, it's a pirate. And he's right, it does go back to the same root of Indo-European language. And as you have to see, there's lay stays right there. Huh. It says Amen. Ammonius. That's funny. Ammonius uses it. Pirates. You see, look, he talks to the lay stays. Pirates. But notice the spelling. Notice the spelling. Iota. I'm sorry. Epsilon iota. Pay. Pay. Not pe. Pay. It's a different word. Now, I just realized you can't see my screen. I fucking hate when LSJ does that. When you click on something and it brings you to another fucking window. Here. This is what I was looking at. Ammonius uses this word. Pay. Not pe. Pay. It's got an iota in there. It's a different word.
At Cross Bible Official dropped $5 super chat. When you click the links at the bottom of slide 309, you can click on the hyperlinks.
Yeah, it's like
them.
glitching or something, dude. I was trying to. It's like glitching out on me on my screen. I guess I guess I got it. Here, I got one right here. I just gotta copy and paste them for some reason. I don't know why. I just want to show you guys that this is well established. So what he means by that is this. Pirates means to attack, right? Or pirates, right? Pay. This is where you get pirate from. Pay. I mean, we even say it in our language in English. Pirate, not parrot, not parrot. Pirate. We even have that. You can hear the I in there. Pirate. All we have in our language is the I. We don't even have the E anymore. So you can tell it comes from that root. You can tell it's so obvious where this word comes from in our language. Now, that's the pirate word. Look at there's a whole nother entry for perates, which means to cross over, to go beyond, which is a wanderer. Biblical. One who crossed over from land to land. So he's just fucking lying to you guys. And look at right here. Look at this. In biblical and philosophical Greek, it is used to interpret Hebrew. A Hebrew is one who crossed over, or a wanderer, or a nomad. Right? Now, there's another. I wanted to bring this up, actually. No, I'm going to go back to you. I didn't miss you, Pan. I was going to go back to you. I saw it. Before you even say that. Yeah, that's weird. Your first chat didn't speak out either. But I didn't know. I was gonna go back to. There's a couple of super chats that I didn't see yet. I'm gonna go back to them. Like this one right here. This is a case for the Sam Tripoli USA think tank. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. No, I didn't forget you. I'll come back to you in a second. Hillman makes their desire to find drugs in antiquity to distort their reality. Yeah, exactly. And I will go back. I knew you had one. I'm coming back to it. I also wanted to show one more thing about the word Hebrew. Because there is a case to be made of these groups called the Apiru or Habiru, right? And it goes back to ancient Akkadian. And there are some scholars who think that the word Hebrew might be related to this. And that would be that's actually making an argument that it's not Indo-European anymore. So this would be a totally separate argument from what I just laid out. But some people have suggested that due to the linguistic similarity between Apiru and Hebrew,
early scholars equated them with Israelites. However, and this is from Lester Graby, I believe. Yes, Lester Graby, Stephen Rainey, 2008. However, most contemporary scholars now regard the connection as indirect. So there's somewhat of a connection there, but it's not direct, suggesting that while some early Israelites may have originated from this group, they likely adopted the linguistic label in the process. So there's that. So there isn't a case to be made about the Hebrew coming from this. Either way, the reason why I even brought this up, because these are still wanderers. They're not traffickers, they're wanderers. They're meant. This is all the sources that mention these people. There's a lot of sources. These are inscriptions inscribed on clay tablets, very old. Armana letters, for example, cuneiform, and they're literally mentioned up here. In, I mean, this would be, back then it would be the Arzawa, which is the pre-Ionians, I think, Proto-Ionians. Then you got the Hittites, Mitanni, Assyrians, Egyptians, and then a whole bunch of them in this region, which is very interesting, which is why I think a lot of people make that connection. Okay. I think I made the case. I think there's one more thing he says about this that I should play real quick.
Because you see, they recognized it then. It wasn't until the rabbis who were looking at Talmudic raping of, I did it again. God damn it. In the Talmud, people, it talks about sexual assault of children, why it's not wrong. Until that group came along, people like Philo Judaeus understood what Hebrew was. Right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Amin. Based on what Amin just said, he's such a dirty little liar. Based on what Amin just said, let's check this out. Ready? Based on what we just learned right here. Philo. Now, after what I just showed you a clear difference in the LSJ entry, in the wiki entry, right? I showed you. And I showed you how in Indo-European, the two words are from the same root and they go in different directions, right? And we actually have a lot of examples of that in English. I'm trying to think if I can think of any right now. I'll think of it in a second. But look at this. You see an iota there? Iota there? No. So if Philo wanted to say Hebrew means pirate, he would just say this. Boom. He would say pirates. Right there. And obviously the this would get moved, it'd be pirates. But he doesn't do that. He spells it like this. So why would you ever assume he meant A when he spells it as B? You assume B, especially given the context in the fucking Bible. They're all wandering. Abraham's wandering. Moses is wandering. Joseph's wandering. They're all fucking wandering all the time. So why would you assume this is about pirates? Where's the Abraham pirate scene where he steals a bunch of shit from somebody? Where's that scene in the Bible? It literally is they're just wanderers. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, this word right here is used so often in ancient Greek. I showed you. So I already showed you the usage from Ammonius, but why don't we actually go to some actual usages from wanderer, where Ammon, according to Ammon's logic. So right here you have the LSJ, and I think this is that from Philo? Yeah, it is Philo, and then you have Philo listed. Where these are so this is the usages of this word, and it means wanderer. And look at perao, right? There's Proclus uses it. Proclus uses it too. Let's see how Proclus uses it. Oh, it's not letting me see the whole thing. 250. That's weird. No, hold on. Let's go to Perao. Watch this. Perao. Look at all these usages that Philo's getting this word from, or the Septuagint or whatever. Penetrate, pierce, pass through, right? Pass through a space, to traverse. So look at Odyssey. Let's check out the Odyssey. Here it is right here. Ready for this? Hold on. Let me just get this. 1 second. Where is it? Okay. Here's the Odyssey. Right here. So it even I love how this website does this. It even gives you this passage in yellow. And you can see it says, hey seen Agalomenoi, Pauline, and there it is right there. Perosi, right? Perosi. And there's that word right here we just read, to cross over, to navigate, something like that. And then here's this word right here, the sea, thalason. So he's literally, so the translation would be they cross the Red Sea. Right here. Hayseed, which I guess this means like glorify or something, to glorify. And it basically says, and they rejoice. Homer is, this isn't the Red Sea, my bad. This is Homer. The Gray Sea. I'm sorry. The Gray Sea. So Polyein means gray. Gray. And then you have Perosi, which is the root word right here that we're looking for. They crossed over. They navigated. They wandered. It's literally wandering Odysseus. You could not get a better example. You literally have wandering Odysseus, and they're using this word for him wandering over the sea. I just pulled this up. I didn't even have this ready. I just pulled this up and just translated this just now. So, my apologies. I'm being a little rusty on the. But yeah, and they rejoiced. It basically says, and they rejoiced when they crossed, or when they when they went through the Red Sea. I'm sorry, Gray Sea. Gray Sea. This means gray. I don't know why I keep saying red, but you get my point, right? There's that word right there. Pair. Right there. Not pay, pair. So he's just lying to people, dude. He just lies all the time. Here we go. Let's play this clip.
Give me another one. Everybody's gonna, people watch. If you're watching now, everybody from Neil is going to complain. Everybody.
Because why does he know that? Why do you think Amin knows this? Because when you just lie, just straight up lie, that's like so easy for anyone to detect it. Of course, we're gonna call you out. Do you honestly think that in the world that I exist in, that people can just make shit up and I don't call them out? I don't care if you're Dan McClellan. I don't care if you're Amin Hillman. I don't care if you're Bart Ehrman. I don't care if you're Ralph Ellis. I don't care. There's almost so many people I've fucking attacked online that I think are liars. Jay Anderson, fucking whatever, dandy dunking fucking nonsense. Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson. Do you think it's just Amon Hillman that I'm sitting here worried about? No. I call out people who lie all the time. This is just what I do. This is why people follow me. This is why people join my Patreon. They like to see that I do this. This is just what I do. And you're lying. So when he says, watch, they're going to get mad about this. No shit. You're lying to people. And I'm calling you out for it. I just brought the receipts too.
If the algorithm finds anything, that's the way they want to play, right? That's the way they want to play, right? Did anybody tell anyone that he ripped off Skyrim for its music? Right?
It's called video game music. That's why I use it. Video game music is in public domain. Otherwise, all of the gamers who play games all day would be getting fucking copyrights. Duh. That's why it's always Skyrim, Witcher music. It's fucking public domain, dude. Oh my God. People are so dumb, dude. So dumb. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Hello. Love your work. Amin is running away. Yeah. We already saw this one. Yeah. That is pretty nuts. That is pretty nuts, dude. And he is running away. He's scared because he knows. You see what I just did right there? He made a claim about pirates and parrot tests. He totally lied about it. And I just showed you the receipts. I just showed you the evidence. I just brought you. And if you're an Amin, I literally just grabbed you by your neck and put your face in it just now. And you'll have no response ever. He'll never talk about it. He'll just keep lying about it. He'll have no response to what I just said, ever. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. He'll never address it. That's why he'll never address his Stevens video. 4 hours of just getting destroyed. Thank you for the super chat. Cults, thank you, Bach and Pan. Cults use dog whistles to call them to the master. Authority is committed to the word of the master. One puts on the mind and behavior of the master. That's exactly what I noticed. Over my entire lifetime, I've been to different churches, been to Pentecostal church, I've been to Baptist church, been to evangelical church, I've been to the Catholic church. And I've noticed the way they all operate is exactly the same, even if they believe in wildly different shit. The Ammonites are just another church. And by the way, they'll when you need money, you'll get it. They take care of their people. That's how cults are. They'll help you out when you're in need. And then that's how they get you to be like soldiers. That's how they get you to be like your mind is in it now. Like these people, I was short on my rent, and the whole church came through and gave me $300, and I had enough for my rent, and now I'm so grateful. And then that's it. Now they got you. Now you're gonna think like them. You're gonna act like them. You're gonna fucking die for them. And that's not a healthy relationship, because they helped you out with this. Now you owe them this. That's not good. It's not. You don't want to be in a relationship like that. These people are ill. Typhonic consciousness. Yeah. It is. It is typhonic. It absolutely is. Because Typhon drains the life out of he sucks all the moisture into like the desert. That's what it is. It's typhonic. It sucks the souls out of you. It does. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you, Lord Kington, for the $10. Appreciate you. This is a case for the Sam Tripoli USA think tank. Yes, it is. And most of them probably don't give a shit about this, though. But I'll do my part. I'll do my part. Keep them posted. They're all just probably creeped out by this guy. It's pretty much. I don't think they really care about Amin, though. The guy's fucking weird. Thank you for the super chat. Erica Kirk forgives him, so do I. Is that what you meant by that? I didn't know what you meant by that. You're saying like, I forgot what you meant by that. I forgot where that came up. Thank you for that. Crollo Vindex, thank you for the 2. The Discord link. Oh yeah, I gotta get. Does somebody want to have any extra time in their hands, and they want to organize my Discord for me, and I'll give you all the mods, control, and all that stuff. I just don't have the time to do it. So I make links and they disappear, and then I don't, and I just forget about it. So if somebody wants to do that, reach out to me on social media or email. And I would love for that. I would love for anyone to please do that. Almond upgraded his tour. Yep, I already read this one. Already read that one. Already read that one. Already read that one. Already read this one. Thank you for that. Hail Apollo. Thank you for that. I DM'd you David's message to Marcel from 2025. Let's get to that. This is from 2025. Wait. Is this in a Google Drive? Okay. Oh yeah, this is so this is from February of 2025. So this must have been shortly after he blew up on Danny Jones and David was interested. And here it is. Nice to meet you, Marcel. I'm David. My long-term intention is to develop a relationship with Amin. But as you know, he's hard to get a hold of. I have a gift for him, the purple. That's how he got in. And then the rest was history. He was welcomed with open arms, and that's how he got in there. Interesting. Thank you for that. Thank you, Marcel, for showing us that. Spill the tea. Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for that super chat. So Giorgiani is a bad actor? No, I wouldn't say that. Giorgiani just knows the guy. Like, yo, we all know people who do fucked up shit. And look, this is all allegedly so far. I'm inclined to believe it pretty quickly because of the situation and because of the evidence that I've seen. I'm inclined to believe, but who knows the details? I don't know. But either way, even if it's the worst possible scenario is true, what does Giorgiani have to do with this? Like, what does he have to do? You know what I'm saying? Nothing. There's nothing he has to do. He was not there. He's not telling this guy what to do. This guy's, and by the way, you can go to this guy's Twitter, which is blocked now. He's not talking about Giorgiani every day. He's talking about Amin every day. He's obsessed with, he's fixated on Amin, not Giorgiani. Even though that book thing is true, he's not fixated on Giorgiani. He's fixated on Amin Hillman and purple and mystery and death and rebirth and fucking sex and all that shit. So it's not Giorgiani. Yeah, I already got that one. So Hillman, yeah, I already got this one too. So here's another one. Thanks again for your hard work. Also, have you checked out American Esoteric's book yet? I saw that he's got a book out. Let me show that channel. This is one of my fucking favorite channels, dude. I really should promote him more. This guy, man, American Esoteric is awesome. Great. This is such an amazing channel. You got to watch him. You guys got to watch him, dude. Here we go. American Esoteric. He's only got 30K, man. He needs to be way higher. Seriously, this guy's awesome. This guy makes really good videos. He's all about the primary sources. Look, Apuleius, Plutarch, Shinto. He's all over the place too, not just, all different topics. I guess I should play a clip of one of his videos just to show you how good he is. But yeah, I saw that he had a book out. I think he promotes it in here, right? Is this it right here? Is this it right here? After 12 years of continuous research, after many forays, culmination of last three. Yeah, this is it. The Universalist. So this is his book. And yeah, this is his book. Hold on. The Universalist. I haven't read it yet, but I'm definitely going to get this and read it because I like this guy's work a lot. I really do. Yeah. I'll have to give that a like. And I'm glad he brought this to my attention. I'm glad I got to show a couple hundred people that are watching this that this is a thing that they should check out. Also appreciate the 20 as well, man. Really do. Thank you for that. It really helps me, the channel. Let's play a clip of his video since you dropped a 20. I mean, you're promoting, you want people eyes on this guy. I agree with you. Let's go with the latest one right here, Plutarch.
Small town of Chaeronea in Boeotia. Boeotia had been under Roman rule for 200 years by this time, and Rome was now in the period of Pax Romana, roughly 2 centuries distinguished as the golden age of Roman imperialism and territorial expanse, when the empire persisted in comparative peace, beginning with the ascent of Augustus in 27 BC to the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180. In this way, Plutarch, who spent most of his life around his native land, could live without the frightful prospect of a foreign or neighboring army flooding over the hills anytime soon, which had not been the case in previous centuries. We find Plutarch in Athens around 66 CE during the reign of Nero, where he was studying under an Egyptian Platonist philosopher named Ammonius, the then head of a Platonic academy in Athens. From what little we can infer about this teacher through Plutarch's writings, Ammonius dealt with subjects like providence, theology, and divine justice in a manner that would have affected Plutarch's early
6,868 dropped $10 super chat. Yes, the Universalist is it. I enjoyed his introduction thoroughly. Can't wait to finish it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this guy's book, man. And actually, just so you guys know, I am still writing my book. It's not easy to write a book. I thought I'd be able to bang it out, and I have a lot. I sat down for a whole week and wrote, and I got up to like, I don't know, 100,000 words, I think it was. And I noticed I'm repeating myself a lot, and maybe I need to kind of go through and kind of clean things up and make it more readable than it is. It's more of a rough. It's in rough condition. So I'm working on it, and it's going to come together. And I think I'm contributing something that's not been contributed yet, in my opinion, as far as like early Christianity, the development of certain ideas. But this guy right here is probably going to be better than me. Like, this guy is awesome. Like, this guy, I recommend this guy fully. Let's keep watching this.
exposure to Platonism. Plutarch lived in Athens long enough to become an Athenian citizen, and probably due to his wealthy parentage, was able to travel to Alexandria and to Rome. From what can be known, Plutarch was a lifelong Platonist, and even referred to himself as an academic, in the sense that he belonged in some capacity to a Platonic academy. He references Plato considerably across his prolific works, and argues against the Stoics and Epicureans who were critical of Plato.
I really like how he has like old footage, old like 1970s, 80s footage of Greece, and it's got that like the way it looks. He's got a good style. I really like it.
Plato. He likewise had a deep knowledge of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, as demonstrated in his biography of the Roman king Numa, where he compares Pythagoras and Numa in many respects, despite the chronological impossibility that the two men ever met. Plutarch lived for most of his life in Chaeronea, and served as a priest of Apollo at Delphi, the ancient and famous temple site of Apollo and the seat of the Pythian oracle. Plutarch served in this role for at least 20 years, as we know by his admission, being one of only 2 male priests appointed to oversee the sanctuary. In this office, Plutarch led processions. And
that was one of my favorite places in Greece, was Delphi. Looking at those old Doric columns like that, and I was just like, wow. That Delphi was like breathtaking just to see. And then you could see like the one that they have like the temple, and they have the reconstructed tripod with the serpent that rolls around it that was there. They had the stone that fell from heaven, the black stone that was there. They had like a reconstructed version of that. And then they had the treasury, which was the treasury looked the best. It looked in the best condition. Like, it was still like the whole building pretty much was there, but it was just like Oh man, I'm sitting in this place, Delphi, that goes all the way back to the Bronze Age, and one of the most famous locations in the classical period, Hellenistic period, Roman period. And I'm just sitting here, just like so many famous people from ancient antiquity came here to receive an oracle. And I just remember just being like blown away by myself being able to visit the same place that all these famous people visited. It was awesome.
And dances, was an eyewitness to the Delphic ritual, and had an intimate understanding of the oracles of his time. At this point, however, the oracle had been in decline compared to its place in the classical Greek memory.
Really appreciate that. Watching me for 3 years. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. That's awesome.
There was a herm of Plutarch found at Delphi, probably erected after his death, which was put up by, quote, Delphians and Cananeans, according to the inscription. And during Plutarch's life, there was a statue of Emperor Hadrian erected through the direction of Plutarch, confirmed by the inscription placed at the base. 3 of his dialogues, known as the Pythian dialogues, take place at Delphi, and many of his essays relate to Delphi in various ways. Plutarch would have been a leading figure here and present to answer questions and offer advice to pilgrims, travelers, and formal inquirers. Mentions of his personal activities around Delphi are somewhat rare, as he did not need to flaunt this plain fact or shy away from it. One example of his activities here is found in On Isis and Osiris, where Plutarch writes, quote, "We exhort anyone who comes down to the oracle here to think holy thoughts and to speak words of good omen. But the mass of mankind act ridiculously because they proclaim the use of words of good omen in their processions and festivals, but they both say and think the most unhallowed thoughts about the very gods." This revealing passage demonstrates Plutarch's personal reverence and alludes to the somewhat shabby state of things in his day compared, as it were, to that former time where the oracles were being given more frequently and were apparently more important in political affairs. As Ammonius, being a character in Plutarch's dialogue, relating to the decline of the Delphic oracle, says, quote, "For great was the ancient repute of the divine influence there, but at the present time it seems to be somewhat evanescent."
6,868 drop.
Plutarch was a literary genius.
I feel obligated to mention another goat, modern hermeticist. Last shout out, I promise, lol.
No, you're good,
Hail
man.
Apollo.
You can do as many as you want. You can do as many as you want. Hell, Apollo, dude. Hell yeah. Apollo is the greatest. Yes, Modern Hermetics is one of my top channels too. Modern, definitely, definitely one of the best out there. You can see I'm already subscribed. You should too. This is, if people watching this, this is another big heavy hitter out there who's on there. See, I was just watching this video right here. Let's check it out.
Find your fun again. Carnival is calling.
The difference between a good day and a great night? About 30 degrees. The Climate Collection.
The Saturn who, along with it, our story goes back to the foundations of the earth, to a time even before the gods drank nectar and ate ambrosia on the luminous peaks of windswept Olympus. It begins in the age when the Titan Kronos, or Saturn, ruled the world. This is the Saturn who came to rule by castrating his father, Heaven, who had pressed himself down upon his mother Earth and would not let her go until he was cut off at the point of union with an adamantine sickle. The Saturn who, along with his wife Ops, or Rhea, represented a second generation of union between heaven and earth, one, again, plagued by tyranny. The Saturn who ate his children, the Olympian gods, and vomited them up after being tricked into devouring a stone instead of the infant Zeus, the stone which would become the navel of the world. The Saturn who was deposed by the might of Zeus and cast far off into exile, either to the islands of the blessed or to some far-off land. In Hesiod's Theogony, in the myth of divine succession.
There's a version of that where he gets cast down to Latium, which is like pre-Rome region, like Italy, and I forgot the exact how it goes, but he ends up. It basically ends up being like the founding myth for Saturnalia, I think, where during the week of Saturnalia is the time where the Hades, because then he ends up ruling the underworld, or a section of the underworld. One of the sections of the underworld is ruled by Kronos, where Hades is ruling the whole entire place. But one of the sections is given off to Kronos, or Saturn in this version. This is a Latin version, I believe. And then he, during that time when the Hades and Earth are closest together, is the week of Saturnalia. Something along those lines. I probably butchered it, but it's something like that.
He is the all-devouring father, the tyrant, whose overthrow makes the Olympian order possible. In Hesiod's myth of the ages of mankind, however, his reign is remembered as a golden age. In his Works and Days, the poet tells us how this time when Kronos was king in heaven was a blessed time for man. This was the golden age of Saturn. And this was an age before man was refined by the arts, by the gifts of the 9 muses, and the whole apparatus of civilization. Humans lived in a rustic but Edenic state, without toil, without grief, without miserable old age or agricultural struggle. This is why Orpheus, in his hymn to Saturn, called him Prince of Generation. In his days, the grain-giving earth bore fruit of herself, abundant and unstinting, and death came gently, as if overcome by sleep. But with the passing of power from the order of Saturn to the order of Jupiter, this ancient golden race disappeared, and Hesiod says they became benevolent daimones, the divine guardians of mortal human beings in subsequent ages, including our own age, the Iron Age, when even babies are born with gray hair. So, from the beginning of time, Saturn is ambiguous, and this aspect of his character carry forward among future generations.
Yeah.
In his aspect as a scholar.
Yeah, that's another thing is like, what's the matter? So Kronos is like, it's what one of the things by the way, the book's actually sitting right here. I was reading this, the Orientalization of Greek Culture Revolution by Walter Burkett. And the idea of like the succession myths that you find, where it's heaven or Uranos, followed by Kronos or Saturn in Latin, and then Jupiter is Zeus. That seems to be also present in Near Eastern mythologies, where you have Anu, who is succeeded by what's it called? Enki or Enlil, I'm sorry, Enlil. And then you have like, I think it's Marduk after that. And so forth. And then they have a succession. So there's like a whole succession myth, and scholars don't really know where it came from because it's so ancient. Like, was it an Indo-European influence on the Near East, or is it a Near Eastern influence on Indo-Europeans? And so I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but Uranos, that word Uranos is a weird word because, like, where did it come from? Wiki. Let's see if I can find it actually. Word. right here. This word right here. Near East was for Eskimo still says. Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. And I think it has to do with this, with Uranus, where some people suggest that Anu is there's a piece of Anu in there or something like that. Uranos or something like that. And because look at this word right here, Uraeo, is that there's your Indo-European root that explains the beginning of the word. Where do you get this from? This new, right?
At Chris Wood 8152 dropped $5 super chat. Any idea what's going on with the Saturn black cube conspiracy theorists?
That's an interesting conspiracy theory, in my opinion. I like this one because it's weird that on the planet Saturn, you have, let me show you what I'm talking about. Saturn, black. It's more of a hexagon, though, than a black cube. But the cube can become a hexagon when you turn it, I think. That's what that's how it's argued. But you can see right here. Saturn black. Look, you can look at it has a hexagon on it. That's a real thing.
At Caladen 6868 dropped $10 super chat. Wait till he goes into the practice of trying balance out the Saturnian influences on yourself with not the opposite of Saturn, but a median like Jupiter or Apollo.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll get back to this in 1 second. Let me go back to this person. Yeah, is it what's up with this? It's fascinating. Because the black cube is pretty ubiquitous in ancient religions. And then you find out that the planet Saturn actually has this hexagon going on, this black storm that's perpetually in the state where it looks like a hexagon. It's pretty fascinating to think about that. I mean, you got to admit, this is just cool. It's just fucking sick. Like, it's just gnarly. I don't know what this is. I don't know. I never heard of the Australia one. But, yeah, there was this idea in the ancient world where, I know Pessinus in Turkey had one. Obviously, Mecca has one. There's a couple other locations, El Gabal, there's another one, where there's a black cube in the middle of the temple that's worshipped as the god, as a representation of the sun, which is interesting. It's always solar, but then I think this is where the conspiracy comes from. In Babylonian mythology, the planet Saturn was called the Black Sun. So that's like, wait a minute, the Black Sun is Saturn. This is in Babylonian mythology. This is 101 shit. The Saturn's called the Black Sun in Babylonian mythology, right? Here, I'll pull that up, actually. Saturn, Black Sun. Black Sun, where is it? The first that comes up is the Nazi thing. That's probably where they got it from, too, though, to be fair. That's probably where their scholars got that shit from. But where is it? I'm trying to find the reference to Saturn, because Marduk is Jupiter. It's Enlil, I think, is okay, here, let me just do this. Marduk is Jupiter, and Marduk is the son of Enki. Is Enki? Yeah, Kronos. Okay, so Enki. No, it's not Enki the god. I'm sorry. I'm messing this up. It's not Enki the god. It's just the planet Saturn in Mesopotamian mythology. So, Saturn in Mesopotamia. Here we go. I found it. Here we go.
At Backen_Pan_Danny has become initiated. Kronos is the first agricultural deity, cutting off the phallic members of heaven's seed and Gaia at its maturity. Kronos has the scythe which cuts down the crops. Amongst the first was cannabis. The Scythians are an example.
Nice. Yeah, Kronos is the first. You know what's interesting about that, Bakken? You have Uranos, which is also another word for sky. It can mean heaven, but it could also mean sky. You have the sky that gives birth to agriculture because it impregnates the earth. The sky gives rain, impregnates the earth, and gives birth to the sun, who's agriculture. And then Saturn, or Kronos, he gives birth to Zeus. And what is Zeus? He's another sky god. And then he rules the heavens. He's a heavenly sky god. And what does he do? He gives birth, once again, to Dionysus, who's another chthonic agricultural deity. So there's a cycle. Heaven, earth, and it just continues that way. But yeah, thank you for joining for 23 months. I appreciate you on that one. So, okay, I wanted to get to this. Wait, which one was it? This one, the black cube thing. Where is it? This one. So the planet in Mesopotamian mythology is called Kajmanu, and it's considered to be Saturn, and it's the star of Ninurta. So it's Ninurta. It's not it's confusing. I got to read more about this. But anyways, there's some references to being called the Black Sun. And I wonder if it's in this page at all. Zababa. Black Sun. No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to find that at a different time. But I can, yeah, it's there's like this idea that Saturn was called the Black Sun in Mesopotamian. Let me try to find it actually. The night sun. So I'll just share my screen and just show you what I'm looking at right now. I'm just doing this on the fly, so I apologize for that. I appreciate all the super chats, by the way.
At Kirsty Angel dropped $5 super chat. Neil, would you consider doing a Bible / astro astrology / mythology / history / literature fairy tales etc. parallels to a Soif live stream? Can you go live yet?
Oh, yes. Let's do that. I started another channel for A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, and my first video got 11,000 views, and it already passed the milestone for monetization in one video. So I really should be working on that more, and I will. I'm just one guy, but that would be fun to start working on that more. Thank you for that. I'm going to. I promise you. I promise you. By the end of this year, I'm going to be working on that. Promise you that. All right. Where was the black cube guy? So, Saturn as the son of the night, Shamash Shah Mushi. Cuneiform astrological text and commentary tablets from Babylonia, particularly dating to 715 and 612, explicitly equate the planet Saturn, Kajmanu, I just told you that. That's what it's known as. Kayamanu, meaning the steady, constant one, with Shamash, the god of the sun. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Saturn is called the sun? Yes. In Babylonian mythology, Saturn is called the sun. So because Saturn obviously appears at night, astronomical commentaries frequently clarify that when certain omens mention that the sun, blah, 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 in essence, Mesopotamian scholars consider Saturn as nocturnal counterpart of the diurnal sun or hidden night wandering solar. I would like to show you actual. I hate using ChatGPT because there's a chance it could be wrong. But if I want to ask, like, what sources mention this? You always got to check your ChatGPT every time it says something. So basically, Babylonian astrological omens, surviving omen collections such as those edited by R.C. Thompson, are analyzed in modern cuneiform studies like M.A. van der Sluges and Per James. Events involving Shamash can simultaneously with the moon at night. So yeah, there's a lot of references to a night sun, and it's Saturn. So look at this. Night omens were actually technically cryptography or shorthanded for the planet Saturn, and it's got the same cuneiform writing for Kajimanu. So people have figured out, well, Saturn is called the Black Sun. Now the point that I was trying to make there was, when you look at Saturn, the real planet Saturn, it's got a fucking black hexagon on it. And I just think that's an interesting little kind of coincidence, maybe. I don't know. I think that's I think that's where the conspiracy theory starts. That's my guess. Anyways, what's the next one? The next one is wait till he goes into practice of trying to balance out Saturnian influences on yourself, not with opposite of Saturn, but with a median like Jupiter or Apollo. That sounds crazy. Because I think the Saturnian, I don't know how the idea is that the Saturnian is like your. Hold on a second, there's another one coming.
At Vesper 8385 dropped $1.99 super chat. Check the wiki hymn to Enlil under discussion. Smiley face emoji.
What did you say? Check the wiki hymn to Enlil under discussion. Wiki hymn to Enlil. Okay. I'm glad you brought this up. So you guys already know this shit. Under discussion, the poetic form of the laudatory content of the hymn, similarities of the book of Psalms in the Bible, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, maketh lie down in green pastures. Line 84 mentions Enlil. If you look upon the shepherd favorably, if you elevate the one truly called in the land, then the foreign countries are in his hands, the foreign countries are at his feet. Even the most distant foreign countries submit to him. And Enlil is referred to as a shepherd. Wow, that's an interesting parallel. Damn, there's a lot in here. Wow. Heaven's edge cannot be comprehended. Damn. The shepherd motif originated in this myth and also found and described Jesus in the book of John. Joan Westenholz noted that the farmer image was even more popular than the shepherd in the earliest personal names, as might be expected in an agrarian society. Damn. Falkenstein and Jacobson consider the farmer refers to the king of Nippur. Reisman has suggested the farmer of Engar or of Ekor was likely to be the Nerta. Damn.
At Silver Cleric Y1Y dropped $2 Australian super chat. Jevim is a donkey.
Jevim is a donkey? Why are you saying that? No, Jevim is a goat. There you go. Jevim is a goat. Jevim is the goat. Jevim is the goat. That's what it is. Appreciate the $2 though. This is interesting, by the way. This is very interesting. I didn't even know how many parallels there were. I knew that I've always known about the biblical parallels to Mesopotamian mythology, hardcore. Like there's so much. The Enuma Elish and Genesis. Oh my God, so much. Or even like Atrahasis and Genesis, Epic of Gilgamesh and Genesis. There's so many. It's weird. It's the basis of all of the mythology that ends up in the Hebrew Bible. That's what it is. In the same way that you find a lot of the early Greek mythology stuff in like Linear B text, you would go, oh, wow, this Linear B text mentions Poseidon as the earth shaker. And then you find earth shaker in Homer. And like, see what I'm saying? Like, you could see the Bronze Age influencing the later Iron Age and Classical period. So I love it. I think it's awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, I was just gonna finish off on this one. It's like, yeah, I agree. Thank you for the $10. Christy Angel, thank you for the 5. Neil, would you consider doing? Oh yeah, I already said I would. Yeah, thank you for that super chat, by the way. And I checked this one up and this one. All right, I think we're caught up. Oh no, here's one in here. There's 2 more I missed. The cube unfolds into a cross as well. I remember seeing this for the first time and being like, "Whoa!" Let me see if I can show anyone what this means. So there's this idea that the cross is a cube. Here it is, and that there's some sort of esoteric, like, because it's a very particular cross, as in the dimensions, sort of being related to the golden ratio, where you have this side is doubled on this side. So you have 1 and then 2. And then you have like 3, like, as like I don't know, it's something to do with a specific ratio. And if you fold it all together, you get a cube, perfect cube. So it's interesting geometry to see that. There's like some sacred geometry. See, look, there's a painter from Michael Pershing who painted this as a cube. So this is, yeah, there's some fun esoteric secrets, if you will, behind the cross. And I think people should look into. Definitely. S. Mill says the Egyptian where 3 and Ni becomes Uranos. Really? I didn't know that. Where is it? Wait, let me see if I can type this out. 3 NE? Uranos. I can't. It's not coming up like this. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Are you talking about this right here? Are you talking about this? Where Irony? Oh, that's a local governor. Yeah, I never heard of that before. But my understanding of Uranos, and that's I can go back to this one now, is where is it? My understanding of Uranos was, where did I go? Where did I put that shit? Let me just see. Hold on a second. This right here. Okay. So Uranos, sky. I don't think it has like the origin here. Look, that's what I'm looking for. Because it doesn't say Indo-European here at all. Usually it would say that on these wikis. It'll say from Indo-European blank. But this one doesn't have that. And I wonder if it's something else. I wonder if it came from, because you want to know why? The word they use sky, the word for sky is Deus. That's why you get Deus Pater, the Sky Father.
At Jimmy, you are 187 dropped $20 super chat. True Gnosis.
True Gnosis all day long. Let's go. Thank you for that. Yeah, it seems like, appreciate you, Jim. It seems like What is this taking me to? What is this? I have no idea what just happened. It seems like no one knows where this word came from. Because like I said, when you look at Germanic mythology, who's Uranos in Germanic mythology?
At Caladen 6868 dropped $10 super chat. I'm heading out, but don't forget to check out American Esoteric's book. Hail Apollo.
Oh, wrong one. Yes. Thank you for dropping another super on your way out. I appreciate you, man. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate you. Yeah, get the book, man. Get an American Esoteric's book. Let me pull that up one more time while you're on your way out.
That's Anu equals sky, so maybe a hybrid. The WR is the mystery. Most etymologists think it is not Indo-European.
That's what I said. That's what I was trying to get at. The Anu, that root for Anu looks like it comes from the Mesopotamian heaven. But then there's the war Anu. So it's something with war being added to Anu. That's my theory, and I've heard other scholars propose that. So I like it. You're right. The war is the mystery. Thank you for that. But since this guy's heading out, let me just give him, if he wants to suggest anything on his way out. Get this, guys. First of all, go subscribe to American Esoteric. Great resource. He's got a Substack. He's got Instagram. You can join his Patreon as well. I like Esoteric, man. I recommend him. But the reason why this guy dropped the super chat is said, get this guy's book, man. 3 months ago, he dropped this. Okay, I didn't know it was that long ago. I'll have to get this book pretty soon and maybe do a review on it. But yeah, it says The Universalist. And that's this guy's, he's got some good information, man. That's all I got to say. I don't know how else to. I could play one more clip. Valentinus, the Gnostic. Let's talk about Gnosticism, right?
There is arguably no period in history more fascinating in the study of religious syncretism and Western esotericism than those centuries between the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE to 529 CE, when Emperor Justinian closed the Platonic Academy and legally banned the practice of Hellenism and paganism in the Roman Empire. Many religions of the known world had crossed paths in more ancient times, through mediums such as Mediterranean trade that extended beyond the Straits of Gibraltar to the western shores of India, and through the expansion of nations or the conquering of neighboring lands. But the city of Alexandria...
Real quick, I just realized another thing that I noticed, and I've actually talked about this in my videos from years ago. Another theory about the Indo-European root of our Uranos is Varuna. Some people suggest that Varuna might even be, and I think there's actually people out there who think Varuna might even be where Anu comes from. That the Mesopotamians in Sumer, when they came up with Anu, that they imported it from, or something like that. And I think that's pretty fringe, though, to be honest. But I've heard that before too. That could be fringe. But this is one of the theories for Uranos is Varuna. And I think the person who proposed that is George Dumatzil. Yeah, here it is. Made a cautious case for the identity of Varuna and the Greek god Uranos in the early Indo-European. The etymological identification of Uranos with Sanskrit Varuna is based on derivation of both names. And there it is right there. Ur, or, where, in the sense of binding. The Indic king Varuna binds the wicked, and the Greek king god Uranos binds the Cyclopses. This derivation of the Greek name is widely rejected. Here it is. So this has since been rejected. And derivation of the root wears, to moisten, to drip. And by the way, if that's true, and George Dumatzil, by the way, I love Dumatzil. I'm not talking shit, but he could be wrong, right? If he is wrong, then that would probably open up the idea that what Esmil said is true, that Anu is the origin of the sky, right? Whereas an Indo-European, the sky is Deus, right? Deus, or you know, the different variations of Deus, Deus Pater, and all that stuff. Jupiter, Zeus, that's the sky. And at some point in time, when the Babylonians started to influence a lot of the culture of the surrounding Bronze Age, even Copper Age, that there was another heaven god, Anu, who at some point, and that word where, like as you said, that word where gets attached to it. And at some point, now there's two sky gods. Now, how do you explain that away? Well, maybe there was a succession. Maybe there was an old sky god. His name was Uranos, and he got castrated, and then he lost his throne. And then there was another god named Kronos, and then he got killed by Zeus. And now Zeus is the sky father. And then they explain it that way. But what's interesting, in Norse mythology, there is no Uranos cognate. I don't think. Let me look it up. Yeah, Uranos is not a Greek god. There's the god Bor. So there is a heavenly vault figure named Bor, father of Odin, or Ymir, a primordial giant. So there is other gods that have that role, but that the names have nothing to do with. They're not. It's not. I'm saying Uranos is not a Greek or not an Indo-European word. If that was the case, you would find that word in Norse Germanic mythologies. Does that make sense?
At Lux in Tenebris 8 dropped $5 super chat. Old word for God in Germanic is onsus, smiley face emoji. Also look into the god were Mesopotamia.
Yeah. Onsus. Look into the god where Mesopotamia. That's what I wanted to do. Is there really a god named where in Mesopotamia? I'm not finding it. Wait, what is it? How do you spell it? W-E-R. W-E-R.
At Jimmy you 187 dropped $10 super chat. What's the theological meaning of gods being castrated? Is that taking power away from the element they represent or something?
Yeah, it happens to do with removing the power. Because that is, I mean, like, think about it, that is the source of your power, is your virility, your testosterone, your life force. And the castration is the removal of that. The king of the gods is a very masculine role. You know, it doesn't mean that there isn't queens of the heaven either. It doesn't mean that there's not great mothers. It's just that they're not in the same position as something like Zeus or Saturn or Kronos. So they had this idea that they were being castrated. The next son would take the throne. Because after Uranos is castrated, he just kind of just goes away, and Kronos takes over. So I think it's a way of saying he doesn't kill his father; he just castrates him. You know what I mean? Also, there's other meanings of why. There's other explanations, like of why that's the case. Like there's astrological or astrotheological reasons based on like different, because Kronos is a vegetation crops god, and so he holds the scythe. And like there's like that has part of the reason of why he does that. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons though. But thank you for that super chat. Thank you, Amber Satana. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for everything, Neil. You rock. No, you rock. But I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Let's see. What do I want to go to next? There's also the idea that when Kronos castrates Uranos, he separates heaven and earth. Because you ever notice how in the creation epics, the earth and heaven are separated? There's a separation of heaven and earth. So by castrating Uranos, it separates heaven and earth, and it almost starts time. And that's why Kronos is a time god. So think about that. There's no time. It's just Uranos and heaven are one. Like they're married. Heaven and earth are one. This is the primordial times where time is not even a thing. It's just eternal, whatever, eternal one way, like one eternal bliss, I guess you could say. And then Kronos comes along, this agricultural deity. He's got a scythe in his hand, and he castrates his father, and then he separates heaven and earth, which starts time. Because once you separate heaven and earth, now you have the sun, the moon, the stars separated from earth, and they're all going around their cycles, the constellations, and that's how you track time, literally. Just the movement of the stars in the sky, that's time. So Kronos castrating Uranos starts time. It's kind of meta if you think about it. Trying to think of what other reasons are there for that. And I know in Ovid's Metamorphosis, for example, which I have over here somewhere. Here it is. The Metamorphosis kind of has Kronos or Saturn as a creator in a way. I think it's Metamorphosis. Let me see. Let me see here. The creation. Here we go. He says, before the earth and the sea and the all-encompassing heaven, Uranus, or, this is in the Latin version, Uranus, came into being, the whole of nature displayed but a single face, which men called chaos, a crude, unstructured mass, nothing but weight without motion, a general conglomeration, no matter, composed of disparate, incompatible elements. No Titan, the sun god, was present to cast his rays on the universe, nor Phoebe, the moon, to replenish her horns and grow. And I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
At Vacan_Pan_Danny B's dropped $2 super chat. Kronos is a demiurge in that sense of Time Lord.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. So then you skip ahead a little bit. It says, first to be born was the golden age of its own free will, without laws or enforcement. It did what was right, and trust prevailed. Punishment held no terrors. No threatening edicts were published in tables of bronze.
At Smillstill dropped $5 super chat. There is also the idea of being one of the early agriculture fertility cycle gods before Indo-Europeans brought the Deus Pater pantheon.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another good point, is that the farther back you go, the more agricultural. But then if you go back far enough, you lose the agricultural, and we're talking pre-writing, inscriptions, like piecing together what we could find. But that people have done that. There's actually scholars who have done constructing 5,000 or like 6,000 BC myths and stuff like that are pre-writing based on reconstructing myths in Indo-European languages and like certain inscriptions and stuff like that. But I guess what I'm saying is when you start getting like civilization, you get agriculture, and that like agricultural deities are gods. They rule. Everything's centered. Your whole entire way of life is centered around agriculture. Agriculture is life. Without agriculture, we all die. If the crops fail, we're all going to suffer. That means they are our gods. They rule us. We need to venerate them to survive. That is how the ancients thought. And so, yeah, the farther back you go, you have early agricultural fertility cycles. And then Zeus sort of represents sort of like a more civic entity where he lays down laws. He has connections to like war and cities and like different aspects of civilization that have to do with like civic duty. And so, but he's still the god that sends rain, though. So he's still in control of the agriculture to a high degree, not a certain degree, to a high degree. It's so fascinating how these gods explain things in our world. Like they are like the way we tell people how our world is working, if that makes sense. But so here's where he says, trying to find where he talks about Saturn in the beginning. Yeah. Anyways, it's in the Latin myths where it talks about the golden age, the beginning of time, and that's a different kind of time. It's cyclical time. Like I just mentioned, the time that we see in the sky, cycles, time. But then there's another concept of time, and that's ion. And it has to do with like ionic time, age to age, but it also can be eternal, depending on how you use the word and how you employ it. Anyways, what was I talking about before that? Oh yeah, we're talking about the word Uranus itself. Hold on, let me play this clip while I'm looking for it.
Reached a more monumental phase of religious and cultural blending. Along with other major cities of the Eastern Mediterranean, Alexandria served as a nexus for the long-time influences of Egyptian, Persian, Greek, and Mesopotamian religions, to the more nascent developments of doctrinal Judaism, Neoplatonism, Hermetism, Mithraism, Stoicism, and the enigmatic Therapeutae sketched by Philo Judaeus, the ascetic Indian gymnosophists, the cults of Isis and Serapis, and of course, in the later decades of the first century and throughout the...
So I was able to find what one of the super chatters recommended. Where was it? Right here. This. Where where, also known as Mare, Bear, or Iluer, was a weather god. Interesting. Worshipped in parts of Mesopotamia and Syria. It originally remained of the main deities in the northern parts, but his cult declined in the second half of the second millennium BC. Damn, that's old. If he's declining in the second millennium BC, that is a very old god right there. Oh, but that's Phoenician writing. That's not even cuneiform. See it? That's some sort of Aramaic or something. Let me see here. The Stele of Zakur. So yeah, this is from 785 BCE. So I guess this god, even though he declined, he still is mentioned. He's right here. So he's still mentioned later time. This is another thing you notice. You find these gods that go away and come back later times. It's another thing I noticed about. This is an inscription that I've run into a bunch of times. This is all the way back to like 1000 BC. You get Phoenician writing, and I hate to be the guy to bring the Greek supremacist bad news, but like, where are the Greek inscriptions from 1000 BC? Does anyone know? Can anyone find them? Like, I don't know. By the way, this is another thing that I love about this passage. You're ready for this? This just landed on our lap right here. I forgot about this. I've the reason why I know about this inscription, and this is one of the inscriptions I reference in my book. Why? And you're asking why would you reference this in your book? Look at this. There's a god literally right here called Melchizedek, just king. Melchizedek. Isn't that crazy? So you have, may the gods prolong, Baal Shemen, Baalat, the goddess of the mountain, that's what that means, and the assembly of the holy gods of Byblos. And by the way, there's 70 of them, I found out. There's an assembly of 70 gods that are under Baal. It means Lord of Heaven. That's what that means. Lord of Heaven and the goddess of the mountain. This is so crazy. We just were talking about this. Heaven and earth. That's what she is. She's the goddess of earth. He's the god of heaven. This is just the order of things in this time period. They all had pantheons like this. By the way, look at this. This guy's name is Yehi Melech. King Yahweh. Yehi Melech. King of Byblos. His name literally has Yehi in it. It was restored by the ruins of the temples, and it says, and the assembly of the holy gods of Byblos. May these gods, Yehi Melech's days, and the years over Byblos, because he is a Melchizedek, right there. So when you see Melchizedek in the Bible, and you're wondering why is that in there? Well, because this was already a known trope. A righteous king is called a Melchizedek, and you're probably like, well, that's spaced out. There's a space there. We put the space there. Look at this. This is what it looks like. That's what it looks like. There's no spaces. Spaces come later. So Melchizedek is a righteous king. I don't know how I found this. This just came up when you mentioned this god right here, Stele of Zakur, and it mentions this god, heaven god. So it's believed that represents the earlier god, Mer or Ware, going back to 3rd millennium BC. Yeah, I don't know. This might be I don't know if this is the root for that, Waranos, but maybe. I think what's more likely though is when you look at the Uranos etymology, let me see if I can find it right here. This is what I think is this is what I think is going on here. This was a fun investigation that we just did here. This was a fun investigation. Uranos, where you can see perhaps from an older Warsanos, which may be related to this word right here, ureo, to urinate, which means to rain, basically to rain on the earth. That's what it means. It's the sun, it's the heaven god, the rain god, right here. So you can see rain. So what I think is going on here, or where is right here, I think this word right here, this root right here, gets added to Anu, the Babylonian god Anu. And then in Latin mythology and in Greek mythology, you have the heaven god who is usurped by Kronos or Saturn, and then he's later usurped by Zeus. And then Zeus is in charge. And it's just a way of explaining why you have these different heaven gods. One of them was in charge, but no longer is he in charge. Skyfather's in charge. Deus Pater. Does that make sense? What do you guys think about that? Let me read the chat before we got like 10 more minutes left, I think. Rain Anu. Yeah. The heavenly rain, right? He rains, because that's what he does. He gets earth pregnant. He sends the rain, and the rain takes the rain, or the earth takes in the rain, and then it brings forth crops. the life-giving mother. It's actually Adam and Eve, if you think about it. Adam is like the world's soul in Plato, and Eve is like the body, the life, or Zoe of the earth that brings forth the crops. That's what it seems like. Fenris Wolf says, I'm going to make you a music track. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. That'd be sweet. That'd be sick. Definitely. Masons be inverting information. Read the name section. Okay, let's see what they got. Is that from the read the name section? Name. The two forms of the name Ware and Mare were originally in use. A third version, Bear, started to be commonly used in the Middle Assyrian period. Additionally, godless attests from Iluware, the god Ware. Oh yeah, it's got L in there. Ill. The spelling Mare consistently employed in the text from Mari nearby, with the chronologically most recent example being the theophoric name Tukatuli Mare, a contemporary Ashur Bel Kala. That's an interesting name. From the late 2nd millennium BC, while Ware was used in southern Mesopotamia between the beginning of the period of the 3rd dynasty of Ur and the 1st dynasty of Babylon, as well as old Assyrian sources contemporary with the text from Kanesh. Bear predominates only in Middle Assyrian and Neo-Assyrian texts, whether Meru, possibly to be read as Meru, attest in sources from the early dynastic period. While multiple Sumerian etymologies have been proposed, including North Wind, none have been conclusively proven. William Lambert concluded that the name might have originated a linguistic substrate. Damn, this is pretty interesting. Huh. Maybe. It's possible. I think it's still a mystery. It's natural explanation of heavenly bodies from the ancient world. A cult made this about something insidious. Yeah, I agree. That's what the early myths are. It's like our gods govern our way of life, or they govern our reality. They govern the nature of our reality. And all you're doing, you're not making things up from thin air. You're describing, like, this is a process that happens. This is a natural phenomenon that happens in the world. You know, the heaven, earth. And then you also have psychological aspects. You start getting gods who represent the psyche, Eros, Aphrodite, charm, stuff like that. And it's not to say that it's all just made up and we're all atheists making things up. That's not what that is. But it is a way of explaining the phenomena that we see in our lives, that we see in the world, that we experience on a day-to-day basis, that can only be explained if through a divine way. See what I'm saying? Like, you're not conceding that it's all made up. You're basically saying, no, this is how we explain the divine. This is actually the evidence of the divine, if that makes sense. Etymology on A Song of Ice and Fire characters, names when you go live. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me see something for a second. List of characters. Let's do this. Let's throw up some names on here. By the way, I love A Song of Ice and Fire because it's based on our history. Is this your super chat? Oh yeah, this is your super chat.
At Kirsty Angel dropped $2 Australian super chat. Etymology on a Soif character names when you go live.
Yeah, go live, it says. It said when you go live. Yeah, when I go live. That's funny. Yeah, you can see that the Valerians are based. By the way, the language Valerian is based on Indo-European, mostly Greek, I think. Like, I think it's in here somewhere. If we go to Valerian, wait, what is it from? The culture Crownlands. Wait, what? I hate these ads. Wait, where is? How do you get to the Valerian page on here? House Valerian. Hold on a second. Valerian. Here we go.
At Smill still dropped $2 super chat. How much of Oedipus myth existed in Hesiod time?
I don't probably. I think there might have been something. I think it might have existed at that time. I just don't think we have a version of Oedipus. I think Sophocles is the oldest Rex. I think so, right? But I think Sophocles is not making the story up. I think the version. I think there's a version of it that predates that. I think. I'm not sure. But Oedipus is part of the mythology already, just not fully fleshed out in the form that we have it. Does that make sense? I think. I'm actually not exactly sure, to be honest. I'm kind of guessing at this. That's what I think is going on. But what was I going to say? Let me I guess I can keep going for a little longer. Let me just check something out real quick. Let me play this clip, and then I'll come back to what I'm talking about.
The 2nd century, a colorful variety of Christianities, ranging from the proto-Orthodox sects to those major branches of Gnostic Christianity, and their numerous cousins. Illustrative of the 2nd century mixture in Alexandria is an alleged passage by Emperor Hadrian, around 134 CE, who said, "There those who worship Serapis are in fact Christians, and those who call themselves bishops of Christ are in fact devotees of Serapis. There is no chief of the Jewish synagogue, no Samaritan, no Christian presbyter, who is not an astrologer, a soothsayer, or an anointer." Christian orthodoxy took nearly 400 years to aspire to a definite and inflexible shape, becoming concretized into such statements as the Nicene Creed, finalized in 381, and in the pre-canonical text lists such as that given in Athanasius's 39th Festal Letter, which would later represent a definitive canon of the New Testament. This Nicene role of Jesus in the Trinity, and his theological status as God, Son of God, became the accepted view of one of the world's largest empires, adopted as Rome's state religion around 381 with the Edict of Thessalonica, and carried forward by the Roman Catholic Church, whose administrative structure had formed in definite terms by the late 6th century. Prior to the First Council of Nicaea, 325 CE, there were a few and then up to 200 house churches or small Christian communities in the empire, many of which referred to their own peculiar scriptures and beliefs, with their own views on scriptural authority and theology. Uniform accusations of heresy had not yet taken shape or received any semblance of unanimous agreement. Rather, a series of early Christian writers called heresiologists marked the early stages of the process of defining which Christian sects could be tolerated as the religion developed, and which were simply too problematic, too controversial, absurd, or eclectic to warrant positive reception. In hindsight, this gradual development from mystical variety and spiritual allegorization to a major dogmatic creed with imperial leverage has been forced to fit neatly into the oversimplified grand narratives of Western history.
All right, so what I wanted to look up was, I was trying to find this, the Valerians. So what I love about Song of Ice and Fire is how the history, you can tell he's paralleling our history onto his own onto his own legends. Like, for example, the War of the Roses, which is the English wars that happened between the 15th century or in the 15th century, with House Lancaster, House York, House Lannister, or is what inspired House Lannister and House Stark. The House Stark is like the people from York, and Lancaster is Lannister. You can see how he does that. The Black Dinner from the what is his name, King James II, who kills the Earl of Douglas at his own banquet. That inspires the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. So there's all these inspirations that are happening. I love this whole entire setup.
And Jevin Wildwind dropped $5 super chat. A great dive into the ancient Gnostic cults is Charles King's book, The Gnostics and Their Remains. Thank you, Neil, for donning the armor of truth.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Charles King's The Gnostics and Their Remains. I actually think I have that book here. That is a good book, actually. Yeah, check that out. The Gnostics and Their Remains. Look that up. It's a good one. So yeah, the Valerians. So I think there's like a whole bunch of shit that it's not just British history either. He has the Valerians are the Romans. They are the remains of the fallen Roman Empire who have survived and are now taking over a new part of the world with their dragons. They bring the dragons, and the dragons are like technology, are like, they're basically like a metaphor for technology that can't be stopped. And so the Valerians, they speak that George R.R. Martin is such a genius that he created a language. It's not a real language. It's a made up fantasy language, and he based it off Indo-European syntax, grammar. So it sounds a lot like Greek and Latin, the way it sounds. If you hear people speak it, it sounds a little Greek. It sounds a little Latin sometimes. It's got a little bit of little Persian feel to it. You can tell it's definitely got the Indo-European vibe. And you can see right here the Valerian imperialism. They're like the Romans, right? And the doom, the fall of Rome, the doom of Valeria, it's based on the fall of Rome. And their legacy, their people and culture, they have silver hair and purple eyes. They look like this. They all have silver hair and purple eyes. And by the way, the Targaryens are the ones with the dragons, but the Valerians also have they're also like superior ship masters and stuff. And this is the language right here, High Valerian. So by the way, you mentioned Balerion, right? I think in the super chat, you mentioned Balerion. And I should tell people the name of my channel, my channel that I created. Let me see, Vagars. So this is a few hundred people watching. I might as well plug my own channel. So it's called Vagar's Flames. I made this channel like over a year ago, and I just forgot about it. I was just kind of bored, just want to do something different. Literally exactly a year ago, I made this channel, and I just kind of forgot about it. And this is one of my video. I made two. This is the only video I made. This is a clip from the video. So actually, I made one video, but this is a clip from the video. And it did pretty well. 11,000 views off the bat. I'll just play a little clip from it real quick.
Elena Targaryen. You also have Orion Waters, who Cersei remarked looked just. The Targaryen banner is a three-headed dragon, red on black. The three heads representing Aegon and his sisters, Visenya Targaryen and Rhaenys Targaryen. The Targaryen words are fire and blood. In A Song of Ice and Fire, there is numerous references throughout the books about a prince that is promised and a dragon with three heads. In A Clash of Kings, fire to be one of them. Aryans contending for the throne as to whether.
Anyways, that's my video. That's my channel. Vagar's Flames. If you like the Song of Ice and Fire stuff, watch this stuff. I'm going to work on it more. But I wanted to show you, because Chris here is asking about it. One of the things I'm fascinated about is the Valyrians, and their religion is based on the obviously the gods Balerion, Meraxes, Vagar. That's Vagar that's the name of my channel right there. From the religion, Vagar. Vagar is one of the old gods of Valyria, one of the dragons of House Targaryen. This is where I named my channel off of Vagar. One of the oldest dragons in the show too. Balerion's the oldest one. But this is the language Valyrian spoke was called High Valyrian. And you can see names, the House Targaryen, Valyria, thus members can be considered High Valyrian names. So Daemon, like Daimon, and that actually the way it's pronounced in Valyrian is Daimon. So the guys, as you can see, that's literally a Greek word. Literally borrowing a Greek word. Let's see. What does it say? The High Valyrian phrase, Valar Margulis, is translated as all must die. A counterpart phrase is Valar Dohaeris, all men must serve. Dracarys, that's a famous one, means dragon fire. High Valyrian is most likely the source of the language for Magi, which means wise. That's interesting. Let me look this up. Let me just see if there's a Wikipedia page for this. Here it is. Valyrian languages, look at this, are a fictional language family in A Song of Ice and Fire. In the novels, High Valyrian is descended from descended languages that often mentioned by develop a few words for the TV show. To create the Dothraki and Valyrian languages spoken in Game of Thrones, HBO selected the language creator David J. Peterson. So let's check out this guy real quick. David J. Peterson is an American language creator. Holy shit. Imagine having that job. A language fucking creator, dude. What? Like, how do you get that job? I'm sure it's going to explain it. He came to prominence after creating Dothraki and Valyrian languages for the television show Game of Thrones. He was subsequently worked on a number of other projects, including Dune, Chacabosa. He's from Long Beach, father of German descent, mother of Mexican descent, studying University of Berkeley. He received BA degrees. He received MA linguistics. And in 2007, he co-founded a Curation Society with 9 other language creators. So this dude just became obsessed with languages and started making his own languages. In 2019, Peterson created High Valyrian course on Duolingo. You can literally learn High Valyrian on Duolingo. You can literally learn this language. That's crazy. I want to hear someone speak it, actually. Let's see if I can find a clip of that. High Valyrian. Here, that's the guy right there. There he is. That's him.
Honey, pepper, pimento, pineapple, dragon fruit. They're packed. They're so packed.
At Spectrum, we believe you shouldn't have to choose between speed, reliability, and value.
This is Jason Momoa and Emilia Clarke speaking Dothraki.
Taran ragat evethemal.
Jesus buzdari exostao. Y que tener esta macuhe da gerio lentro. E Valyrio upo anigarixan. Valyrio menuengos nights.
The long vowels were not as long sometimes. Certainly you weren't getting the E vowel, but that's all right. Emilia doesn't get it either. There's a vowel in High Valyrian that's written with a Y. This thing is not pronounced E, it's pronounced E. In other words, it sounds just like E, but you round your lips. E. But Nuhus, that's how you say my. So Valerio Muñoengos Nuhus Isa. All right, that's what the line is. Oh, also, but of course, this is going to be everything for Americans. You got to.
I just saw that you threw another one at me. Yeah, keep reminding me because I will do it. I will do it, and then we could probably do a live stream at some point and talk about it.
Trill those R's. Any word that has an R in it, like if the word has an R in it, it's supposed to be trilled. Ritzas grace. All right, you did pretty good. I really, really like your intonation. You were able to really capture that very well. Definitely practice on trilling those R's. I know it's hard, but it can be done. You listen to "Give It Away Now" by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They're doing it. Think about it. Just listen to that. Listen and repeat. You'll get it. This is the cast of Game of Thrones speaking High Valyrian and Astapori Valyrian.
Torgonudo, he should not be here.
No, but he is.
Our queen ordered him exiled from city.
Our queen would be dead if not for him.
Sadreji, si eski murki inoneji bi kavala.
Krubo, Niki Pasa Kisor, Udi Drejo Isa. Muna Mia Valirio Mila Pungili Isa.
It's actually kind of.
How cool does that language sound? It does kind of rhyme. It does kind of sound like Greek a little bit. But it also it's weird. This guy it's almost like he made a language that sounds like all the Indo-European languages. It has like you can tell it kind of has this, you can just like, I don't know, the vibe. It just feels like that.
Funny, in this scene, right, you have Peter Dinklage, Ian Glenn, Natalie Emmanuel, and Jacob Anderson. And the people who actually speak the language are everybody but Jacob Anderson, who is legitimately the best performer in a created language I have ever seen in any show or movie I've ever worked on. And yet he's just speaking English in this scene. I mean, first, so yeah, Jorah, I mean, all he has is the name, and he's
in Derip Tot Dower. Queso Glaysot in Dipla Dower. Queso Glaysot in Derip Tot Dower.
Speaking to
Dothraki is actually based on Turkic, I think. I think he said that. I have to look it up.
Dothraki.
Daran ragat evethemal. Iato finni et yom.
Kisha vastoki vosarexas vidoma dore checate.
Vos adorme. Me throne.
Throne.
Jason Momoa, of course, is just like, he's just got this voice. He actually employs this sound change when he speaks Dothraki that's very consistent across all of his episodes.
Vos adorme. Me.
No, I'm actually wrong. Dothraki is also part of the Valyrian languages. I'm wrong. So never mind.
Throne.
Throne.
Anyway, so at one point in time on Twitter,
it's the word throne in Greek. That's literally the Greek word for throne. Did you know that? So the Dothraki word for throne is throne. Watch. Throne or Thronos. So yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pronounced Thronos actually. Anyways,
some fan was.
So look at this. Dothraki language. They got a whole system for this and everything. The nasal, the plosive, the fricative. Voiceless stops are maybe aspirated. They had all this figured out. Let me see what it says. High Valyrian. Look at this. High Valyrian occupies a cultural niche similar to that of classical Latin in medieval Europe. The novels describe it as no longer being used as a language of everyday communication, but rather so it becomes a dead language that only these elite Valyrians can still speak. So everyone else is speaking what they call common. which is funny because that's like what Koine means. And everyone else and all the elites are speaking High Valyrian, but rarely. They don't do it all the time. They just do it to each other as like to be secret. It's fucking awesome, dude. Look, they have a nominative and they have a vocative. They have the singular. They have all this stuff. They have the nouns have 8 cases: nominative, accusative, genitive, dative, locative, instrumental, commentative, and vocative. So it's even more. It's actually more complex than Greek is. How bet you didn't expect that, did you? They have more cases than fucking Greek, dude. This guy created a language that's more complex than Greek. There are 4, and that's another thing. Is like, I bet you if we looked up how many words exist in Valyrian, how many words exist in High Valyrian total? $2,000. Look, the documented High Valyrian vocabulary created by David Peterson contains more than 2,000 words. He steadily built up a lexicon, growing from roughly 67 to over 2,000. Now, what you want to know what's so crazy about that is like people make this argument that you can't because if you count how many words exist in a language, that somehow means it can't be translated from one language to another. And if you try to steelman this argument, it's impossible. Because you can literally create a language from thin air. And you can translate a language that has 10,000 words into anything you want. Or vice versa, or backwards. In fact, it actually doesn't make any sense the other way around. And actually, it makes more sense the other way around, that you would find a language that has a few words being translated into a language that has 1,000,000 words. Right? Because you have all these options, you have all these words that are in the vocabulary of this language, like Greek, for example. Whereas the Hebrew vocabulary might not be a lot, but you can translate it into Greek because you have all these words. The other way around doesn't make any sense. Where you're translating all this Greek into this little. So the argument doesn't work. Also, you can create a language from thin air that could be more complex than existing languages. If you could just make it that way, which is what this guy did. He just literally invented a language, and it's insanely complex. Peterson described the relationship between the High Valyrian and Bastard Valyrian as being similar to Classical Latin and the Romance languages evolved from Vulgar Latin. So this is what I love about this whole universe, this whole Song of Ice and Fire universe. It's all based on our universe. If you read between the lines, if you see what they're telling you, you could go, "Oh, the Red Wedding. Oh, that reminds me of the historical event called the Black Wedding. Oh, yeah, wow." Where is it? The Black Wedding. What was it called? The Black Dinner? The Black Dinner. Yeah, is that what it was called? Here, let me share my screen. The Black Dinner. An event that inspired the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. King James II, 1430 to 1460, of the line of Stuarts, was the king of King James I, and Joan Beaufort succeeded his father at the age of 6 after James was assassinated in a sewer tunnel. Damn. While trying to flee from Sir Robert Graham of Kinpoint and a group of conspirators. What a fucking crazy time, dude. What a crazy time this was. The High Middle Ages was nuts, dude. Regency over the boy was given. So this is like your Joffrey, King Joffrey right here, this little boy king, who headed the Scottish government, lieutenant general, realm of the minority of James until 15. After Archibald's death, William Crichton, the first Lord of Crichton, the Lord Chancellor of Scotland, Sir Alexander Livingston of Callander, and Sir James Douglas, Earl of Avondale. According to legend, while they ate, so he invites this guy over to dinner. In 1440, what the hell just happened? That was weird. 1440. In 1440, look at all these fucking ads, dude. Holy shit. It's on what? You can't even read this thing. James Douglas conspired to break the power of the Archibald Douglas's family and invite the 16-year-old William Douglas, 6th Earl of Douglas, and his younger brother to dine with the boy king at Edinburgh Castle. So he invites this little kid king, invites this 16-year-old to come eat at his dinner. Hey, man, come over. Have a dinner with me. According to legend, while they ate, a black bull's head was placed before William and his encourage, which symbolized death. So they're sitting there having this dinner, and the king was like, bring out the entree. And he brings out a fucking black bull's head. And they're all just going, what? The two brothers were then dragged out to the castle hill and given a mock trial with trumped up charges, claiming they had protested against the king and were named as traitors to the crown and beheaded. So he thought if he made a trial out of it, he might all the earls will, they won't get all mad and they rebel against me. In another count, the king pleaded for their lives, but the pleas were ignored, and they are beheaded in the castle yard. Despite the murders, the Douglas family emerged to dominate Scottish court and filled posts of government. Anyways, the point is, you can see the Red Wedding at Game of Thrones. If you've ever seen Game of Thrones, you can see it's based on that. Thank you, Lux and Tenenbris for the 2. Adamao, Mycenaean for Adamus, untamable. I think there is a word there. So let me see if I can find what you're talking about. Because I know the word for indestructible is Adam. I think it's the word you're talking about here. Mycenaean. Or did you actually just say what it was? Untamable? Is that what it means? I thought it meant indestructible. Here it is right here. So you got this Greek word, Adamus. And there's actually a deity named Adamus, by the way. Adamus. And derived from and damnao, conquer. So that's what you meant by that. Unconquerable, untamable. Okay, I see what you're saying. As in indomitable. So, but Beeks remarks that semantically this is strange, and the word is rather a Semitic borrowing that was adapted by folk etymology, which is very common, by the way. You get a lot of times where a word means something, and then some author will say, I think it means this, because it sounds like that in their language. Compare Akkadian, Adamu, that's where the word Adam comes from, by the way. Literally is where the word Adam comes from. Valuable stone, perhaps amber, or it could be like earth or red. So see how it's got the word amber, red? This is where the word Adam comes from, by the way. And then you see the word adamant comes from this, the hardest metal. Or you could say, I'm very adamant about this. It means like I'm unshakable, I'm indestructible about what I believe. Adamant. Adamus, Adam, Adamant, all these different words. I don't know. It's interesting. Like you find this word, it exists, definitely means something. And I think when you see it in the Hebrew Bible, it comes from that Adam which is like red or earth. But I do think that there is some sort of linguistic overlap with Adamus and Adam. And by the way, it's not just me noticing this and coming up with this by myself. The Nicene preacher, the Christian from the 2nd century, he thought this. He thought Adamus was Adam. That's what he says. He writes that in his own. That's in the text. So, there's that. What else do we got? Let's look at the chat. Who else is here still? Adam Tiem. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's going on, dude? Yo, you know what? Maybe I'll open up the floor for a couple minutes. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe that'll be a good thing to do for the next 25 minutes before I get out of here. Let's see. Who wants to chat for a couple minutes? Because I saw you were on, what's his name's channel? The debate channel. And I'm going on there pretty soon. Sean Kelly? Sean Kelly's having me on for a 1-on-11. Me versus 11 Christians. Let's do this. Let me give you guys my link to jump in. We'll do one at a time. Let me just get this ready. He said, "Let's go." I'll have you on first, so I want to get your thoughts on Adam Kelly and what your thoughts are, because I know you were on there. And then whoever wants to jump on after, we'll do like 5 minutes each. You know what I mean? Something like that. 5 minutes each. And then by the way, if you want to challenge me, you're welcome. Come on in all day. But I got about a half an hour, so let's do that. Let's keep it timely. So there's that. There's the link. Boom. And pin. All right. Sean Kelly, by the way, the Digital Social Hour. He's having me on as the main event, not as a guest, as like a main topic. So he does these debates. 1 Muslim versus 10 Christians. That's happening tomorrow at noon. He did 1 Zionist versus 10 pro-Palestine. Wow. 97,000 views. 1 Jew versus pro-Palestine, 20,000. Let's see, what else did he do? He's got a lot of people on. He's doing a lot. 1 conspiracy theorist versus 10 skeptics. He's growing, dude. His channel's getting bigger. You can see he's got 1 million views here. And then I guess he's also on, he told me that his big, where he gets most of his money from, or most of his views from, is Apple. So he's got a big platform, Apple Podcast. This is more of his secondary thing, from what I understand. There's Omar. What's going on, Omar?
What's up, Nasty?
How you
How's
doing,
it going, Neil? Good, man.
So you were on,
huh?
Weren't you on here?
Yeah, we did a panel.
You're not talking about Sean Kelly. I already know that.
Yeah. I was on. I've got like 5 lined up.
Oh wow. Are you coming to one that I'm at?
Yeah. Bro, I'm gonna come just to meet you. I think. I don't know one thing you and I have to argue about.
No, we never argue. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, I don't have like I don't really know. I mean, what would we debate? We would debate which one's more impactful to the history of the world, Zoroastrian, or let's say the language of Avestan or Greek. Maybe you and I could have a debate on that, but that's pretty much it, bro. I don't know anything else that I disagree with you on.
Yeah, we agree on a lot, and
we just would sit there and agree the whole time. It would be boring.
Yeah, but you live in that region?
No, area? I'm on Miami Beach.
Oh, you're closer to me anyway.
Where are you?
I'm in Florida.
Ah.
But I'll let you know later.
Yeah, apparently I just doxed myself a week ago when someone said something. They pulled up a map. I said, zoom in here, zoom in. And I said, that's my exact building. I said, so just make a horrible. Well, there were all these people in the chat, like, accusing me of being a heretic. So I just I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about it. But yeah, I saw you on the list. Not Sean Kelly.
November.
Yeah, I did one. There was this guy, Gary's the numbers guy. And I didn't even know who the fuck he was. And they like, oh, just debate to the debate. It's a great opportunity. I said, okay.
That's the one I saw. Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Yeah. And then he's like, the 19th Amendment. And I was like, so women can't vote. I say, anyone else? So I kind of like talked about it, and then I listened to him. So I came back in to do an internal critique because he was basically pointing at Muslims and Jews and Muslims and Christians, but he said he's Jewish. So I wanted to pull up like, so you're Jewish, right? And he started kind of freaking out ahead of time. And I was like, what does Deuteronomy say is the punishment for fortune telling? You know what I mean? So how Jewish are you? And what would Moses think? Would Moses think you're Jew? You know, I was going to dive in, but then I got him to say like, fuck Yahweh, fuck the Bible, fuck all those books. And I was like, really? Yeah, I swear to God. Yeah, it's the second part when I come the second time. Then he said, I said, it sounds to me that you're just basically blaming like this women for everything, but specifically the generation of the young ones, the OnlyFans generation, while letting that same generation of men go. He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, name one masculine representation of manhood in that same OnlyFans generation. He goes, clavicular. And I go, clavicular? And he's like, yeah, you have a problem with clavicular? I said, I don't have a problem with him, but he's obviously a homosexual. and then he goes, you think clavicular is gay? And like turned to the camera like I'm some idiot. And I said, I didn't say he goes, you know how many girls he gets? I said, what does that have to do with him being a homosexual?
True.
I don't understand. So this is like anyway, 48 hours after we went into it, I got him to say everything. I dog walked him for 30 minutes. He hates God, fuck God. He's Jewish. Jews are superior. Clavicular is an example of masculinity. It doesn't matter if someone can't get hard. It can't, all these things. And he's like, it doesn't matter. He's the most famous guy on YouTube. I said, so being the most famous guy on YouTube means that you're an example of masculinity. So then what would the richest guy be? God?
I've never heard of him. So how can he be that famous?
Bro, there's a reason you haven't heard of him. I have kids that are teenagers. So I have to pay attention to the type of stuff they're being, shot. That's why my 1 on 10 is actually, I'm saying, we haven't decided if it's called red pill or if we're saying the manosphere, but I'm basically saying the manosphere today is gay. So that's because I want to do something that's going to be fun and entertaining because he's only
probably manosphere. There's probably a lot of closeted dudes in there.
There's a lot. No, but even the whole thing, like, for example, if you watch like Andrew Wilson debate, right? Okay. Yeah. He debates he nitpicks, and he debates like a woman.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean exactly by objective? I mean, I don't even know what you mean. What? How is that masculine? Get it?
I never even thought about it. Yeah, it's true.
Well, that's why it's going to be entertaining because Sean said he wants some big, something entertaining. And I was like, listen, the theology is not going to be that entertaining. He has me signed up against like 3 different Zionists. And I was like, listen, this is going to be a devastating experience for their whole movement. I said, but can you please at least get me on the board for something other? I don't need to go back to back to back on Zionism before, you know what I mean? And be like that guy.
That's like the thing that they want you for. That's like, you're the in-house Zionist debater against, Zionist interlocutor, I should say.
Yeah, I did a debate. That's how I met Sarah. I did a debate 1v10. My claim was Zionism is an anti-religious satanic death cult. That was my claim.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with that. I wouldn't be debating you on that one. Let's put it that way.
That's why we can't do a debate because we don't have anything to argue about. I don't think, but those are 3 claims, and I laid out each 3 claims. And at the end of me laying out the example with including Theodore Herzl, like there was nothing. There was not the panel was like neutered, everything was quiet because it's hard to argue like with the examples. But these guys this guy Shabbos Keston, but I'm not going to say too much right now, but these guys are gassed up from Piers Morgan. They think they got it figured out. I'm going to say little things like, listen, okay, the land was promised you. Question for you. Can you name one thing, just so I know you're being objective in your opinions, can you name one thing that the Israeli government has done wrong in the last 2.5 years? And they're going to say nothing, because everything. Well, I'm going to make examples like, for example, like if it would be like taking every single black person in America that came here on slave ships and then picking Nigeria and then having them go back with weapons and then we support them. And then they say they're the real Nigerians.
Yeah.
Except it's worse.
Yeah. Just look at the Balfour Declaration. And then before that, people think People go 1948. No, it's 1917, dude.
Yo, but it's worse than that, Neil, is because that was only a few hundred years ago. This was 2,500 years ago.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's true too.
Well, it's gonna be, but your debate is gonna be amazing. I'm gonna go. They were trying to get me to come in and just like be, because there was some Muslim debates and it's apparently it didn't go as planned. But they wanted me to come in there and just kind of like just, you know,
yeah,
just kind of get my hands dirty, I guess. And I was like, okay, I need to diversify a little bit before we go on this Zionist rampage.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be good, man. Look, Sean's super cool. The platform's amazing. Oh, you've been on before?
No, I just met him. I just know who we've talked before. That's all.
Proper show, proper like team. Like you're like it's amazing. He's got an entire team. He's got all the everything's set up. It's amazing.
Sounds good.
He's got big. What are you doing? You're arguing with Christians mainly?
Yes. 1 ex-Christian versus 11 Christians, or I don't know if it's just Christians, because I'm arguing against the entire biblical.
That's what
it has to be Christians, yeah, because it has to be New Testament too. So yeah, 1 ex-Christian versus 11 Christians.
I think you're limiting yourself.
You think so?
Yeah,
well, we're already booked, so
well, you can. Yeah, well, no, you're booked, but you could still change. You can change your 3 claims anytime you want. I'm pretty sure.
I gave him more than that. I gave him. I gave him. Let me see. I gave him a bunch of prompts. And let's see, the prompts are, and then after this, I gotta let the next person on.
Sure.
We got Shroud of Turin is a 14th century forgery.
Obvious.
Torah was not written by Moses or any Bronze Age author.
Oh.
There was no global flood according to the Bible. The Gospels are not eyewitness accounts. Jesus is heavily adopted from other mythological accounts, such as Dionysus, Attis, Adonis, blah, blah, blah. There is hardly any evidence for the historical Jesus. Jesus did not resurrect. Christianity did not win from people converting. It won through social pressure by the Roman government. And most of the Bible was rewritten, interpolated, or forged. And he could pick, I said you could pick any of those 3. I really hope he picks like some of the good ones, but we'll see.
Listen, based off of the way everything's going over there, I think what they should do, or I'll recommend, what they should do is get people who pick a few of them, start with the ones that people sign up the most on, but have the other ones available in case you don't get any real good pushback. Like if you have 3, semi-retarded people trying to, it's not going to be, if you slam dunk and they don't even know they're playing basketball, then it's not going to translate the way you need like a certain level of interlocutor. I'm going to send some rabbi. But listen, Neil, I'm going to get rabbis in LA to come. I'm going to get some Christians in LA. I'm going to really try to get you some. Right. I don't disagree with anything you just said. That's what I'm saying. I can't, like, what am I going to do? Go in there and just argue, debate just for clips and then not believe it?
Go and hang out, I guess.
No, I will come hang, because I think Sarah's going to be moderating that one also.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
We should do a deep dive, man. Let's do some deep dives into some ancient stuff.
Hit me up on Twitter. Let's set something up.
Yeah. By the way, I hit you on Instagram. I don't really use Twitter.
Yeah, I'm never on Instagram. It's probably
why. Oh well, I'll check it out.
I'll take a look.
I'll type something back here. But hey, one more thing, man. Keep the pressure on this this fucking clown and his lost sheep, because the problem, all sheep by definition are looking for someone to lead them. And so, like, you know what I mean? Keep the heat on, because this guy, like, to me, he seems like our generation's Aleister Crowley. A complete fraud.
I didn't know what you meant by that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh,
yeah, I will. Yeah, he's a Crowley. Yeah, he's a lot like Crowley.
He's Crowley, because Crowley had never had any magic. He knew some information. He knew a lot of information on certain things.
Mostly fraud.
He was speaking to the neophyte, and because they gassed him up so much, he claimed magical powers. But it all really turned out just to be gay orgies and dying of gonorrhea, bro. Like, and that's the fate of that clown as well. You know, karma is real in this.
That was actually the end of his life, was just living in a 1-bedroom apartment on heroin, hooked on heroin, no money, broke. That's how Crowley went out.
Yeah, because he had gonorrhea and syphilis, and he died from it.
That guy had the gods on his side.
No, and if he did, he had the ones that you don't want.
Yeah.
He had the genie,
the ones that'll help you out for a moment, and then take what they, and then come for their pay. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
I think I'll see you later, bro. I think we should open up all those claims, and that way you get loaded up, because you're gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
it's going to be over. Once you drop the bomb on anyone one time, the next person who thought they had something, they're going to be sitting there. So when they announce the next claim, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen, Neil. Because they all have the same ideas. And so as soon as one guy goes for 5 or 7 minutes and you shut down all, the rest of those people are not going to be ready to, they're not going to come and try to repeat the same thing in a different way.
We'll see.
So you need like 7 to 10 claims.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make some more claims then.
All right, brother. Keep it up.
Good seeing you, man. Talk to you later.
Yeah,
and then Tallest, I know you left and came back, so Esmil, you're after him. Tallest, what's going on, man? Are you muted? Let me unmute you. Unmute yourself. You still there? Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
Okay. I just wanted to jump in and say a few things about post-Ice Age Indo-European cultures. Did you know ancient Romans used to dig up their grave sites and they'd find these stone hammers? And Indo-Europeans were some of the first horseback warriors coming out of that area post-Ice Age. And they had this war culture using stone hammers, and they used to call them thunderstones. And Romans would dig them up and put them on their mantelpiece. And for some reason, people in your chat have a problem with this. They were yelling at me about Thor, which is 8,000 years later, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I mean, that I don't know. I don't know what the chat was saying, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not. That's one of the topics that you probably know more than I do, to be honest.
Did you know they invented the first trousers? So when they were on horseback, they didn't get their legs torn up when everyone else is running around in tunics.
Yeah.
And that would be 7,000 years later to even talk about the Romans wearing tunics, dude.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we're talking going.
You understand the difference? No, but they're yelling about Thor. Look in the chat right now.
Let me see.
Participation's talking about Thor because I said hammer, and it's like literally disconnected by 10,000 years, dude.
What about the Slavic?
What are they talking about, man?
What about the Slavic god with the hammer and sickle?
No, but all gods that are hammer male gods come from this post-Indo-European culture. Even Rama in India with his rod is part of the same thing.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
You're talking about Svarog. Right? That's...
Yes, Egypt is like 7,000 years later than post-Ice Age. They've got nothing to do with it, dude. Yeah. What the hell are people yelling about Egypt and Thor when we're talking about post-Indo-European migrations and the hammer culture that first domesticated horses and brought grains and farming to the world? What are these people upset about, dude? I don't understand, man.
I don't know. It's funny though. It's all good. It's just a little. That's how my chat is. We're all passionate. We all have our ideas, and if you prove them wrong, then you taught them something. You know what I mean? So I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, it is what it is, eh? Yeah, I try to just be logical and say it as it is, and people get upset about it all the time.
Yeah, it does happen like that. But yeah, the hammer and sickle god is pretty damn ancient. I don't know how far back that goes. I mean, I would say deep.
I think it's before Ice Age, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think it's a remnant culture coming out of Ice Age that already had the tech.
Right, because we found hammers that go back to what 30,000, 20,000 BC.
Dude, freaking Homo erectus was making stone hammers and killing people with them, dude.
Yeah.
We got like 2.5 million years of whacking people with stone clubs. And all of a sudden, because it's post-Ice Age, people don't believe in it. I don't know what their problem is, man.
Yeah. No, I love it. I don't know if you see my video where I talked about the Stone Age roots of mythology. You ever seen that video about mine yet, or no? It's a documentary.
No, this is the first time I've been here. I just followed Jevim in here because she's been stalking me for a couple of months, and I thought I'd jump in here and jump on one of her friends' panels to say some things.
Nice, yeah. I had a video. I think if you just type in Stone Age in the search, it'll come up, and it's like It gets into the hammer god. I talk about the Slavics. I talk about the Indo-Europeans. I talk about all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm down for all that, dude. I love anthropology and shit.
Yeah,
I can quote grave sites and archaeological sites.
Really?
All over the joint, dude. I'm pretty good at that shit. Time zones, gods, cultures, all the time. And I really hate when modern people look back at an ancient culture with their modern Judeo-Christian values and walk around saying those people were crap as if they didn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's like your relationship to yourself is what's undermining you from understanding the history.
We had the same brains they had. So we just
The
only difference between us and them is we have the accumulative knowledge built up over time that we're born into. So
that's exactly what I'm saying. Using all that accumulated knowledge to look back at these ancient people and then judge them for it is bullshit.
If you think about it, we're dumber than them. Because we rely on more systematic civilization.
9 out of 10 people today will give you the Google answer, and they're not even home, dude. They can't form a rational, coherent opinion on their own.
Right.
They'll repeat a Google opinion they heard from other people as consensus, and if you question it, they can't defend it.
Yep. They know what the answer is. They don't know why the answer is.
Exactly.
That's the difference. So.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was nice meeting you, though.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You got a channel? You have your own channel?
No, I had to delete my channel because Java's been stalking me for too long. She keeps clipping my shit and running around. And the other week, I had a chemical burn on my leg, so she's run around in the news stories. I must be on meth because my leg's got a burn on it. Yeah. And yet it's isolated to a specific one point on my body. And that's a weird fucking meth burn, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
She's just talking shit, man. I don't like the bitch. I'm only here to piss her off, to be honest. Thanks for hanging out.
No, nice. Thanks for jumping on, man. Nice talking to
you. No worries. Don't forget your hammer and your rock.
Don't forget. I like that. All right, man. See you later. What's going on, Esmill?
Am I live?
Oh, yeah, you're here. Yep.
All right. So, yeah. And that just made me think of a couple of things.
Yeah. By the way, I got your email about the a bunch of lists, the whole list of all the references, and there's a lot of stuff in there that is very useful.
Oh, good. Yeah, and there's more stuff that I'm seeing. That was one of the things I was going to talk to you about. Yeah, the first thing I was going to mention was just from what he was saying. Yeah, they. I don't know. They're in the chat there. It says Natufian build. You know, they have those Natufian buildings. Was it one of those big like prehistoric?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Video guys. What is it called? Something like.
What are they called again? Aren't they called Travian or something? Or not that? They're called.
The kites.
You're talking
about
kites
is one thing, and then the Natufians have like these stone buildings that go back to like 14,000.
Yes, I did a video.
Like Ice Age.
I did a video on this a long time ago where I talk about the Natufian culture very briefly. This is what you're talking about here, and I think the Natufians even inspire Cyprus a lot too.
Yeah, and they're like Canaan. They're basically in the Canaan area. Yeah,
basically the old Canaanites, but also some parts of Cyprus too.
Yeah,
because Cyprus was always historically half like Phoenician, half Greek.
Yeah, because they were traveling. They have canoes. What's the oldest canoe? Like 30,000-year-old canoes.
Something crazy like that. Yeah, something crazy.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And then the kites. You know about the kites? Those like triangular shaped. They're like these triangular shaped stone walls.
By the way, Bach and Pan, are you still in the chat? Look at this. He's gonna love this. What do you do with mortar and pestle? You use it to do alchemy and break up substances. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. Look at 12,000 BC,
Yeah.
mortar and pestle. They are doing drug production in 12,000 BC.
Yeah.
I love it.
Grinding up plants for headaches and whatever else.
Using nature's gifts.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that probably goes back before the Ice Age too, the plant medicine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
So they have but all right. So what I was going to talk about, well, like one of the things that I'm interested in, you'd mentioned something about this was one of the things I'm interested in like just doing a deep dive in my own research, like as far as like specializing in is myth development in the calendars, like the festivals and the myths and the calendars and how all that goes together.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, and they have like the auspicious, the calendars of lucky and unlucky days. They have like a lot of myths in those. So you have a lot of myths in these calendar-based systems. A lot of it comes from the calendar-based systems, and so that's one of the things I'm interested in looking at, like just sort of concentrating on. Another one is like the Book of the Dead stuff. So just because there's just like so much mythology in that too. But what I was gonna talk about as far as like Christianity was and the solar stuff was so let me see here what I wrote here. Marcus Aurelius Antonius was also known as Elagabalus, teenage emperor from like 218 to 222.
Yeah, I did a whole video about him.
Yeah. Elevated state worship of the unconquerable sun, decades before Sol Invictus, elevation of Aurelius, tried to make Elagabal the superior Roman deity, much like Akhenaten, that a foreign god should be honored above Jupiter, with Elagabalus himself as chief priest, shocked many Romans. He also illegally married a Vestal virgin, although his religious practices were still generally popular with the common people. He alienated the elites and was rebelled against and assassinated at 18.
According to their fathers.
After only 4 years as emperor. His religious system was repressed by the empire until Aurelius revived a similar, more inclusive version of unconquerable sun worship. So Aurelius was more like inclusive.
He brought in the Eastern sun worship to Rome, and then that became the normal Roman imperial religion all the way up until Christianity took over.
Yeah.
So
and it says also women were barred again. So like before.
Yeah, you start to get the patriarchal sort of priesthood at this time period.
Yeah, women were barred again after they killed Marcus Aurelius Antonius, the Elagabalus guy. After they killed him, then they barred women from attending Senate meetings. And it says after Emperor Antonius and Aurelius, Emperor Julian would then try to revive unconquerable sun worship again in 361, but was emperor for only 2 years and replaced by Christian Emperor Jovian. So that was nailed in the coffin. And then let's see, what was the other thing? Although the persons of Virgin Mary and female saints had continued veneration through the Middle Ages, I do wonder if the emperors and male clergy and leadership preferred the all-male character of the Christian Trinity. Because I think what you see in the like before the in like basically 1 CE to like 200 CE is you start seeing women basically becoming more powerful, like more independent.
Oh, you want to know? So his aunt, the guy you just named, his aunt. Let me show you something right now. His aunt. Calm down. She wants to go for a walk.
But yeah, I think what you see is a lot of the there was like a powerful group of people that,
Right here.
that didn't like the women coming up in society.
Oh
And-
yeah, no, this Severin family, Julia Bassianus right here.
Yeah.
That's his mother, and her sister Julia Mesa right here. Or I'm sorry, Julia Domna. This is from the same family. She was literally deified.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Like, she was like so powerful because what happened was she was the empress, and she was the husband of what's his name?
Yeah, you started having men, emperors and priests and stuff like that who were
What happens is
buying their wives.
That's what I say. What happens is you get these Roman emperors who die before their wife dies,
Mhm.
and then the empress, what do you call it? It's dowager, the dowager queen,
Yeah.
the dowager empress. Then they become the most powerful people on the planet if
Yeah.
they don't get killed sometimes. But sometimes if they're smart strategically and politically, they can literally take over. And this is
Yeah.
what happened to Julia Domna. When Septimus Severus dies, her sons take over the throne, and she basically is running the show. She's
Yeah.
basically the Roman emperor.
Yeah. What do they call that? I mean, sometimes they just have like a queen ruling until the son comes of age.
Yeah, she's the regent. The regent queen.
Yeah, regent queen. But then, yeah, sometimes they just, it started to get to the point where in Rome where sometimes they would just pretty much just take over.
This happened with Livia. So
Yeah.
when Augustus dies, Olivia's still around, and she stays alive till 29 AD. She's in control that whole time, from 14 AD to 29 AD. She was literally like royalty. If anyone fucked with her, they're getting their head chopped off. This is the wife of the divine Caesar. Like, you don't, and so she's she's the mother of the new Caesar. She's the wife of the old Caesar. And if you read the sources, you find out, holy shit, like this girl, this woman was no joke. Like, she was the Augusta, and that's a title you get for being divine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's definitely something that happens.
So that's one thing I see is they're like, well, if we want to make things, keep the men in charge, one thing we can do is go to an all male, pantheon. So instead of you don't you've got goddesses, you've got daughters, you've got what do you call it? Consorts, and and in Christianity you don't have any of that.
Yeah,
you've got three gods, basically three gods, but they're all basically
they bring in Mary
male
worship too.
What's that?
They bring in Mary worship though too.
Yeah, that's like a popular kind of a thing. I think that's more of a grassroots kind of thing. But she's always mortal though. She's never made divine. So. I mean, some places they raise her above Jesus. It gets kind of funky. It's like the paganism is paganism strikes back kind of thing. But yeah, I think the elites never really, let her be divinized, deified.
Yeah. What else was I going to say?
Because it's funny, right? That Mary never gets deified. You would think, from everything that was going on, that would have eventually happened.
Yeah, and the Mary stuff, the Mariology. It seems like what happened with that was there was some sort of black hole, sort of hole in the religion. And because you still had Magna Mater floating around in pagan circles outside of the imperial cult, the outcasts and stuff like that, the rebels are still sticking around the old stuff.
Yeah,
and I think a strategic way to combat that is introducing Mary veneration.
Right,
we have our divine feminine right here, Mary.
Yeah,
she's not a god, but
exactly. Because ISIS was around until 500.
All the way till the end, yeah. Yeah.
And
You're
who was
right.
it? Hecate? Hecate too.
Yeah.
You still start seeing Hecate in the Coptic magical papyri. You see
And you
Hecate
can see
and
in some
Isis.
of those Christian Orthodox hymns to Mary, they have a lot of the epithets that were given to the Great Mother,
Yeah.
and Isis as well, are now being thrown at Mary.
Oh yeah.
Corey.
Yeah, it's a synchronization basically. Yeah.
That's what it is. The same way with Jesus he gets all these gods applied to him. Mary,
Yeah.
the same thing. It's like it's kind of crazy. They just synchronize the gods and goddesses into one thing.
Yeah, what was the one I saw the other day? I put it on the Discord, was Huron, who was like a warrior god, and then he became like a savior god and a healer god.
Yeah.
And then you had like Asclepius and Harpocrates. You had all of these like savior healer gods, and they also became associated with like burial and resurrection, because of their saving and healing. So
yeah, absolutely.
And then even Bess, they were showing some pictures of like Bess with like the armor on the horseback that looked exactly like the Huron warrior god. So he kind of went the other way. He was kind of the one that was like the Bess was like the god of protection of children and pregnant women and that kind of thing. And then he became like a warrior god or something like that. And with Huron and Bess became like synchronized in Egypt. It was just crazy.
Yeah.
What was going on at that time. But yeah, I'm gonna look into the whole calendar thing more. So that's one thing.
Send me what you got. I'm interested to see what you're looking at. So.
All right.
Good seeing you as always.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, hang in there.
All right, man.
Yeah. Don't let Ammon get in your head, man. Don't let him.
No, I know.
Live rent free. All right.
Yeah, I'll try not to talk about it too much, but you got to
Oh,
address.
that's fine. That's fine, but just don't like be like going
he
crazy
does
with
not.
it in your head.
Yeah, he does not affect my day to day at all.
Okay.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen some people who are just like starts ruling their world.
No, I should say this. If anything, it gives me a sense of satisfaction that I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah. I think you do have to keep a light on.
Yeah, when you tell the truth and you don't lie and you stand for truth and honesty and justice, the world works in your favor. It's just how it is. And notice how all this shit spiraling over in their direction. They're all getting accused. They're all getting in trouble. All these allegations are coming out. That doesn't happen to me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And he sounds a lot like, like when he's defending, he sounds a lot like, what was the name of that guy? Who got caught with the big scandal? The televangelist guy.
Well, there's a few of those too. So which one?
Jim Baker.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. He's the satanic Jim Baker. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is so perfect. I gotta make that a video. Just comparing Jim Baker, because they act the same. They have the same mindset. Self-obsessed. Totally self-obsessed. Absolutely. That was perfect. Anyways, I'm gonna get to the next guy. Good having you on though, man.
Yeah, later.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Before we get to the next person, we got one more super chat.
At Kirsty Angel dropped $2 Australian super chat. Mary Star of the Sea, Sierra Sea Star emoji of the sea.
Sierra Sea Star. Yeah, that's one of my favorite characters, real quick. And I hope, and I have bad feeling this is not gonna happen. Sierra Sea Star is a fascinating character in the books, in the World of Ice and Fire book. And she's one of the Targaryen sisters, one of the bastard sisters of Aegon IV, who they fight over, the Black Fires and the Targaryens. Now, I hope they cast her in the show that's coming out. She has one green eye and one purple eye. because she's a bastard. So she has one Targaryen eye and one Lysine eye. This is her mother, Serenia Lys. So one of her eyes is green and one of her eyes is purple because she's like split between these two families. She's fascinating. I hope they cast her. I hope they cast her right too. I hope they had the right. I hope they make her look just like this, dude. I like this. She's awesome. So anyways, thank you for the super chat. Graham Pong is back on here for we've been on here a bunch of times. What's going on, man?
Oh, not too much. Yeah, no, I pop on every so often when I happen to see you're open, and I happen to be awake at this time. So,
yeah, man. I'm way over my time limit, but it's fine. I can do a couple more.
No, it's good. No, I just wanted to sit there, and as I said in the chat, I wanted to apologize that I was actually right about Amen all along.
Were you? Yeah.
Well, we've emailed. I emailed you back and forth again. I remember when I got emails from you about how you and Amen were on the outs, and then you'd made up, and you're on the outs again, and all back in the day.
Oh, okay.
No.
I think I remember. I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's one of those where, it's, as I said at the time, he's basically a cult leader, and he's got some legitimate knowledge. Unfortunately, it comes coated with cult toxicity.
Yeah, and he adds on a bunch of lying bullshit to that knowledge, so he can throw at you he'll throw at you something that's like 60% true, or maybe 75% true, and then add on 25%, 30% bullshit on top of it, and then that's how he gets people. Because then when you look into it, you're like, oh, I found that checks out. This checks out. So the rest of it that I can't find must check out too.
Exactly. You use the truth for bait, and he's intentionally seeding falsehoods because that way he becomes the only place that the followers can go for the actual truth.
Bingo.
Because and he's got the partial facts that he's there, and then it all connects to his falsehoods, and he's the only one that can tell them the straight dope, and they get addicted to that dope.
Yes, bingo. And they're all hooked. You can just read one of the funniest things is to look at the chat. Yeah, he'll say it. Yeah, he'll the muse. Like there's like total cult brain. It's funny. It's actually comedy. It is. It's actually kind of comedic, but it's
like the hippies. They're all so different in exactly the same way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a little modern.
Yeah.
Going on.
Yeah. No, I was going to sit there and say connect. Go ahead.
The ones that associate with that movement just for community, and they think it's fun and they like it and they like to study and fuck around and kind of halfway serious about being in a cult. I don't have any problem with that at all. I don't have a problem with those people at all. I understand that. I get it. I hope that fulfills something for you. It's just that the only problem is the guy you're following is full of shit, doesn't give a shit about you at all, except unless you praise him, and then he loves you back. And then if you disagree with him, you're kicked to the side. That's it. That's what happened.
Oh, exactly. Actually, my standard I use is a matter of, are people getting hurt? If people are getting hurt, it probably shouldn't be happening. If you're being told by a leader that you need to go out and hurt other people, that's just, you're messing with something that you probably shouldn't be messing with. That's sort of my standard for judging.
Yeah.
And connecting quickly to another cult leader they brought up Crowley. And I don't know if you have seen some of the recent research that have been released on Crowley, but they basically explained how Crowley was primarily an MI6 intelligence agent. And he used the occult as a cover in order to infiltrate other countries and things, sort of like going back to the old John Dee, the mixing magic and the occult with spy shit. And had you heard anything about those recent things?
I think I've briefly, yeah. It sounds familiar for sure. Yeah.
It makes more sense to me that Crowley was using it as a cover as opposed to he actually believed the stuff. He was getting involved with people who bought into it.
Yeah, and that type of stuff is it makes sense that you would want like someone like that is a perfect intel like someone who you would target for that type of thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. No, one of my big ones asking you here is, have you given much thought, because this is one of the ones that I've been working with the last few years, is the idea that Greece is a reset upstart civilization. It's, the idea that it's truly ancient is something that I'm trying to abuse myself of, to get that idea out of my head, because the time from us to Homer, that's as much or less than the time from Homer to the beginning of the Sumerians. So you had this, and you had almost an entire, ancient civilization's worth of time before you got to Greece. If you look at it as classical Greece as sort of a restart after the Greek Dark Ages.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm sort of like Plato. It's like he was telling the truth about what had happened to Greece, that they were living within his Plato's cave, that they were fed this fictional past through the myths and everything else, and they were living within that one. I was going to say, have you given that idea much thought, Neil? Tag.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, you have classical Greece emerging at that time period. Now, there is a continuation between the Mycenaeans, even the Mycenaeans having continuation from the Minoans. Even when the Minoans start to collapse, there is a slow collapse. Like they have the volcano eruption, the what is it called? The tidal, what is the tsunami? And it basically destroys Knossos, or not Knossos, Thera and Knossos overnight.
Yeah.
But the Minoans do survive that. But they're just a shell of their old, and they kind of wither away, and the Mycenaeans merge. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, if you really wanted to, depending on what your standard is for continuation, you can trace the Greeks back to like 7,000 BC if you wanted to. And that would be on the island of Crete. But that depends on what you define Greeks as.
Yeah, I was just about to go there. Because so much of,
if you define Greeks as the culture that is influenced by language, which would be Indo-European language, the way they speak, then you would have to go to the Mycenaeans. You'd have to stop. You couldn't even go to the Minoans. You couldn't even say they're Greeks. You'd have to go to the Mycenaeans. So it depends. So it's tricky how you define it. It's like the same question as, when did Rome fall? Well, there's a case to be made. Rome fell in 476. There's a case to be made. Rome fell in 1453. There's a case to be made. Neither of those are correct. The 3rd century crisis is when Rome fell, or the fall of the Holy Roman Empire is when you can make there's a good case to be made for everything I just said, but it all depends.
Or Rome hasn't fallen yet.
It depends on what you define Rome as, and then the parameters. So
I was going to say, when you're talking about what makes Greece, my view of it is the Minoans was the primary civilization for a while, and it's like the Mycenaeans were sort of their outpost thralls, and then that got reversed after the earthquake, where the Mycenaeans became the primary culture.
Well, if you wanted to say that the Minoans are the original Greeks, then you could go back to 7,000 BC, because that's how long those people. There's a continuous population on that island from 7,000 BC all the way through the Minoans. You could make that argument.
Yeah, what I see is the essence of Greek civilization and classic Greece as we know it is more of a hybrid culture, where it's an offspring between an Indo-European people with a lot of Semitic influence and culture blended in, because you have things like Cadmus was a Phoenician who gave them the alphabet, and you have so much of the Greek culture there was influenced by the Phoenicians during the Dark Ages and such. So I see it as sort of like a hybrid. Even the alphabet, you have an Indo-European people using a Semitic alphabet. Sure. And that's one of the ways that I see classic Greece is more of a hybrid culture. And if we're going back there, the late Bronze Age collapse still has so many answers left. Is it why the heck did the Mycenaeans build all their fortifications and then burn them down 100 years later?
Yeah.
So no, the other one is, I was just curious if you found anything in your research that is contradicting my idea about the Jews and the Hasmoneans being the rump of Carthage. That basically, when Carthage fell, the Jews rose, and they renamed each other, sort of like the Whigs became the Republicans in America.
I would ask you, what is the evidence for that? That's what I would say. I honestly don't. I'm not sold on that at all, to be honest.
Oh, I wasn't asking if you were sold. I was asking if you had anything that contradicted it.
Oh, well, then yeah, I would say you could trace the evidence of the Phoenicians going to Carthage, and then you can trace the Jerusalem already being a kingdom having continuation all the way through, let's say.
Well, you don't have, as you know, by Gad Barnea and Jonathan Adler, there wasn't really any practice of Judaism as we know it from Second Temple Judaism.
That's religion, though. We're talking about, there are Jews, there are Yehudim. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they're calling themselves Jews.
Well, I was saying Jews as in the sense of they were Torah practicing members of, Torah practicing Semites.
Yeah, and then to me it's like where do you draw the lineage to Carthage at? You know what I mean?
Well, and that's what I do, is I draw the lineage of Carthage through the Hasmoneans, and that they were basically financed out of Tyre. It's the idea that, it's not like every Carthaginian vanished off the face of the earth when Carthage was destroyed in the 2nd century BC.
Not at all, yeah.
They had, most of the rich people, they had fled the country and all that. There was a regular, fleeing back to Tyre, back to the Phenician homeland.
Why would they want to make a religion that totally just forgets about their whole past and start out and then give the credit to Jerusalem? You know what I mean? And Moses, and make this whole thing about people who lived in this region rather than their region.
That's because they were using the Torah, which was very much, as Gemerkin and all, it was a Hellenistic product. And it was, one of the, and I've been working on it, and it's the idea that the Torah was an actual, what they were recording was a history of the Semitic people in general. It later became retroactively applied to the to the Jewish people in out of Jerusalem and all that one as it got expanded. But initially it was the Semite people. And what I see happening is you had the Semitic peoples basically controlling the entire world. Between Babylon, they conquered Egypt, when you had Assyria and Babylon at their peak and all, just before the rise of the Persians, they were controlling everything. And then it all collapsed. And by the time of the Hasmoneans, you had the fall of Carthage, the fall of Assyria, the fall of Babylon, everything got destroyed. And that's what they were sort of saying is, we've lost everything, and that's why it's baked in there. That's my explanation. Hey.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then why throughout the Old Testament and even like let me think how much of this is in Torah? Not much Torah, but throughout the prophets and those Old Testament prophets, for example, they're constantly separating themselves from Babylon and from the Assyrians and from those other Semitic tribes and kingdoms, as in those are not us.
Right. And that's because what had happened is they were following Plato's playbook for a religion and a people in the Republic, where they were creating a synthetic history that was actually false for the people to believe. That's what they were doing, is they were sitting there and creating a plausible but fictional history for Moses. That's where Moses comes from. That's where Abraham. That's why
I get that, but I'm saying, well, you center it. They center it around their people, around their genos, around their people, which is people from Jerusalem, Israel, that region. It seems to be centered on, and it does have a lineage that goes back to real kings, as in Omri is a real king, Hezekiah is a real king, Josiah is a real king. We have inscriptions that mention these people. So they're making their history, and they're using Hellenistic ways of creating this stuff, but they are tapping into their own real past. It's not like all American.
And here's where we're on different pages. I see the people who were doing the writing and the creating of the Jewish religion as being like Amen, where they were taking, true facts and then weaving their falsehoods into it. And one of the ways that I see that is, and this is one that the more that I research it, the more that I tease it out, the more I'm convinced by it, is the idea that the unified kingdom and the northern and southern kingdoms were actually partially part of what they were drawing from, was they were encoding histories of the Akkadian Empire as the unified kingdom, with Sargon as David, with the whole cup holder sort of thing. And then the fall of the unified kingdom. And then you had the northern and southern kingdoms with Assyria in the north and Babylon in the south, and them going at each other. And Assyria fell before Babylon. And the fact that Babylon was the one that actually, allegedly conquered Jerusalem. And again, as we talked about, there's no record of the actual destruction of Jerusalem, just a first siege and a basic sacking and a seizing of the king, but not the return trip. I'll tag at that point and let you. I want to hear what you have to say there, Neil.
Well, I don't want to keep going back and forth too long, but I think that's an interesting theory. I think it's. I would say keep testing it and keep going with it.
Yeah, no, that's why I was asking if you had anything against it. I'm not asking if you're sold yet. I don't know if I'm even sold on it. You know how these theories are. You tease them out first and then play with it for a while.
Yeah. No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. No, that's pretty much all I had for this time. Just sometime we need to do a show where I can present that in a more formal manner. And I've done a couple presentations for Miguel and stuff. So
interesting. All right, man. Good talking to you.
Okay. Catch you later, Neil. Have fun.
See you. Thank you. That was interesting. Set Scales and then Jevim, and then I got to go. So if anyone joins after that, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to kick you out. Let's go. What's up, Set Scales? I can't hear you at all. You're not muted either, which is weird. I hope you can get it fixed. I can't hear at all. Is anyone else No, I can't. Yeah, you're not muted though. That's what's weird. Are you sure your mic's plugged in? Or go to your settings, the 3 dots on the bottom. Go to edit mic settings and make sure it's on the mic that you're using. See what I'm talking about? Put the other guy. Okay, I'll bring it back after. Hey, Jevim, what's going on? You there?
It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, how you been?
I've been doing really good. I've been doing really good.
That's good.
I wanted to come up because I don't know if you've got to get into the Gnostics and the Remains yet, but it's an amazing book. And I would, if you could pull it up on archive.org. I have a page for you. I have a hypothesis, and it could be silly, but still, it's worth looking at.
All right, let's look at it. I think I have a copy of this book somewhere. So I might be familiar.
I have a copy, and it's highlighted the hell out of it. Like, I've really worked through this book If you can get to like page 188.
Page 188.
Yeah.
Oh, that was their Braxis I just saw.
Oh, this book is fucking phenomenal. Excuse me. It's non-phenomenal.
You're fine.
I love it. And in the back, as I love symbolism. I love to study symbolism. And in the back, it's got a lot. So what Charles King, he was a classicist and he studied the insignia rings. And the insignia rings tell the story of the initiate, right? And I've learned so much about the cults just reading through this. Is really awesome.
What page did you say?
188.
Oh, I passed it.
Sometimes it's not the same online because I do flip back and forth because I've done several videos about stuff out of this book.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's after, let's see. It's in the chapter of the figured monuments of the Gnosticism, Gnostic insignia, symbols, and legends explained. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages after that. So around 188.
Okay. So it's right here. It says symbolism right here. This Caduceus?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe,
No. It's in part 4, the figured monuments of Gnosticism.
Okay.
It can't be a plug if I don't give my channel out. Shh.
I'll put your channel up. Want me to put your channel? Oh, I'm in part 3. Okay. Here, want me to put your channel up first?
No, don't. You don't have to put my channel up. No, don't plug me. Part 4.
Okay, hold on one second.
It's where we're gonna go to.
Part 4. So this is part 3. Let's keep going. Flip through. Abraxas.
I love this book so much. I took it on vacation.
Did you?
Yeah.
Let's see. It's got to be coming up.
Because it's all symbolism.
It says number 3. Oh, so we're still in Abraxas. It's got the PGM stuff in here.
It's got a lot of Greek I can't read, so that's why I'm up here. No, I'm joking.
It's got to be coming up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there is the Jesus thing.
Yeah, there's a donkey.
Yep. Is it after this?
Yeah, it should be. We're looking for
part 4. Okay. Part 4.
Part 4. All right. So go. What did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages.
This one? Did I go too far?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back and do exactly 6 pages.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. Is it?
Go the next one over because it's got a lot of 3-letter Greeks about halfway down the page and then more up at the top. So go one more page over.
Right here? Yao?
What does that say? Yao? No, it should be. It'll say figured monuments of Gnosticism, Gnostic insignia, symbols, and legends explained.
What, we have different books or different editions, maybe?
Gosh, I don't know. This is really awesome. I was wanting you to see it as far as symbolism goes. What does the top of that one say?
Talismanic lead-in scrolls.
Lead-in scrolls. No.
Well, is it maybe there's an index in here? Does yours have an index?
3, 4, 5. Can you go back to the donkey? Because I know how many I found the donkey. Legends and formula. Yeah, I found legends and formula, and I'll tell you how many pages. 1, 2, 3.
So here's the donkey.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Is yours 2 pages? Yours is like this?
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So it's like 20 pages after the donkey. No, mine is on the left side.
That's
So I
why.
bet, okay, so we're dealing with two
10 pages.
editions.
So if yours is all on the left side, mine should be 10 pages up then.
Was almost 20. 20, go back 20 from the donkey.
So here's part 4. And then how many after this?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 after part 4?
Mm-hmm.
What's the first line on the page? What does it say?
It says, Mother Plutarch informs us.
All right, hold on. I'll find it.
Was a title given to Isis. No, I'm not doing this on purpose.
Do a word search.
Yeah, well, look up purple cloth whence spring 2 flamingo feathers.
Flamingo?
Uh-huh. If you can do word search, that's pretty cool, because then, yeah.
Here it is. All right, we found it.
Okay, so you go to where it says the priest.
Yep.
Okay.
Priest officiating commonly figured in these
Designs, yeah. Wears upon his head the, what is that? Is that a
Calantica.
Calantica, a square of purple cloth, whence spring 2 flamingo feathers. And then it's a badge made, and there's a Greek word, a cinnamon. Yeah, I think that possibly I am tired. I'm very tired. I've only had 4 hours sleep in like 2 days. I think that this could possibly also be where Hillman is pulling from this, the purple stuff and the cloth, and he's spinning it.
Maybe. I think, yeah, he's spinning it from somewhere. And the reason why that would be weird is because it's just cloth. It's like that's a royal color of that, like that you would expect to find purple cloth in these type of things. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the, because you're right, he does take things that are out there and then just twist them. By the way, it reminds me of this. It reminds me of this right here. When the way it was described, this is a common priestly hat that the priest of Jupiter in Asia Minor would wear. It looks like a papal tiara, doesn't it? And it's a conical. And then you see it's got the wreath on there. And then you might use flamingo feathers on that too, if they wanted to.
Right. That could be replaced for flamingo. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one like that going on.
And it goes on to say that this scripturum sacerdotal finishes the true exploration of the meaning of the many ancient insignia, beginning with Moses's wand, then the club of Asclepius, and closing with a derivative, the rod and the spiral with 3 S's, that is that so consistently goes with the Agamemnon serpent upon the synopsis gems.
Yeah, it's Agatha Daimon, which means the good daimon.
Okay. So yeah, these are all like the rites and initiations of these different ancient Gnostic cults. And yeah, I've been looking for what in the world could he really be talking about, because he does talk in code, because though, he keeps saying, those with ears to hear, and that's all occult stuff. It's all coded. Yeah. So yeah, I have been definitely looking for where he's been pulling this from, other than Murex and all the known meanings.
It's everywhere and nowhere at the same time, because what is it? Is it purple? Is it purple dye? Is it purple flower? I've heard that before. Is it purple cloth? Is it a purple liquid? It's just purple everywhere. And then what happens when you get vague like that? What that does is now anyone, Tiger Shark, whoever, Snappy, they just got to find some purple out there, and then they go, "Almond's right." Just
exactly.
Purple cloth is mentioned. It's like what purple is one of the very few colors that exist. Of course, you're going to find it everywhere. It's either purple, blue, green, orange. What else? Red. That's kind of it. You don't have anything else besides that. Yellow.
And the purple was everywhere. They even found in
the royal color. It's the most
Yeah.
it's a sacred color. It is.
And the royalty of the Cherokee was in my neck of the woods, and they also found purple shells that were from the ocean in that area in archaeology. So yeah, it was everywhere. I don't think it was the same shell, but it was purple shells. And it wasn't the wampum, which I think it was the Creek or the Algonquin used as monetary trade.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was definitely of high value. And if you had access to those that mollusk, you're producing. That's why so this is what another thing I read when this guy right here, Appian, he writes about the Appian, the foreign wars it's called, and basically he describes how when the Romans defeated the Seleucids, it was such a world change. It was almost, we talk about when Alexander the Great defeated the Persians, it was like a shift in the world. The whole world hegemon went from the east to the west, and Greece was the most powerful place then. But no one really talks about it as much, that when Rome defeated the Seleucids, who are literally the name of the general of Alexander, Seleucus, they're named after him. It was another shift. And the reason why is because they controlled the sea. And when you control the sea, you control everything, because the snails or the mollusk is in there. So you control the purple trade, the trade of purple. You control the fishing industry. You control the trade industry. You control all the naval ships. You have everything at your disposal. So whoever had naval dominance was king of everything. And that's why even after that, Caesar or Augustus has a civil war with Antony, because they're fighting over who has control of Rome after that. And then whoever has control of Rome is the emperor. And it stays that way for the next 1,000 years, pretty much.
It's wild to me, but everything
purple as a royal color.
Purple is it
stays all the way till today. It like medieval kings, the Byzantine kings, all the way up till English kings in the 1500s. Purple was the color. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I think Hillman just wanted to grab onto something to help people try to spin out and hold on to.
Yeah, I think so. But anyways.
Thank you so much.
Nice
Thank you for being so brave and honorable too.
You too, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Doing the same thing.
Yeah. Well, it's been 2 years of hell, but it's been worth it.
It is worth it. I agree with that.
Absolutely.
Good for you. Good for you.
Good talking to you, Neil. Bye-bye.
Good talking to you. See you. And then I said I was going to do one more, so we got set scales that was waiting. So what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on?
Now I can hear you.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you what you thought of the Tower of Babel and what was happening there. But
what do I think was going on there? So the historical or in the Bible?
The historical.
So you have the city, what is it called? The one that's the city that's not in the city of Babylon, but this next city over. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Borsippa.
Borsippa. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. That's in my opinion, the archaeological remains of Borsippa shows me that this was the Tower of Babel. That's where it was. It was the cultural mecca of the Bronze Age. It was every year at the springtime, which was the New Year's. They didn't do the New Year's in January like we do. They did the New Year's in what is it called? Nisan, which would be our March/April March 15th to April 15th, probably the best way to describe it, because it's a lunar solar calendar. And basically, if you look at Borsippa, it's in Babylonia in the region, and it's got a big tower. I mean, it's got a big ziggurat. The remains show that it was a hill ziggurat that was supposedly, and in the sources mentioned this too, reaching very high. But they would, every year at that festival, they would bring the gods there, and they would have a 7-day festival there. And I just think that's what it looks like. To me, it looks like this is where it was. This is my location. This is my hypothesis on that. Why? What do you think?
Well, I think that the Bible is telling two historical events in one story, because the Jews, when they were captive in Babylon, they would have seen the other tower, Edamananke, which would have been the center of Babylon. And the way they describe it is made of baked bricks. And Edamananke was made of baked bricks, where they had these huge buildings dedicated to baking them. And they were all uniform. It's estimated 17 million bricks were baked to build that tower. But at the same time, they were exposed to the mythology of Babylon, which would have included the events that happened here at Borsippa. And Borsippa was the one where God scattered the people and confused their language because they were building up a tower to heaven.
Yeah.
And the language that they used was basically twofold. They used cuneiform, which the aristocrats used to coordinate the labor of the people, in tune with astrology, which basically the ziggurats were fixed astrological points, tuned to the stars just to coordinate the movement and the labor of the people according to the seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually something happened, and a lightning struck Borsippa. And this is why it's vitrified now. That's what the academics will say, that they'll say lightning struck it or something similar.
That sounds crazy to me. It doesn't sound like, it still sounds like some sort of supernatural event, even if it is just lightning.
Well,
right?
I think what's going on here is,
by the way, they mention it in the sources as the Tower of Borsippa, or the Tongue Tower. I just saw that just now.
Yeah, it's Tongue Tower. But what I think is going on is these towers are fixed points of energy that people put a whole lot of labor into, and they put a whole lot of attention into this. And so this creates overlapping boundaries of information, which basically forms an egregore. And these egregores are basically supposed to be captured by these ziggurats and store them. And so what happened at Borsippa was essentially an information overload of the collective of the city, which basically, I would say, summoned the lightning, which some myths will describe as a great wind, or even like the sky of fire or the wind fire. And this brought about the destruction of the tower that scattered the people over the land.
So what do you think it would do? What do you think this purpose was?
Well, the purpose of the ziggurat is basically just to create a giant temple while everyone else lives in slums. This is what Samuel Noah Kramer will say. He quotes people who worked on archaeology sites. They'll say, compared to the rest of the city, the ziggurat was magnificent pretty much, and everywhere else was pretty low poverty.
Yeah, that's
so. Yeah, so the purpose was basically just to take everyone's labor and coordinate it towards one centralized location, according to the language of Babylon.
Yeah, that's how you get these city states. One person figures out a way to kind of politically manipulate everyone into working for one sort of cause. And then you end up with a tower on the hill. And then you end up with a secondary class around that hill. And then a third working class. A secondary class is the priest and the scribes, and they're all cushy, but they're doing stuff. They're working. They're getting stuff done. And then you have like the working class, the military class, and then the farmers. And the farmers and the slaves working with the farmers and stuff like that. But that's how it was,
And that structure mirrored the way they designed their towers. It was literally layers upon layers stacked on top of each other to build the ziggurat. But
and the higher up you were, the more closer you were to the gods. And there,
better reception.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's why they built their temples on high places. They would have temples on top of mountains. Even the Greeks did this. Canaanites did this. Holy mountains became a thing because you're right. They go up there, better reception, closer to the heavens, closer to the gods. Or there's another. This is how you get the whole chthonic versus heavenly gods thing. Another idea was to go into the caverns of the earth, and then you can get closer to the underworld gods. So there was two ways of getting to the gods. You find that all throughout the sources. Pythagoras, stuff like that. Going into these caves that are deep into the underworld, and Egyptians were big into this too.
Yeah, and that reminds me, because one reason they say they built the tower was to, because they were scared of the flood, so they wanted a place to hide from the flood.
Exactly. Yeah, they were flooded all the time.
Yeah,
I mean, when you live between two major rivers, it's not really you're in prime location for floods,
Yeah.
So,
but when I look at the tower, I don't think it's really going to help the people out much from a flood, because it can only hold a certain amount of people for so long, and then what about everyone else? So really, I think it's just there for the aristocrats to save themselves, while everyone else goes for the caves.
And that might explain the great flood myths, where you have, we landed on a mountain on an ark, 8 of us, everyone else died. Is that really the whole world was wiped out, or maybe it's your location where this happened, where you're on a mountain and everyone else died, and it sort of gets rewritten, and you know what I mean? That might be something to do with it.
Yeah. It seemed like also there's kind of like other people there for them to integrate with after the flood, because the numbers, they grow really fast, and just in a few generations they're already ruling over people with kings. But I just wanted to share my thoughts on the Tower of Babel. And
that's fascinating, dude. I like it. And have you been on here before?
No.
Oh no, I feel like you sound familiar, or you look familiar. I don't know where I've seen you before, but
yeah. Well, I'm gonna make. I have a video set to premiere tomorrow on the Tower of Babel, so it's fresh on my mind.
Really, what channel? I'll let people know that they can.
It's Set Scales. Dom here. I'll post it to my. There's my video for Tower, but
Here,
I go into a lot more detail. I read a lot of sources. I read a primary source. I read some Herodotus and
this right here.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you got the actual ziggurat there too, the reconstructed version of it.
Yeah, and there's 2 to represent that there's 2 towers.
Yeah. Communism will never work. Nice. I'll check it out, man. I'll subscribe right now.
Oh, thank you. All right. You have a nice night. It's pretty late where I live.
Talking, man. See you later.
All right.
Have a good
Agape.
And then I was going to get going, but one person jumped in here and was in the chat saying, just let me on, please. I was like,
Yeah, what up?
What's going on, man?
How we doing?
Good, good.
I was just, huh?
What do you got? What's on your mind, man?
So, and by the way, do you usually stream this long?
No, this is a very rare long stream, and I just kept going, and this. I'll finish right after this.
Yeah, I like passed out just scrolling on Twitter and Instagram, and and then I woke up and
This came up.
yeah, just
that's crazy. All the times when I was up at 4 in the morning watching like weird shit, and now I turned into that guy. It turned into the thing that I used to do back in the day.
Night owl.
Yeah.
So just fascinating. You know, have you heard of Chris Bennett?
Yes. Yeah.
So he talks about the cannabis anointing oil, right?
Yes.
So I discovered on
Exodus 30, I think it's something like that, right?
yeah, and it talks about the Kane Bossum, and then there's Kanubu and Sumerian and what are the other references? I can't remember. I'm like super tired having just woken up. Yeah, so that's a mistranslation, and actually cassia at that dosage per person, which it takes a cup or two to cover a person's body, and that amount of cassia is actually poisonous.
Really?
So it wouldn't be that. It would be Kane Bossum, which is fragrant cane, and then that's backed up in Scythian culture.
Right here? Or oh no, this one you're talking about. Cassia. But you're saying this is from
It's a mistranslation.
Ooh, interesting. Is there like another manuscript, or this is your proposal?
Chris Bennett talks about how
okay, I got you.
the original Hebrew is Kane Bossum.
So
And-
I have the Hebrew right here. This is Leningrad Codex. You think it'd be in here?
Is that Greek?
No, this is Greek right here. And this is where this in the Greek you get Cassia. It's right here, Kusios.
Yeah, so the thing about it that Chris Bennett makes the point of is Kane Bossum, and then
right here. Oh no, that's Kadash. Never mind.
That must be holy.
Yeah.
Or something.
Let's see. Maybe it's in this one. They're right here. Kanam. Well, Kana. So you have Kana right there, and that's two. That's Vav. And Kanaman. That's cinnamon, right? Kanaman.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait. So our word for cinnamon comes from
Yes, that's the thing about it is
Whoa.
there's so many Hebrew words like that. Like
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm familiar with quite a few of them. I didn't know cinnamon was also a Semitic word too.
yeah, like Jeff Benner does a lot of deep dives into the relation of English and
Does the word
Hebrew.
cannabis and kanamin have some sort of like? I mean, they're both like related in some way. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know what form cinnamon looks like originally. Maybe it looks
Here's
like a
another
cane.
one. Here's kana right here.
Yeah, so it's definitely Kane Bossum.
It's okay. There's a my bad.
That's whatever.
If I zoom out, because it's right here. All right. There is this right here. So wait, where'd it go? Did I just lose my spot?
23.
23.
Or 4.
It shot me all the way down there for some reason. So let's see. Kadash. Wait, it's up here. Okay. So you can see right here where it's right here. Look, kana bashim. Kana bashim. So there it is right there.
Yep. So then you got in Scythian, we get the term cannabis from the Scythian culture, which Scythian is Sukhothyan, which is Sukkothish, Scottish. The Scythians migrated to Western Europe. Same with Cimmerian is Sumerian. Ireland is.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you up. I just want to correct myself. This is kanamu or cinnamon, and then it says bashim. That down here, it says kana bashim, cannabis.
Yes, that's it.
There we go.
So
I'm just this is my first time actually like looking at this by myself.
yeah, so it means fragrant cane in Hebrew, and calamus is a mistranslation because for someone to apply that oil to their body, it would be toxic at that dosage.
So what
cassia.
What does the Greek do with this? Did they just change it to something else? Because I don't see.
Yeah,
they don't have.
Yeah, it's
here.
I forget what it is exactly. I think it's
Dikaiosis pentacanto, which is
it's either cassia or calamus.
There's calamu right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. So and then in the Greek Septuagint, it translates it as chrism, which in the Gospel of Philip, and this is my discovery, he might actually talk about this, but I definitely saw it when I didn't hear it from him, at least, and we like both. But anyways, it says the chrism is the fire is the light, and the resurrection. You're not gonna receive anything upon death without receiving.
Here's your charisma right here.
Yep. You're not gonna
look at. You're right. You're absolutely right. Make these into a sacred anointing oil, and it's literally kai poises auto elion chrisma hagion, which means holy charisma.
Yeah.
So you're literally this is crazy. So if we take both, this is why I love Cross Bible, guys. All of you who are still left, the 100 people that are watching, Cross Bible is so cool because I'm plugging my boy here because I got to. But this is such a good look what we just did. You can't do this by looking at one Bible at a time. You got to take the Greek and the Hebrew and you cross translate them to get the truth. Because you can't the cannabis is here. You can't get the cannabis from the Greek, but the chrism is in the Greek.
Yeah.
So you can't get the chrism. You can't get cannabis chrism unless you put both the Greek and the Hebrew together, and you find it. Boom. And then use that to Christ people with right here.
Yeah, and then so what I discovered was that in the Gospel of Philip, it says the chrism's the fire and the light and the resurrection. You're not going to receive anything when you die unless you receive the chrism when you live. Also, it's the reason we're called Christian. Also, it's the reason Jesus is called Christ. It says this stuff in the Gospel of Philip. So,
yeah. By the way, Gospel of Philip also makes a comment. I think it's the Gospel of Philip. I think so. It makes a comment on the name Jesus being tied to healing. So the name, I don't know if you know this, the name in Greek, Jesus. Let me show you this. This is the last thing and after this I gotta go. This is actually I'm not rushing this out. I love this. Jesus Greek name. Watch this. Okay. So the name in Greek for Jesus has that iota, eta, right? And then Zeus means salvation, right? Zeus, Savior. But it's got the yay, which is people think that means Yahweh, right? And essentially it does. When you find the name Jesus in the Old Testament for Joshua, it's Yahweh saves. That's what it means. Look, you even said it's Aramaic Yesu. However, the Christians in the later Roman period, when they saw this name, they thought it was divine. And the reason why, let me show you something real quick. All right. I got to share my screen one more time. Let me first I want to copy and paste yay. And watch this. Share my screen again. If we go into and look up yay, watch this. So it can either be yay all in one sense by itself. And look at this is the same word. I didn't add anything to it. It's iota eta by itself. Exclaim of joy or enthusiasm. Used in the cult of Apollo. Yay, his name, and this is the name of Apollo. Yay Pion. And think about this for a second. What is Jesus doing in the Gospels at every turn and every page? He's healing people left and right. He's living out his name as a yay. Now, check
And
this out.
Asaya in Egyptian is where you get a scene. And
Yeah.
that means healer, like the therapeutai and whatever. And Jesus, like Zeus is probably Zeus.
Yeah, I don't. That's not as strong. However, look at this, because the Zeus in Greek means something in Greek. That's the only reason I would push back.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Because Zeus comes from Zeta.
Different letter. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds similar, but a Greek person would know the difference. They'd be like,
Do you know about the ancient Hebrew pictographs?
oh yeah. The alphabet comes from the Egyptian. Yeah.
Like Jeff Benner does deep dives on how you decipher a meaning of a word by
Yeah, that's very good.
the orientation of the characters and what they mean individually.
Yeah, but look at this right here. Okay. So there's another entry for yay, and it gives you this yay eos. So yay eos, which is like, means like poison or venom. Yay eos. It's another epithet for Apollo. It's also evoked with the same cry we just heard about. Yay. It's also a title for Apollo, and it's also applied to Asclepius. In fact, if you go to the Orphic hymn to Asclepius, the first word, it starts off first word, yeter, yay. It calls him the yay. So, and it means it's heal. Look at the last thing I want to show you. Yay, ter or yay terra. Is that what the word is? Yay tear. There it is.
That's like the difference between poison and medicine is in the dose. Like, didn't you make that point? Like the same word is for poison and medicine or something?
Yeah.
With the snake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the eos. Why can't I get matches for that? That's a real word. That's a word. Or is it yater? Is that what it is? Yater? Yeah. So this is the same word. Look at see it? Yay, tear. It's the first word. It means deliverer. So the point I'm trying to show you is, as you pointed out, all these later texts from the Christian Apocrypha are like pointing out that there's a holy chrism and the anointing oil, but they're also pointing out that the name of Jesus is the healer. He's the yater, the yater. I like it. I think it says a lot about why Christianity took off in the Greek world. They thought this was
the original one. Yeah, the original version.
Exactly.
Because then you got, so the only place in the New Testament that says the word chrism in Greek is in 1 John 2:20 and 27. It says, we've received the anointing, the chrism that teaches us all things and no one else can teach us.
Yep.
So I actually made it and put it all over my body and had a wild experience with like a cloud UFO on a perfectly sunny day. And a 10-second long thunder roll, not a cloud in the sky. Besides this thing, I turned around and it was like hundreds of feet long and dark gray and like rotating. And it was like, and I heard a loud voice and stuff. It was wild. And there's like a description, and there's many there's like 215 verses of craft, including clouds and the Bible, throughout the Bible, and one of them is Zechariah 4 or 5, and it talks about a flying roll.
Oh yeah, that's the big one. Yeah, Zechariah.
Yeah.
And Ezekiel's another one too. Look at this. Kai hume to krisma. That's the and you have received, as for you, the charisma you have received.
Yeah, and that's the only place in the New Testament. And it's like, I looked into it quite a bit, and freaking, so that's like the essence of it all is, healing and uniting around these things. And like the first disciples were living in community, all these healers, all these like Gnostics.
Therapeutai too.
Yeah, like maybe tripping balls or whatever. Like
maybe, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Like as far as like on Holt the priest and holy days, taking, because and the reason why we know this was happening in this part of the world, the Elephantine Yahweh temple had inscriptions that mention, or papyri, I think it was papyri, that mentions the priest in the Yahweh temple drinking the haoma, the yasna ritual, and that was a psychoactive potion that would, you could get an oracle, a prophet would drink it and they would get the oracle.
Yep.
So Therapeutai I talked about as well. They're healers, philosophers, medical people. They're like Jewish druids, basically. Druids were the everything people. They were the scribes, they were the doctors, they were the philosophers. That's what these Therapeutai were.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because druid relates to Druze.
And what's crazy is that this person right here, Kloppenborg, John Kloppenborg, I've had him on my channel. He's amazing, dude. Amazing Christian scholar. And he points out the Therapeutai were also followers of Asclepius, who I just mentioned, who worship the god, they call him Yeter, and Serapis. So like,
wow.
And then
it's,
and then Delos, this is our inscriptions from Delos. Do you know how much syncretism was happening on this island? They had triads of gods, and they would synchronize the Phoenician god with the Latin god and the Greek god.
Yeah, because
one big triad god.
Yeah, like you mentioned the Great Flood earlier. Well, the Bible combines like Enki and Enlil, or Zeus and Deucalion into one. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what it is. It's synchronizing. Yeah. I agree.
Yes, like
you find throughout the Old Testament, you find little images, little pictures of certain Near Eastern gods. You'll find Baal, you'll find Yam, you'll find all these
Yam.
Yeah, the sea god. There's the whole image of the Leviathan being destroyed. That's from the Ugaritic sources.
There's people that relate Uranus to Oannes, and also Uranus, obviously.
Yeah.
But it really seems like there's two threads running through the Old Testament, even itself.
That's what a lot of people, they call the documentary hypothesis thing.
Yeah, and you got like Baal Hamon, and then you got Baal Hadad. And then if you look at what Baal Hamon was commanding, which was firstborn sacrifice, it would make sense that would be Kronos, because Kronos was eating his kids so they didn't usurp his throne, which Zeus eventually did. And then
Kronos sacrifices his only son in the Philo of Biblos myth.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's in there.
So friggin' yeah, I don't what's the other oh, you're the only other person I've heard to come across the whole Jesus saying Father Oranos, like the word for heaven.
At Kirsty Angel dropped $2 Australian super chat. Neil, can you please unbar Carl Karsnark? Purple heart emoji.
Wait, I had him blocked? I don't know I had him blocked. Anyways, what were you saying?
Just that you're the only other person I've heard come across the fact that Oranos was referenced by Jesus as far as like him saying the kingdom of heaven.
Oh yeah, the kingdom of Oranos. Yeah.
Yeah, and like he could really be referring to that actual God, and also like
Oranos laid down. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, and like the Canaanites were worshiping Baal Hamon / Kronos, and so that must mean that Jesus would have been like loyal to Zeus. Which is just like I think these gods are still existing. I think they're living on other lands, and and they're like flying around in these UFOs, and like for real. And there's paintings from the 1400s of like UFOs of biblical or Jesus scenes. Yeah, like
they're very fascinating.
Yeah, and even like specific.
You know the Luxembourg, or is it Luxembourg painting? UFO painting. So there's a paint here. This one right here. There's a full. So this is out of all the UFO phenomena. I'm not a big UFO guy. I'll put it this way. I'm not against it. I'm not like a debunker of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not out there debunking.
Yeah, I feel
I'm
you.
just not like a big into it. Is like I'm not talking about it. However, the one that's convinced me the most is this.
I got to show you one after.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
1561. There was a bunch of people, and this is not just one guy making a random painting. It was a whole bunch of people above
and
Nuremberg.
Tenebris 8 dropped $2 super chat. Alpha Sigma, genitive, contracted, Eta Sigma, Omicron Sigma, ISIS.
Yeah, exactly. There's the Ionic version, and there's the, Koine and classical. And yeah, it's the same word. It's this just different. The way it's pronounced would be Yaso or Yes. Well, I would push back on Jesus is not the word. It'd be Yeso or yeah. What am I saying? Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's right. The genitive form of it, yes. But well, if you're going to do genitive form, you would have to do Yesu. Yeah, I already said that. But yes, I see I know what your point is. Okay, thank you. That's a good one. Yeah, so this is what happened, I guess. At April 14th, 1451, an apparition occurred on the sun. This was seen in Nuremberg by many men and women. And they said all this, they're like the sun above, the color was blood, and round ball of partly dull, partly black ferrous color. And this, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but anyways, this is what the person describes: seeing a bunch of random weird shit floating around in the sky. Freaked everybody out. They thought the end of the world was coming.
Right.
So that's the one thing when I read about this, I was like, that's convincing. When you have more than one people all attesting to something, I like that. It makes me think there's something behind it.
Oh yeah. Have you seen like the fine line laser point going from a UFO in the sky to like Mary's womb painting?
Oh yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah, the Mary UFO. Yeah, Mary UFO.
Type in real quick Visoki Dekani. It's just like how it sounds. It'll probably pop up. Dekani.
Was it UFO painting?
Yeah, it's a mural of Jesus.
Yeah, I saw this one before. Oh, I'll share it out.
Oh, you saw it? Because that's like that's legit technology depicted.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the argument is because it has that symbol right here, it's a star. So so like there's some sort of angel floating in a star or something.
Yeah, but then you look at talismans that like Sumerian statues and reliefs have, and it's like the 8-pointed thing.
Yeah, that's a star. Yeah, exactly, Star of Venus.
Yeah, but I don't know. It looks like someone's flying that thing, right?
No, I agree with you. It looks like someone's flying that thing. You're absolutely right. There's no reason. I have sympathy for people that think this is a UFO painting all day.
But damn, actually, I just realized the one I was going to recommend was really difficult to find. But there's 12 blue orbs, right? And this is in Orange County, California, and they are like 3, 3, 3, 3, like 4 rows of 3. So that's 12, which could be 12 Olympians or 12 Titans. I don't know. If they're sending a message, which it seems like they are, because the bottom row, the middle one will separate, and then it'll start to go down, and then the next row, the middle one will separate and go down, and so it's like they're pointing an arrow, like we're coming out of the ocean, or we're going into the ocean. And then you look at all the, serpentine, mermen, mermaids, Poseidon, trident, fleur-de-lis, like all this imagery that's pretty much like, they're and alien bases maybe discovered, like Timothy Gallaudet talking about alien bases off the coast of California, which is super close to where
really
just like wild stuff. It's pretty fascinating.
That is pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to unblock people on here. I'm trying to Yeah, I like the UFO stuff. I mean, it's fat. Like I said, I'm not a debunker of it. I think
Yeah,
because
I mean,
aliens are obviously out there. I mean,
yeah, there's
if
yeah,
you think we're the only people in the universe, I think that you're not. That's
right.
really too bright there, because obviously there's something out there. But the question is, what is it? Where is it?
I think it's everything. It's like everything we've ever heard about. Like
Yeah.
like it's probably like some of them are like Greek gods who survived. Some of them are like gray alien secret space program, fucking bio robots. Some of them are um, military projects. They're keeping quiet or whatever. It's probably just everything.
Yeah, probably.
But
By the way, Carl Karsneck is now unblocked. So you're lucky you have powerful people as friends. Pierce the angel. But yeah, no. Have you've been on here before, right? No.
no, I haven't. I've like left a comment for you to check an email that I sent to you.
Oh, really? You sent me an
Yeah.
email? How
Yeah.
long ago was it?
Maybe a week.
Okay, I'll look back and find it. I'll remember.
Yeah, it's from the same Nonesuch, which actually, so this is a reference to, it's my band name. It's which you can go, anyone listening or you can go on Nonesuch how it's spelt.org. And I got a bunch of music on there. But and you can find it. But I also have a YouTube of it's like a 10-hour long video so far and some shorts, but just talking about a bunch of different stuff. But so this Nonesuch, it's a reference to a castle that King Henry VIII built in England. And he had a ton of Greek sculptures and artwork depicted on this castle, like built into it.
Where is it?
In England.
Oh, and what is it? What does it look like?
There's only drawings and paintings left of it because it was destroyed, probably for the reason why it was like he called it this Nonesuch, like there's none other such place, because he went hard on
Nonesuch.
yeah, he like went hard on the Greek mythology thing. And I guess the Catholic Church didn't like that. And it was right around the time where he rebelled against the Catholic Church. So just like all this complex history and infiltration of their kingdom and whatnot. But so that's just like a whole fascinating time. Like Shakespeare was right after Henry VIII for Queen Elizabeth I's court. She was his daughter. But tons of references to Greek mythology in the Renaissance era.
Oh yeah, that's when they all came back,
Yeah.
flooding back like a great flood.
Yeah.
Great time period.
Yep.
Great books in that time period too. You know, great authors.
Like what?
Dante. Well, Dante's like
Oh yeah,
early Renaissance, but you have Petrarch. You have right here. I got a couple right here. A couple of Renaissance books. This is Leonardo Bruni.
Fuck yeah, I gotta read more. I like.
This is the history of the Florentine people, and he takes it all the way back to like how Florence even came about. But he says that they're from an Italic tribe that goes back to Sulla. Sulla's one of the Roman dictators. That's where he starts off at. He starts so basically Sulla made a colony, and that became part of the Roman Empire. And then from then on, it was like pretty much that. It was a history. There's a couple other good Renaissance books that I have here. Let's see. Where's the other one? That's wait, what was the other one? I must have it in the room. But yeah, there's a bunch. I mean, there's a whole. Here we go. There's a New Science by. Where is it? New Science. Where did I put that book? It's called New Science. It's by Right here. Vico, Giambattista Vico.
Wow.
And it literally has Kronos on the cover.
Oh, no shit.
And this is a little bit later than the Renaissance, a little after the Renaissance, like 1600s, but still, it's fucking awesome. He's like one of the first scholars to just look back at history and just talk about random shit, just like, and the Romans did this, and the Scythians did this, and Herodotus says this, like, you know what I mean, like just good shit.
Yeah.
So
that's fun.
I recommend it.
Have you read a lot of those books?
Oh yeah, everything on here I've read.
God dang.
Everything.
How do you got that much time? You make.
I started the journey back in 2011.
Oh wow!
And
you've been at it for longer than I thought.
Yeah, and I've just been collecting books ever since.
Wow,
because you can
that's
buy
great.
Books. You can order books on Amazon.
Yeah,
this is 20 years of books, dude.
The snap of a finger.
20. Wait, has that been how long has it been? 2026, 2016 would be 10 years. Yeah, 15 years.
Oh yeah, I feel like a dumb idiot. I just I've been focused on other stuff and music and whatnot, but I would like to read a lot more of things from various eras.
Yeah, it's fun.
I only got so much time.
Right. Me too, man. I wish there was like 48 hours in one day instead of 24 hours.
I know.
And I wish I can clone myself too.
Yeah, like why you gotta sleep?
I know. Why is it gotta be this way?
We can figure this shit out. We can figure out some way of just eternal
time dilation.
Yeah. Who needs sleep? Fuck it. There's probably like a ton of stuff that I would love to talk to you about, but I can't even remember. What's something I've always wanted to ask you? Damn.
Which I knew.
Fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna try and. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah.
Are you in Florida?
Yeah.
How you like it? I was just in Florida for months and months.
I like it here.
I left.
Never gets cold ever.
I know. Florida's freaking great.
People here think it gets cold in December and January. It's not fucking cold here. They're a bunch of pussies. I grew up in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Cold here is like a chilly fall day in Buffalo. And that's like
right.
I'm talking like January, February, winter. People are literally like inside their houses, not going out. Like, what is going on?
Right. It's insane.
People who grew up here who think it's cold because that's what yeah. But I'm the opposite of them. I can't handle the outside during this time of the year. I'm inside all the time during this time of the year.
Right. I had to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
It was getting way too hot.
It rains me, dude. And everyone's outside playing out here. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys?
Like, how do you exist? Yeah, it must be a northeastern thing. I'm from Boston and upstate New York. I'm from like Saratoga.
Nice.
In Boston, but
that's where I'm from, Buffalo.
Yeah, but I lived in
upstate. I'm more Western New York.
Yeah, no.
But it's way more beautiful where you're at. So that's awesome that you grew up. You get to grow up and being able to grow up in Western New York is like the luckiest thing ever, I think.
Yeah, New York's
it's got so much greenery and mountains and hiking places.
Yeah.
You have the Great Lakes, you have everything over there.
Yeah. Went to friggin' Ithaca College.
I mean, that's where a lot of elites live too. Like the Clintons live there. The Bidens live there, or I think Hunter Biden lives there or something like
Where?
That. Upstate New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
one of the nicest places in the whole country to live.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like the foothills of the Adirondacks or the Finger Lakes or.
Exactly.
Yep.
And then Buffalo is just a shithole in the corner. But it's still part of New York, though.
Yeah. I mean, it probably used to be really nice and before all the steel industry collapse and whatever.
In 1901 was probably the most promising city in the whole country. It was the first city. Did you know that Buffalo, New York was the first city to have lights lit up from power?
No shit.
In the whole world.
What?
Nikola Tesla came to Buffalo in 1900 to set up his electricity using the power from Niagara Falls. So he's just sitting in a building near Niagara Falls, trying to harness energy to light up lights, and he does it. He's successful. So Buffalo, New York, is the first city in the world to get lights in there, street lights, all types of lights. Buffalo, New York, 1901, and then as a result, President McKinley, William McKinley, came to Buffalo to do a Pan American exposition to show off like this is the fucking future. We're ahead of the world in technology. We have the smartest people, blah, blah, blah. He went to meet Tesla. There was what's his name was living there at the same time. Fuck is his name? I actually
Thomas Edison.
No, not Thomas Edison, but Thomas Edison was here too. Because he was like Elon Musk. He took credit for it because he funded it.
Right.
He's like, I did this. And it was like just Tesla did it. There was an author, a famous author who came to Buffalo during this time. He lived here. And I'm just drawing out on his name.
Is it Poe?
No. Hold on. Let me look it up. Famous authors of 19.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain. There you go. I don't know.
Was it?
Yes, Mark Twain. So Mark Twain. Imagine this: you got Mark Twain, you got the president, you got Edison, you got fucking Nikola Tesla. They're all in where I grew up, and trying to harness energy, and then McKinley comes here, as I just mentioned, and guess what happens to him? He gets assassinated.
Wow.
On the street called McKinley Street. That's
oh shit.
And that's why they named the street after him. And I guess that was like the end of Buffalo's like heyday, because like it's not good to kill a president in your city. Presidents don't want to go back there after that.
Yeah, there's probably so much deep political stuff going on.
Yeah, the fact that all that happened in 1 6-month period, weird, right? Makes you think like what really was going on, right?
Oh yeah. I even I knew someone who lived in the house that you know the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Yeah, oh yeah.
This person lived in the house where this Madame Jamel or whatever lived in, and she actually had the wife and children of the main character who got kidnapped live with her in this house in the basement.
Damn.
But the reason I bring it up is because she dated what the fuck's the guy's name? Oh shit. The guy who dueled with Aaron Burr, and dueled Alexander Hamilton. Just tons of political stuff happened in upstate New York, like the Battle of Saratoga. And
by the way, you mentioned Edison being in Buffalo. He literally filmed this. He filmed the president, so he was there when he got killed.
Oh, really?
I wonder if he was behind it.
Probably.
99 dropped £9 and 99 pence super chat. King Henry VLLL Hampton Court Palace has tiny wooden gargoyles high up on ceilings, where eavesdropper comes from. To remind them the king would always hear gossip and there would be consequences.
Wow.
Wow, that's friggin' wild.
I'm gonna look into that for sure. Thank you for that. Thank you for the £10. Good day, Chup.
That's fucking spooky.
But anyways, look at this. So you have a video here. It's literally shot by Thomas Edison. And so obviously, you know, Tesla's somewhere nearby. Maybe he's not there, but he's somewhere in the city. And this is the Pan Am exposition going on. President taking the oath. Early days of cameras. But look at this. You can see right here. McKinley went to Buffalo, Pan Am exposition. That's by the way, that building's still there to this day. And then it says McKinley enjoyed the public. Wait, where is it? Is it sad? Oh, here, right here. In the days after the where is the shooting actually at? On September 5th, McKinley delivered his address at the fairgrounds before a crowd of 50,000. In his final speech, McKinley urged reciprocity treaties with other nations to assure American manufacturers access to foreign markets. What that really means is we're about to sell this technology and get rich. And he said he intended to speech as a keynote to his plans for a second term. A man in the crowd, this guy, Anarchist. It's always an anarchist. It's probably a patsy, right?
Kazolzavigazid.
Remember, it's always an anarchist, right? Hoped to assassinate McKinley after hearing a speech by anarchist Emma Goldman. Damn. In Cleveland. That's the city right next to Buffalo. They're both on the same lake. Had decided to take action. He managed to get close to the president podium, but did not fire, uncertain of hitting his target. After his failure to get close to him in September, he waited the next day at the Temple of Music. Oh, that's still in Buffalo. That's the building. Dude, Buffalo has beautiful buildings, dude, from this period. Like, there's a place called, look up the oh my God, I got to show you this. The Buffalo Museum, the Buffalo what is it called? Museum. We have a museum that I used to walk to. I live walking distance from this place. And it has the muses there. It has the way that Athens has the muses holding up. This is why I'm so into Greek shit, is from growing up and looking at the muses all day.
Really?
I swear to God, I'm going to show you right now. It's called the Buffalo Muses Museum. Hold on, I'll find it. So where is it? Oh, I gotta find this. This is so.
While you're looking, I'll just say I have a theory that just with all the wars that happen in the U.S., the Great Lakes region, like Chicago all the way up to Buffalo, were the most preserved buildings, and that's why you see so much old architecture still.
Yep.
To this day, like Chicago has some crazy stuff. They got on their Chicago Tribune, their newspaper building, like a skyscraper. They've got Sumerian reliefs on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And I got into all the Tartaria, old world, Antiquitech kind of scene.
Oh yeah,
it's some wild stuff.
This is in Buffalo, right here. Let me share my screen.
Oh shit, that's what I look like.
Right here. So this was unraveled somewhere in the, I want to say,
wow,
maybe 2010 or something like that, or something. I don't know. But so you have this outside of the museum, and also it's called the Buffalo. Hold on a second. It's called the Buffalo Japanese Gardens. It's right next to this place. So you can walk, you can literally go to all these things. As you're walking through the gardens, you see Greek temple. This is in Buffalo, New York, dude. Look at this.
Yeah, it's unreal.
And it's called the Japanese Garden. Me and my brother would walk here every day. Every time we had a chance, not every day, but you know what I mean? It was once a week at least, maybe twice a week, 3 times a week. And you could literally just walk through this and we'd trip on it. Mushrooms, we do all types of stuff. And we play what's it called? What's that? Frisbee
golf.
Yeah, what is it called when you throw it in the can? It's a Western New York thing.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, really?
No.
Anyway, this is the same location right here, Japanese Garden, Delaware. By the way, Delaware, 33 Delaware is a Mason Freemasonic temple.
Whoa.
So this city has a lot of history, a lot of architecture, Freemasonic shit going on. The museum is beautiful, dude. The museum, this is part of the museum right here on the back side.
That's unreal.
We would just go back there and just look, whoa, look at that shit, dude.
I wonder what the etymology of Buffalo is, because in New York, you got so many Greek names like Ithaca, Utica, Elmira, Saratoga, just so many. Ticonderoga.
A lot of them are from Native Americans, because don't forget, Western New York was a Native American mecca.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was you had the Seneca tribes, you had the Iroquois tribes, and they all were centered around. This is ironic. Their holy site. Guess what it was? Niagara Falls. What do you know? They all were centered around this site. That's where all and it's just funny how that becomes the location where electricity is born in the modern world. They're personal.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is very interesting. So I always have a Well, soft spot for Buffalo, New York, you know.
Yeah, I mean, gotta love buffalo wings.
Gotta love buffalo wings.
But yeah, it's a complete shithole now. It's so sad. Like all the abandoned factories and shit.
Dude, they have apartments for like $300 a month.
Oh my god.
That's
actually I knew a kid.
It's so poor in some parts. There are some nicer suburbs and stuff, Amherst and stuff like that. But it's so poor in some parts of this inner city, east side, west side. Central Park is really ghetto. It's so bad that when the recession hit in 2011 or 2007 or something, 2007, right? When the recession hit, was that when was the recession? 2011, right?
Yeah, I think
when the recession hit and all of the country was all losing their minds because they're going to lose their houses. I remember nothing. I remember gas prices going up, being annoyed by what the fuck I'm paying. I used to pay $2. Now I'm paying $7 for gas. That's it. Because the Buffalo market was already so bad that they couldn't get any worse. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It was one of the least affected cities of the of the recession.
That's serious. Yeah, man, that sucks. Yeah, it's freaking the whole Rust Belt, like Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I knew a kid who was like a traveling gutter punk musician, like train hopping kid. And him and his like clan like moved into this factory in Buffalo, and they, through this legal loophole, they turned on the electricity. So they would have like these massive raves and like punk shows in this abandoned factory.
A lot of stuff like that going on in Buffalo. By the way, this is a stoa, an actual stoa. That's the same. This is the same museum that I just showed you, but this is the front. This is the front that faces Delaware, and there's you can just hang out at stoa all day.
See, I think the Greeks were here as well. I think this was Atlantis.
Maybe.
That's why you got Atlantic Ocean, you got Atlanta, and I freaking because just the like they weren't building this stuff in the 1800s. Like it came earlier, and even if you like, I went to DC, right, and I'm looking at the Library of Congress building, and on the outside, there's a bunch of statues of like ancient looking people, and like some are Asian, some are Native American, some are like look like Greek philosophers. And I don't know, there's a bunch of different evidence of like ancient weaponry, Greek fire, and like evidence of buildings burning from fires that aren't possible with just like a wildfire. But I do think there's even still descendants of those people alive today. And
Thanks.
A lot of immigration was just like a way to cover up people's origins here and like thousands of years of history of their ancestors living here. That's just what I speculate based on. There's like a lot of different info on like just messed up timelines in history, and also evidence of buildings that were built just so long ago. And even like Hebrew and Greek writings found amongst certain Native Americans, like even like
Really?
McKeegan,
Never seen that before.
you got to look into like people call it Tartaria or whatever.
There's a great picture of the building I was telling you about. You can see the muses over there. It's actually designed kind of like Athens a little bit, but almost like in a reverse way.
Oh yeah.
But they use Ionic columns instead of the Doric.
Huh.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The Athens did have Ionic columns too. Actually, I'm thinking of something else.
Huh.
Yeah, this is just straight up Buffalo, New York. Now this is built in 1962, but this section was built later. Was finished later. Somewhere in my lifetime, it was early.
That was built in 1962.
The whole this building was, and then
Really?
this section right, the muses was like finished. I want to say early 2000s, something like that. They finished that.
Oh really?
Yeah, I remember when it happened, and I remember this statue right here with all the heads. I remember that getting erected too. So that's added later. The rest of it was all there, and that's bronze. That's why it's green. It was a bronze top.
Those are heads.
Yep. Yeah, this right here, this thing.
Yeah.
Look, I'll show you a zoomed in one. Look, it's got all whoever designed this knew what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah.
Like, all basic Roman.
Yo, that symbol, that like floral symbol, that one and that one.
Oh, this one right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like all over.
Super sacred.
Like the tree of life Sumerian,
That's the heads thing. So it's a guy standing on top of a guy's head with a smaller guy sitting on top of his head, and it has to do with like the noose, the mind.
That's
like
fucking funny.
The infinite mind. I think that's what the artist was going for.
That's fascinating.
But and then this one I hate. I hate that. I think that's stupid. I don't know. I just never liked it. It looks like a bunch of clutter and it ruined the vibe. Why would you put it's all it is a bunch of canoes. It's got all these like wires holding it together. It's so stupid.
That is really dumb.
About it all the time. But look at that view.
Yeah, that's
can jam. That's what we'd set up can jam right here. We'd have one can here and one can here. And the game is you have two cans with a slit in them, and you got to throw the frisbee into the slit. But if you have a partner on each side, so you and your partner are opposite sides, and the other team is there and then partner. It's 2-on-2.
Yeah.
And you throw the frisbee, and you can either bat it in, but you can't catch it. You have to bat it in.
Oh, I've seen people playing that actually. Yeah.
Or if you get it in the slot, it's game over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty sick though. I'd play that.
You play up to 21 points. Every time you bat it in, it's 3 points. You get to try to get to 21.
Fuck yeah.
And if you hit the can and it doesn't go in the slot, it's 1 point.
Sounds like a blast.
It is. But I'm tired now, so.
Yeah, I feel you. Damn, it's late. Well, good chatting.
Nice chatting, man. I'll definitely come on next time. So.
How often do you do this kind of thing?
I've been doing it more often now than I was before. So I would say probably in a couple more days, or maybe in a day or two, I'll be back on here.
Do you do the StreamYard every time at the end of every live thing you do?
I've been throwing that in sporadically, but I think I'm going to try doing it more often. I think I enjoy these things, you know.
Right on. In order to talk to you on Discord, do I have to pay for a certain level subscription or something?
But I'll tell you right now, my Discord right now is not active really. I just haven't been using it. So yeah. I'm gonna work on that and try to get someone to help me out with that, and maybe I can get that going. Get more of a community thing going on. So
right on. Well, yeah, I guess check out the email I sent you. It's the same name as this. And then I don't know if you ever feel like having me on or something. That'd be sick to get my music and YouTube going. But I'm not trying to be like just impose.
You said you have a channel?
Yeah, it's this _music search. Like search none such _ because a few other like music albums and stuff that aren't mine pop up if you just search just none such. So do the _
and then none such NUNSUH
NONSVCH _music with a V instead of a U.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I just got a long ass video. And then I've got I have more stuff on Instagram that's a little more concise.
Right here?
Yep.
Awesome. I see you got the UFO thing going on. Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, like 10 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's gotta be I'll check it out, man.
I'm going deep, and just like I just figured I would just like get it all out into one thing. It'd be concentrated.
No, I was gonna say I'm one of your original. How many your subscribers aren't showed?
I don't have any. I just started it.
Am I your first subscriber?
I think so.
That's awesome.
You have deserved this honor. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I interviewed Chris Bennett actually. I still have to post that. I still have to edit it. I plan on doing more, but it's just like such a process, such more of a process than I anticipated.
Yeah, I just noticed people in the chat saying on my Discord. If anyone can help me out with that and get that going and set it up where I can, and then it'd be a nice little landing spot for a Song of Ice and Fire and Gnostic religion stuff too. We can maybe set it up that way. You know what I mean?
What's Song of Ice and Fire?
It's like the Game of Thrones books. You ever heard of Game of Thrones, the show on HBO?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay,
I've seen like a couple or whatever, but
it's got the shootout. It's like House of Dragon, Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Those are 3 different shows that are all based on the same collection of books written by George R.R. Martin.
Oh,
and he's still writing them. He's not finished yet, but they go back to like 2000 or 90s, 96, I think. And it's like a fantasy book, but it's awesome. It's like there's just so much. It's based on so much shit, dude. It's so good.
Fuck yeah.
Once you open that Pandora box, you never go away. Like you can see like other people have the same views about it than I do. And the YouTubers that talk about this are all rich because it's so everyone.
Oh, really?
Everyone who's into this is just constantly looking up videos about Song of Ice. I'm doing it too. I'm always watching videos on, like Alt Shift X, the guy Alt Shift X, huge channel, dude, 10 million views a video. He's just talking about the fucking books. That's it. It's just like, I'm like, oh shit, I should start tapping into this.
Is that a trilogy?
Oh, it's more than that. The original series is 5 books. That's the original series. Then there's another book called World of Ice and Fire, and it's written like a history book, sort of like an encyclopedic way. Then there's Fire and Blood, which is also written like a history book, but it's also like a book too. Then he's got the comics. He's got comics for the Hedge Knight and all this stuff. And then he's got a book called Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's another book. He's got a whole bunch of books, dude. Books. I think I just named like 8 right there.
Wow. Sweet. Oh, you know what I forgot? Just wanted to mention real quick. So when the Gospel of Philip says the chrism is the fire, that's the only place that explains where John the Baptist says that I am baptizing with water, but one is coming to baptize with fire. He's talking about Jesus. The only place that explains that is the Gospel of Philip.
Oh.
Because it never mentions what the fire is elsewhere.
Yeah.
So like,
I like that.
And came from Egypt, the Asia Therapeuti Library of Alexandria people and stuff.
Yep.
Probs and whatnot.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. But yeah, great chatting. What do you do in your off time in Florida?
Study.
Really? You're just at it.
Just study.
You seem to be.
I fish. I go fishing.
Nice.
Me and the dog go fishing.
Nice.
And then I got another friend of mine who's a bird. I'm weird. My friends are all animals. I'm not kidding. I had this big fucking stork looking thing. It's like a loon. It's what it is. And it's in the same spot every time. And I go to this little lake and I cast my line in and he's waiting. And when he sees me pull the fish out, he's like, give me that. And I give it to him.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. It's like
just completely taking advantage. No thanks. No acknowledgement of your gift.
It's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, right.
But I heard, I've had people tell me, locals, that everyone does that. And it just, they're fine. They can fish. They know how to fish on their own. But if they see you, they're going to want that extra fish.
Right.
It's almost like they're just strategically finding more ways to eat.
Yeah. I mean, shit. Can you blame them?
No, fuck no.
Yeah, they're probably like, I wonder what their success percentage is when they actually like dive into the water to catch a fish. Like if it's every 1 out of 100, or if it's like, you know what I mean?
Pretty damn good. I've seen them do it.
Really?
Yeah, they're like honed in, and they'll just get it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So they're just fucking lazy pieces of shit.
Yeah, I think they're just like, they see me and they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, opportunistic for sure.
And I've tried giving them shrimp, and they're like, I don't want that.
Right.
And they're like, you don't want the shrimp? All right. Because I use the shrimp as bait, you know what I mean?
Right. Good call.
They want the fish. That's what they want. They want the real shit.
The meat, the big meat.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at in Florida, and I won't even ask because it's internet and stuff. But if you ever get down to like Lake Worth area, there's a bookstore called Dancing Elephant. Easy enough to remember. But there's this kid who does a YouTube channel, Old World Florida, and he goes into like all this fascinating history about Florida, and he has a YouTube channel, so you can. But anyways, he's an interesting person to talk to. He's pretty intelligent. He's pretty well read, but he yeah, I don't know if you ever find yourself in that area or whatever, or at least check out his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I think he's talked about Native Americans and Greeks and like the Creeks relation.
Really?
Yeah.
Creek and Greek?
Yeah, and there's this town in Florida close to, I think it's like a little bit north of like Palm Beach, and it has a town full of Greeks, or at least it was.
Oh yeah. They got Greek neighborhoods around here too. Yeah.
Word. And even like back in the day, like there's tons of Greeks here for some. He goes more into depth about, and I forget all the details about
My
it.
barber's a Greek, actually. My barber's from Athens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we bond about Greece all the time.
Fuck yeah. Are you part Greek?
Actually, yeah.
Really?
My grandma, on my grandma's side, she's mostly Italian, but she's part Greek. So I'm also part Greek. And I think my DNA was like 10% when I got tested, like a DNA test. It was like, it showed up like 10% Greek. You know, it said 4% Levantine, 6% Levantine, which is, it said like Lebanese and Sephardic Jewish.
Huh.
I was like, I didn't know that, but actually, I did hear from that same side of the family, that there was like a rumor that somewhere down the line somebody was Jewish. So I actually kind of knew, but my mom told me it wasn't true. She's like, your grandfather, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's making shit up. So I was like, my whole life, I was like, I didn't know if it was true. I didn't know, like, and then I took the DNA test, and then my cousin took a DNA test, and her results were the same. So we have the same grandma. So I was like, I didn't know if it was a fluke, and then she had the same results. So I was like, maybe it's true. But anyways, mostly European, mostly Southern European, Western European.
Probably some famous Jew that they don't want you to discover.
Maybe.
Like my friggin' so I'm like, my dad's Italian and Scottish, and then my mom is like French, English, and from her mom, and then like early Massachusetts colonists, like 1630s, and then her dad, my mom's dad, was Jewish, but he had a whole other family, and my grandmother was like his side piece. And they would just like do coke together, and he like
nice.
And but I don't know if he was like Ashkenazi or Sephardic or whatever. But
yeah, mine said Sephardic, and that confuses the hell out of me because the grandfather, who this is supposed to be from, is German. So what is it? I'm like wondering. And that's another thing. My cousin took the test. Hers said Ashkenazi.
Oh,
how did that happen?
Yeah, that is. I wonder how.
Was the test or something? Something didn't come up right. I don't know. Who knows?
Could even be different tests or something, or.
Yeah, I think we'd use different companies too. I think that's part of it. I don't know. Something's weird with that shit. But I know a lot of people get those 4%, 3% pop-ups for random shit all the time. So
Right. Yeah, it's like how accurate could it even possibly be? Who knows?
yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'll nice meeting you, man. And
Yeah, you as well.
Stay in touch.
Yeah.
And you have just attained true gnosis.
Yeah.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over